begin.
India, with over 1.4 billion people, thousands of languages, untapped potential, is on the cusp of a new technological era.
How do we look at deciphering the India story through the prism of greater usage of AI?
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
There is one large society in the world that seems most enthusiastic to transform with AI. Right now, it's India.
India has successfully built a digital public infrastructure for over 1.4 billion people. India leads in AI adoption. We have one of the world's largest AI talent pools.
Yet, the journey is not without its shadows. Access, bias, infrastructure, inclusivity.
I think India may be our largest market in the world.
We've seen a massive uptake of ChatGPT in India.
Yeah.
It's almost our second largest country in terms of users.
For India, this is a moment. India has an extraordinary base of developers.
We have the highest concentration of AI talent in the world.
From consumers to creators, building solutions that India and the world can use. This is Cypher. This is the moment where India decides not just what it will build, but who it will become.
Can we hear a round of applause for that video, please? Good morning and welcome, everyone. This is day 2 of Cypher 2025. Once again, you know the drill. I will wave and say hello to you. You wave and say hello back to me. Hello. Everyone's good this morning? Yes? Everyone's okay? How many of you have eaten your breakfast? Hands up in the air. Okay, how many of you have not eaten your breakfast? Hands up in the air. Okay. How many of you are planning to eat a breakfast in a little while? Hands up in the air. No? Okay. So, good morning, people. It's lovely to see all of your faces in the audience. Enthusiasts of the extraordinary world of artificial intelligence, a warm welcome to Cypher 2025. This is India's biggest AI summit and expo. My name is Vineet Vincent, and I have the honor and the pleasure of kicking things off here at day 2 of this fantastic summit and expo. Cypher 2025 is the flagship conference of AIM Media House, and we've arrived to its 9th edition themed around generative AI, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have each and every one of you here with us this morning. And after an inspiring day 1, we return back for day 2 of Cypher 2025, a continuation of this defining moment in India's AI journey. Cypher has grown into the largest AI conference in the country, a platform unmatched in its scale and in its speed of growth. What you can expect today is breakthrough discussions, high-impact sessions, and powerful connections as the community comes together to transform ideas into action. This is day 2 of Cypher 2025. And before we dive into all of the exciting sessions ahead, a few quick announcements for the conference attendees. We're all excited, obviously, about the contests at the conference. And by the way, lots of exciting prizes to be given out, so make sure you head over to the different stalls and check them out. AIM Bingo and Treasure Hunt are 2 of these events that are going to be happening. We also have speed networking at the AIM stall. That's also where the Treasure Hunt is also happening for today and tomorrow. The timings are, and please make a note of this, 10:45 to 11:30, 3:45 to 4:30. Once again, speed networking at the AIM stall. This is also the treasure hunt happening at the AIM stall, both for today and tomorrow. It's from 10:45 to 11:30, 3:45 to 4:30. before we go into the other announcements, just a quick check. Can we have the lights on in the audience once again? Just a quick check. How many of you are still sleepy like me this morning? Hands up in the air. Okay, how many of you are super awake, like you're all awake people? And the rest of y'all basically don't care. Okay. Can I do a little bit of a beatbox to wake y'all up? Would that be okay? Yes? One lady said yes, I heard. To be a few thumbs ups, yes. Keenan, man, can you put my settings on? Okay. How many of you have seen me perform before? Hands up in the air. All right. How many of you have not seen me perform? Hands up in the air. Okay. How many of you have seen a beatbox on stage? Hands up in the air, like live. Very interesting. How many of you have not seen a beatboxer? Even bigger number. Okay, this is very cool. You haven't seen a beatboxer, Mr. Orange Jacket guy, no? Okay. Beatboxing is relatively simple. You have one mic, you have a couple of fantastic, actually some, not couple, many fantastic speakers. You have one mind-blowing sound engineer at the back, and you can do something like this. And it's all from the mouth. Why the lights are switching on and off, I don't know. For effects, very nice. Did you all like that? Yes? Okay, so you know this little enthusiasm that you all had, that's the enthusiasm we need from the morning all the way to the evening. Do we have a deal, audience? Yes or no? You're back to being boring once again. Yes or no, audience? Okay, fantastic. Would you like to hear a little more? Okay, can I show you how I make some of these sounds? Okay, perfect. If you've seen a drum kit on stage, there are multiple drums, multiple little things that you play. One of them is called a hi-hat on the side. You play it like this. You say tss, tss, like you're hissing. Tss. Now you go tighter. You go tss, tss. Nice. Now another sound is the kick drum on the floor. It sounds like this. You play it with your foot. You go. I'm basically saying the word two. Can everyone say two? Two. Say two. Simple enough? Now when you say two, you forget that you're saying the word. You just go. Right? Now you deepen that sound and it sounds like this. Yeah. So it's not tss, it's two, two, but you're not saying two, two. You're going. That's all I'm doing, okay? Sound number 3 is the snare in the middle. It sounds like this. Like you're clicking. Everyone can do that, right? Okay. So suppose sound number 1 was the kick on the floor that you play with your foot. Sound number 2 is the hi-hat. Sound number 3 is the snare. You put 3 sounds together. With a little bit of practice, it starts sounding like this. Right? And you go. Thank you very much. And that's how I learned how to beatbox. Thank you, thank you. And you can also add more sounds and more syllables. For example, can you say the words beatbox? Everyone say beatbox. Very nice. Now you say beat box. Okay, it's not beats box, it's beat box. Very nice. Now, when you say that, you stress on the b and you go beat box. Without letting spit fly out of your mouth on the person in front of you. Beat box. Nice. Now you add the beat box. So that's how I learned how to beatbox, using all of these words and sounds, and I keep adding more and more, and after a while it sounds like this. You go beat box, beat box, beat box, beat the box, beat the box, beat the beat the box, the beat the box, the box, the box, and then I add a scratch and go. No. Yay. Okay. I'm kind of delaying and I'm looking to the side to see if anyone's going to abuse me and say, hey, go back to your script, dude. Or one more sound before I leave, yes? With a little more enthusiasm, audience, yes or no? Okay, super. People are awake. This is a good thing. I'm going to teach you a very simple and a very cool sound. Actually, it's not that simple. When we were little kids, a lot of us used to make this stupid noise. We all used to go, right? How many of you did that? Hands up in the air. Pretty much all of us, right? Now that sound, when you take it and you put it into a word, for example, you say wow. Can everyone say wow? Wow, wow. Nice. Now when you say wow, you add the sound and it sounds like this. Wow. Try it. Wow. And then you go twice. You go wow, wow. And then you add a beat to it. So you go wow, Thank you all very much. Everyone's awake? Yes? A big yes would be nice. Come on, everyone's awake, yes? Much better. By the way, this cool sweatshirt and also a bunch of very well-designed t-shirts are available at the AIM stall. So check them out, pick them up, walk around with them. It says human plus AI, which I think is actually quite very cool. Okay, are we good to kick things off? Yes? Okay, yesterday we had asked a bunch of y'all to drop your names. I have a very weird looking box. I apologize for that. Should we get one of the audience people to pick this up? Yes? We have the winner who's going to walk away with an Echo Dot. So that's going to be given out right now. Shall we do this right now? Yes? No? Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to walk into the audience for this. Ignore the box. Ignore the box. Anyone who just wants to put your hand up? And yes, the lady there. That was very quick, madam, very quick. Walk up to you. You can shake it up a little and pick up one name. Or maybe we want just one person to win, so we've put just one name in there. Would you like to read it, actually?
Ankit. No, there is no second name. So.
Ankit, where is your second name, Ankit? Is Ankit's phone number there? Yeah, everyone take down Ankit's phone number. It's number ending 1916. Ankit, are you here? Calling for Ankit twice. Number ending 1916. No? Thrice. And his name goes away. Who wants to pick up another chit? There we go. Man with the orange jacket. Sorry. He was very enthusiastically putting his hand up. Hey, don't wash your hands in there, man. Like, what do you... Oh, you're mixing it up. Okay. Oh, full prayer and all he's doing. Come on. Full feelings.
It's Uma Mohanty, if I spelled that right.
Uma Mohanty? Uma Mohanty, are you here? Mohanty. Uma calling twice. Uma Mohanty calling thrice. And the name is gone. Enthusiastic second man. Come on, let's do this. This is going to take a very long time. I'm going to get abused for this.
Rahul.
How many Rahuls are in this audience? Just checking. 1 Rahul, 2 Rahul, 3, 4. Yeah.
Number ending at 5231.
Number ending 5231. Number ending 5231. All the Rahuls are very unhappy right now. Anyone else? You want to put your hand up? We're going to keep going. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'll come to you just in case we don't get this person. We have to do this quickly.
So that's Govind Arakure.
Arakure. Okay, it's horrible handwriting, Govind. Govind, where are you? It's not because I abused his handwriting, damn it. But then maybe that's a good thing because someone else gets it. Govind, number ending 2676. Last call. Govind, 2676. No. Someone put your hand up. You put your hand up. It's okay. Oh, I'm going to be here for a long time.
Riaz. 2310.
That man's just calling his friend. Yeah. No, my gosh. You'll pick it up. Madam, please be my lucky person and finally find someone who's here. There we go. Is there some background music to this?
Gotham 5776.
Gotham 5776. You're not the lucky one, unfortunately. Yes, I will come to you and you. There we go. Thank you. See, the music makes things all the more interesting.
Haricharan R, number ending with 466.
Haricharan R, 466. Haricharan R, 466. We'll let the lady pick it up first. We've gone through most of the names in here. I'm going to keep doing this until someone from AIM just abuses me and says, move on. Yes.
Prateek Anjay, number ending with 6056.
My God, latecomers. Okay, one last one. Madam, you pick the last one. This is the last one, and then we just move into the programming for the day. So obviously there wasn't just one name in there, just letting you all know in case you all haven't figured it out yet.
Kishore 876.
Kishore 87. Are you putting your hand up? Because Kishore is in the house. Wait. Finally, this was, madam, I think this was the treasure hunt. Sajuti, I think we should do this for the treasure hunt, yeah? What is your number? Tell me your number. Wait, what? Oh my God! Do you know what she did? It's not even the name there. She just called out her friend's number. Wow! Wow! Just letting you all know in the front, this is why I have trust issues with women. Just being very honest about this. I was so easily manipulated there. Madam, you are scary. My mother warned me about women like you. I have fear going through me right now. But the actual name is Chandra Shekhar. Chandra Shekhar. 8694. Chandra Shekhar. I don't know if you are Chandra Shekhar? No? Are you? I don't know, sir, if you're going to pull a fast one on me. Are you sure it's you? Come, move this side. Quickly. Come on, give him space. His legs have gone numb by sitting for too long. But Chandra Shekhar, okay. What's your number ending? That is the right number. Madam, unfortunately, you picked up the winner. Please come up on stage. He has a very long name, by the way. He put the easier name. This man walks away as a winner of the Echo Dot. That lady over there. Yeah, you remember her? Make some noise for the man in the house because he walks away as a winner after that massive treasure hunt. Congratulations, that is courtesy the good people at AIM. In case you want to win a lot more of these, please head over to the AIM stall. We're having a lot more of these today and tomorrow as well, and a whole bunch of other very cool goodies. Also, apart from that, we have one of the biggest voices of Indian sport, Charu Sharma, is going to be in the house tomorrow. Fans of Charu Sharma in the house, make some noise. 8 people, very nice. Moving on. Kenny Sebastian's going to be in the house tomorrow. Fans of Kenny Sebastian, make some noise. 15 people, very nice. Okay, so we're having a lot of entertainment as well happening here. So make sure you check out the best of all the entertainment, all of the speakers. Make sure you network as much as possible, exchange cards, have conversations, and make sure you don't miss out on the exhibits at India's largest AI Expo. We have over 100 booths, by the way. It's all outside. We're having live demos from founders, startups, innovators, and so much more. So make sure you check all of that out. Today, the man who is the first Asian man inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Do you know who he is? Leander Paes is going to be in the house tonight. Make some noise for him, please. He's an absolute legend. Come on, put your hands together. He's going to be here with us for the Minsky Awards. And lastly, Our speed networking session, like I said before, will be happening today as well, between 10:45, which is technically in a little while, to 11:30 in the morning, and 3:45 in the afternoon to 4:30 in the evening. I'm going to do this because it is extremely important to do this every single day, every single year, because these are the people that make events like these happen. Our incredible sponsors who have made Cypher 2025 this massive this year. Cypher 2025 is presented by NextGen, powered by GenPact, in association with Snowflake, ecosystem partner, Government of Karnataka, platinum sponsors, Cisco, 11 Labs, LinkedIn, Tridence, AI cloud partner, NASA, our gold sponsor, AXA, EPAM, Tiger Analytics, Uber AI Solutions, our silver sponsor, Epsilon, Lowe's, Skyflow, and Data Pelago. Our exhibit sponsors, and there are quite a few of them, Alstom, Burns McDonnell, EM Alpha, EXL, Firebolt, Gigso, Ignite AI, Kritrima IQ, Nav AI, New Relic, Orme, Cybernova, SetNext, SmartQ, Walmart Global Tech, Gyansys, Lauren Group, Navana, NewGen, Prism Force, WebMap, and Xflow. Can you give, is it WebMap 9? I'm just double checking, or is it WebMap? WebMap, okay. Can you give all of them like a massive round of applause for being a part of such a massive event in India's history? This is the biggest one so far. Now, without further ado, and I did delay this by quite a bit, I apologize to our first speaker. We begin by tackling one of the biggest questions in AI today. How do we measure its real return? This session introduces a practical value equation for AI ROI, looking beyond cost savings to access growth, risk reduction, decision-making, customer experience, and new business models. For the first session, we have with us the Vice President of AI Practice and Innovation Lab at GenPact. This man is a global AI leader with over 20 years of experience across healthcare, life science, finance, and IoT. People, this is your first speaker of the day. This is day 2 of Cypher 2025. Please welcome the man himself, Vicas Barani. Make some noise for him, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and great to be here this morning. Good morning, everyone. And then we are here in this morning, asking a most dreaded question in the business. Every project, not just AI, but any project that you start, the very first question, even if you embark on the journey of starting to put together a solution around it or put together a technology around it, the very first question a business would ask, what is my ROI? That's the most dreaded question we are trying to answer today here. With that, let's just dive into that, how we can actually measure the true value of AI. With that, we will say that the value equation that we all have been working with so far in the past has changed and is changing drastically on a daily basis. So, in AI, value is not just a target that you calculate today and be done with it, but it's a moving target now. You have to keep looking at it on a regular basis, innovate, and at the same time, recalculate that what is going to be my AI value in next few years, and then keep innovating on that way. So let's dive into it. What is the AI challenge, first of all, that you want to talk about, right? The reality check. Let's do the very quick reality check. Is the struggle. You know, a lot of people, as the AI hype became, everyone wanted that I want to get on the AI. I want to build a lot of AI systems in my company because it sounds cool, right? Everyone, AI, I am an AI company. Then there is the gap, right? when you have the gap, do you understand the value of the gap? People will get disappointed if they don't get the value out of the AI. And then the confusion comes in that, how do I calculate this ROI? That's a reality check. So we will try to answer that, how can we do a reality check on my organization's lot of factors that will contribute to the AI value that we look at it, and we will redefine the AI value equation. The value equation itself will redefine, and then we'll calculate that how we can get the ROI out of it. So let's look at why we traditionally, the way we used to calculate the AI, it falls short. The traditional calculation, everyone looks at, okay, here is amount I invested, this is the output I'm getting out of it, here is my percentage ROI out of this particular one. Very simple math formula. With AI, this math formula doesn't hold anymore. Why it doesn't hold anymore? Because the world is changing on a daily basis, right? Your models are changing. Your model might be degrading. You have to go fine-tune it. Did I calculate the effort that goes in to maintain my models? The data is drifting. We saw that. During the pandemic, whatever happened before the pandemic, if I have built the model during that pandemic data, everything was out of the window during the pandemic time. Once I build those models during those 2 years, if I use the same models today, those are again not going to be accurate for me. Again, out of the window. So I have to make sure the data drift, I have to calculate that the effort goes into my cost is calculated as a part of the data drift. The benefits that you look at, these benefits that you are trying to realize may not be quick. From the ROI point of view in manufacturing or other industries, people think that, okay, I will put the machinery in, I will start generating more goods. Here is my ROI next 6 months. AI ROI, you might not see for 5 years, and you may never see it in dollar numbers. So you have to make sure that you are looking at that the AI is different than the traditional industries. And the value that I said that, it's not just financial, not just dollar numbers. It is much more than that. We will see that what are the other factors which actually contribute to this AI value, and then we'll make sure that we kind of try to measure those also. And that the reality is, definitely, the math doesn't work the way it used to for the AI value. We have to change the mindset, the way we think the value is created by AI, and make sure that we take those factors in account when you are actually creating some kind of a proposal for your boards or for your executives to invest in AI, that how I'm going to calculate this. So let's look at the nature of the AI ROI. The way we look at it, before it is not the same anymore, right? So you will see that this is a dual nature now. There are two different pieces to the AI ROI. Why there are two different pieces? Because previously, the previous industries, we used to see that these are just a couple of, we will see the tangible returns, tangible cost savings, tangible efficiencies coming into my process. That kind of creates the value for me. That is my cost savings divided by the amount of effort I put in there. That's my ROI. But with AI, what you see that there are two different natures of the AI ROI. One are the visible ones, which are very, very obvious to everyone. This is every business person would look for. What are my cost savings? What are my efficiencies improvements? How much time I'm saving into this? How I'm operating now before AI came into the picture? What are the new revenue I'm generating using AI? Because a lot of companies would build the models and try to monetize those models. They will use their data to monetize it. What kind of new revenue streams comes in? All tangible items that you can actually put it in a spreadsheet and measure them. Then there is an invisible edge which people usually do not measure, or they kind of try to see that, and most try to kind of ignore or not put on the paper. But that gives you the strategic advantage and the edge in the market. Why that gives you the edge? If you see that, customer delight. How do I measure the customer delight, right? If I'm building an AI agent today to make sure that my customers are happy, I'm looking at their feedback using some kind of a natural language processing or a generative AI models to find out their sentiments. I'm making them happy. I'm training my agents better to respond to their queries. Customer delight is an edge advantage that I get as compared to my competitor who might not be using it. I should be measuring that as a part of my AI, because that's a return on my investment. The talent magnet, an AI company, if you are recognized as an AI leader in the market, the people will come work for you. They would like to come work for you. They will understand the value that you bring in their careers because you are an AI leader in the company. That becomes a talent magnet if you are building an AI. Again, it's an invisible asset that you have, that you are building for yourself. Agility, if you adopt AI, you become much more agile. You can change quickly as the market changes. You can see that how fast the market is changing these days. New technologies are coming. New language models pretty much comes out every other week you have a new models coming out. How can I incorporate them? I have to be agile to actually adopt to these technologies. And the last one is the brand power, of course. If you are an AI leader or AI-led company, not just your employees or the talent that you are trying to seek, your client will see you as a good brand. Your perception will change. As your perception changes, you will generate the more tangible assets that you are trying to see. Your visible wins will be more if your brand power is much higher than what used to be there. So those kind of measurements that we have to do to actually calculate that what I am getting in return for my investment. I have to have new KPIs to measure my success criteria. I have to have the new ways of thinking that how I calculate my returns, not just on the dollar number, but maybe the net promoter score, which we measure that how happy your clients or your users are. You have to bring in all those things. How happy your employees are, how your employees are upskilling themselves, those are all non-tangible assets that you're building. So how do we go beyond the time savings or the cost savings to actually calculate this area? There are 4 buckets that we think of that in a way that there is a decision quality, strategic readiness, knowledge management, and how do you collaborate, the human and AI collaborates together. If you look at that decision quality, how good my decision is, that is again an intangible asset, how accurately I'm doing it, how accurately I'm identifying the risk associated with it, how I am ready in terms of the strategy that is required to build the solutions, how am I adopting it, how my company is adopting to these changes, if there is a change management piece in place to actually adopt to the AI. And then, of course, that knowledge management. How do I managing all this knowledge which I am generating through this? Am I retaining these insights? Am I learning new, my learnings is acceleration. My employees are getting skilled on a daily basis. And how human and AI collaborate together. In an operations company, if you are managing someone's operations, it becomes very important that human and AI collaborate together, not against each other. So that people should not be thinking that AI is going to take away my job, but you have to collaborate together to make sure that together you generate more value out of it. You get upskilled yourself. All those things comes out when you actually think beyond time and beyond the cost savings. So keeping these in mind, the new value metrics and how do I measure them, let's define the AI value equation that we are looking for. So it's not just the tangible cost that I put in there to look at the return on my investment. Now it becomes much more than that. You look at the AI value in 3 different buckets which are multiplicative in nature. These are not just adding them together. These are multiplicative in nature. Even a single weak link can make this equation very, very kind of in terms of the when you are trying to calculate the value, go down in a way that you don't want to. And even a single particular factor can give you the exponential growth in this value that you are looking for. Because these are all 3 are multiplicative factor. Strategic impact, execution quality, time factor. Now let's just break this equation down in a very simple terms that how do we look at it? What is the strategic impact? In terms of strategic impact, I see that, how does an AI project contributes to my revenue? How do I save cost on the top of it? How do I create new innovative solutions? And how do I align the different functions together? Because AI, if you think any kind of a technology that you bring, it will try to combine different functions together. It is not a single project anymore. It's a portfolio investment. You are investing in multiple functions, multiple technologies, multiple use cases at the same time. It is not one single project. This project doesn't work in silos. These are all embedded in your company's ecosystem. So you want to make sure that you look at the alignment. How good I am at the execution quality? Do I have good data quality? Do I have the model of losing anything? At the same time, when you are looking at the cost, you have to look at the opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is something that if I don't do this, what is my loss? That means what we call in industry is return on not investing. Where there is a return on investment, then there is return on non-investment. If I don't invest in this technology, what is my opportunity cost? What am I going to lose that? So we have to look at all sort of cost. When we look at these, it will become much more clear that when we are actually combining these factors than just the infrastructure cost or a data science team cost into it, it becomes much larger picture for me to calculate the ROI. So we looked at the strategy, that there is a strategic impact, that what actually drives the strategic impact. Some of these are the visible ROIs are pretty clear. What is my revenue enhancement, how much error I'm going to reduce, how fast I'm going to deliver, what is my cost reduction, efficiencies, all those are very, very, relevant. At the same time, I have to look at the invisible ROI. As I spoke about this, how good decision I am making. What are the innovation catalysts I am creating? Because in today's world, if you are not innovating, you will be, fall behind with your competitors. You make sure that you are continuously innovating, and then you have to create those catalysts in your company to have that. How agile I am, and how I am retaining the talent that I am actually hiring for that. People will move around. So I have to make sure that I look at the invisible AI. Because these are multipliers, as we saw in the equation, all these are going to multiply or exponentially change your ROI. Anything goes up, it's going to exponentially change it. These are not additives that notices, you might have to pay the fines. You will see that a lot of news that we see that people are, the organizations are fined few hundred of millions of dollars just not to be compliant by the regulations. So you have to make sure that you are compliant, you are measuring those risks. And risk doesn't only go with the ethics and compliance. Risk go with if I am. So that's the way I talked about the return on non-investment, RONI. If I don't build this, what is my opportunity cost? I have to look at those maintenance. Maintenance, of course, you look at it that this is an ongoing cost is going to be there. To maintain my infrastructure is going to be there, fine-tune my models, go and retrain the model if the performance is degrading. I have to make sure that I factor in all of these items into my model. And then the integration. A lot of big organizations still working on the legacy systems. Old system, technology-wise, if I go and build a generative AI model which requires few GPU clusters to actually fine-tune, can I go and put it on a old server which I was using 10 years back? Maybe not. I have to make sure that I'm ready for that. My integration with my legacy systems or the older system is plausible. Without that, I will be spending additional cost to actually build the infrastructure to build that solution. And then my cost is going to go down, and then, of course, if you will calculate the ROI at the end, you will see that I cannot integrate something with my old system. My ROI is way too high. So we have to make sure while we look at the visible investments, we have to make sure that we don't underestimate the invisible investments that we have to make. Because that's going to be a very integral part of your value equation. And more often than not, this is 2x to 3x of your visible cost, the direct cost. So if I'm spending $1 million in the direct cost to build a solution, it might be $3 to $4 million just to looking at the strategic costs that I have to put in, which are the invisible costs. People don't put the numbers to that. So let's not underestimate that while actually calculating the ROI for any AI projects. So what should be the implementation best practices? How can I actually implement something, adopt the industry best practices? People have been doing it for a very long time. Let's just go look at all the steps and make sure that we have a framework to calculate the ROI and make the money out of it, right? So because AI, as I said, if you are not deploying any solutions, not millions of dollars, so you have to make sure that you have a framework to work on. That's what this framework is about. That what should I do before I go and implement something? What should I do during the implementation phase? And what should I do once I implement a AI solution? Let's look at this in 3 buckets very carefully, because this is the framework which kind of defines how we will get to the actual number of your ROI that you are trying to look for. First of all, let's define a clear use case. You should define your problem very, very carefully. Step 1, spend a lot of time defining your problem. Otherwise, you will be working on all these projects for 1 year, and then you will figure out at the end that I was working on a wrong problem all this time. You do not want to get into a situation after 1 year that I find that I did not define my problem correctly. This is not what I want. Define the use case first. And then look at the technology. That what technology I need. Metrics of success. What is the success criteria for this? Do I want customer satisfaction? Maybe it's an intangible asset that I'm bringing. Maybe I'm not looking for that. If I will put this in, my customer queries will get resolved. Instead of 20 minutes, it will get resolved in 2 minutes. Maybe what I'm looking at, whether my customer is happy or not. That is my return that I'm looking for. You have to define your matrices upfront, that this is what I will measure. You should pilot before you go for full-scale deployment. Why piloting is very important? Because you can see a lot of challenges while piloting and can look at that your moving target of your return, how it's going to move, how fast it's going to move during the pilot phase. So if I see during the pilot phase that I have to scale it up very quickly and I do not get that much of a return out of it, you will know that in the pilot phase. So pilot before you go deployment. Look at the data quality very carefully, because your AI models are just going to be as good as your data. If you do not have a good quality data, you are completely building a solution which is not going to give you any returns at all. Make sure that you look at the pre-implementation phases. Once you define these 4 free implementation phases, what should you do during the implementation itself? You invest in training and change management. Adoption is extremely important. You build a big solution, people are not adopting to it, it's a completely waste of your investment. Make sure that you look at the change management piece of it. You partner with the industry-specific AI experts during the deployment to make sure that you are bringing in the right people for the job. Extremely important. You implement the continuous monitoring. Why continuous monitoring? Because models will degrade, data will drift, new models will come in. You have to continuously monitor, make sure that you are looking at everything from the point of view of investment and the returns. Technologies will change, new models will come, but you have to continuously monitor everything. What you will be monitoring is what you defined in the pre-implementation phase, your matrices that you defined. Keep monitoring them, and then budget for maintenance and updates. People don't do that. People will think that, okay, one size fit all, I put it in, it will work for years. Everything needs maintenance. Make sure that you budget for maintenance and updates. Once you implement this solution, what should I do post-implementation? Trade the portfolio. As I said, that AI solutions are not working in silos now. It is not one solution. If I am building a document extraction solution, it can work for my supply chain contracts, it can work for my training programs, it can work for my function that I want. So these solutions does not work in silos anymore. Look at the portfolio level solution build, that I can actually take it to the multiple functions and get the more value out of it. Don't look at that, I just need to build one solution for this one function and one use case and done with it. Look at a portfolio investment. Make realistic expectations. A lot of times people will think that generative AI agents, it's a magic wand. I will wave it and then it will do something, right? There are no secrets behind it. There is no magic spell. Everything has to be realistic. I have to set up the realistic expectations for my ROI and the cost. regularly assess and adjust the ROI. As I said, that these are moving targets. What you see today, next month, it's going to be something different. I have an infrastructure to upload and opens today, which is a large language model. Tomorrow, there might be another model, which is 100 GB. I have to scale up quickly, which will increase my cost. I need more GPUs because now I have a better model to work on. Make sure that you look at this on a continuously basis. Your ROI is not something that you have to look at on a yearly basis. You have to look at it on a continuously moving target basis and create a trend, that how it is moving. And share these learnings across the organizations. Why this is important? Because a lot of people will build different solutions in silos, in different functions. They would not know that something already exists, which will kind of increase the return on your investment quite a bit. Because if I have a document extraction solution which a marketing team had made to create their marketing campaigns, how can I use the same thing for my supply chain? How can I use the same thing for finance if I don't know about it? That's the way, make sure that you share this knowledge. So the future of ROI is very simple. You have to have key mindset shifts, and there are some success criteria to look after. So you have to look at these not from the efficiency point of view, but you have to look at it from the effectiveness point of view, that how effective I am. You have to go from cost reduction to the value creation. I don't want to do a cost reduction. You have to look at the portfolio solutions, not just one single solutions. And then you have to look at not just the short gains like 6 months or few months of it. You have to look at the long-term gains. At the same time, what are my success factor? Remember, these are the multiplicative. These are going to multiply with each other. These are not additive. So any weak link reduces your ROI. So you make sure that all three are working in tandem with each other. Oops. And at the same time, the time dependent. You have to make sure that the time is very crucial. Portfolio view, we see that we have to look at the synergies. And hidden cost, which we talked about, that which are usually 2 to 3 times of the actual tangible cost. And how quality you can bring in to execute these solutions. That defines your complete ROI, while this is a lot of tangible and intangible assets to manage and measure. That actually will give you a true picture of the ROI. With that, what everyone is worried about, the bottom line of your company. The bottom line is, it's not just a cost case anymore, but it's a strategic value equation. You have to look at the complete strategy, your employees, your technology, your customers, everything together to bring in the AI value that you are looking for. And the organization which actually master in this AI ROI measurements are going to look at that, what the value they bring from this AI revolution, which everyone is jumping on. So with that, thank you so much for your attention.
We have time for one question. I will go to the gentleman up front.
Hi, this is Meher from EY. Do you have a use case where you use this framework and realize the ROI? What was the ROI and what challenges did you face while defining the framework?
One of the most interesting use case for this was what we did for a healthcare company. What we did is that this healthcare company actually builds the X-rays and MRIs for their clients. Their clients are the doctors, clinics, hospitals. So what they did is that they built an AI solution within these machines to create a predictive analytics solution which can actually predict the pathology in these images. For example, X-rays might have some kind of pathology like tumors or something benign or non-benign. How do you look at the images and give a head start to the radiologist to do that? So when we were creating the solution, first step will be the ROI is my building the solution. I need so many servers to build a computer vision model, look at the images, train that, identify the pathology and all that, right? Very good. Accuracy comes out 80%, 85% accuracy is there, good. I calculate my ROI based on that, how fast I am actually churning out the results for these X-rays and MRIs. But when we went in, we said that let's look at it in a more holistic way. Now that the radiologist who is actually assessing these X-rays and MRIs, their time is freed up. What can they do? They can assess more X-rays and MRI, which will bring in more revenue for it. There's a hidden revenue which is coming out. At the same time, the doctors who are actually looking at these results can make a more accurate predictions about the patients, which gives us the patient's happiness. You know, how soon you can treat a patient and diagnose a problem. Those kind of things came out when we started putting those numbers in. When we calculate the simple ROI, it was coming out to be around 150%. But when we looked at the radiologist's time, only radiologist's time that he was spending analyzing these images, which was often days to weeks, it came out to be around 780% of an ROI. You can see a jump just by looking at when I'm actually taking up the hidden cost and the hidden returns on my investment. Doctors were free up, they were looking at more patients, radiologists were looking at more patients, patients were more happy. That's the power of the true ROI.
So unfortunately, we have run out of time. So will you be able to take questions offline?
Sure.
Yeah?
We can take it offline.
Yeah, well, let's take it offline. Can
Thank
we
you
hear
so
a big
much.
round of applause for
Sure.
Vicas Barani? And taking the honor of having the conversations on stage, we're going to product innovation and AI transformation. This man leads the product management group at NextGen Cloud Technologies, steering flagship platforms like Speed Cloud, M, and enterprise-grade AI of India's first sovereign cloud platform for AI workloads. He has championed breakthrough innovations from fractional GPU consumption to contextual AI frameworks and domain-specific AI solutions across government, BFSI, and healthcare. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Abishant A to the stage. Give him a big round of applause and welcome him to the stage, please.
Okay. We've had a wonderful day one and a nice start to day two. It's truly an honor to be able to speak at the main stage here at Cypher. When we started NextGen, I mean, it's not right for me to say we, but when the management founded NextGen, there was a thought process to build sovereign clouds in the country and create an alternative where value could truly be left in the hands of our customers. And not had a chance to do a podcast on AIM. And he actually said something very interesting which I want to recall. So he said that for the last 12 years, we've been helping large government organizations, enterprises realize a lot of value by managing their infrastructure for them, securing their infrastructure for them, and also rescuing most of them from hyperscalers. A lot of tech organizations end up doing fundraisers to pay for their cloud bills, and we are proud that that's not the case with us. So he said that till now we've been impacting the enterprise, and his aspiration for the next decade at NextGen is how do we impact the citizens of the country. And that actually took me aback, and I felt, wow, like what we are doing with M is the next decade of aspiration for NextGen, and it's driven by creating impact for all citizens in the country. So I take a lot of pride and honor in that. So coming to M, which is the topic of today's discussion, system, which you've seen, you've experienced, you've seen at the booth, and there have been sessions by Raj and Abhishek. But there is a mission which we are after, and it's very principled, and I wanted to set that as a precedence before we get started and go a little bit deeper. So the first important thing taking from our cloud principles was that we wanted to ensure that we have a sovereign alternative to all the proprietary closed models that are there. Every time, we like it or not, we use ChatGPT, Perplexity, any of these models that are famous in the world. We are unfortunately compromising our digital destiny of India because we are sending data outside, right? So the first thing we thought is there a way where you can make a sovereign alternative and make it fast. And the beauty about open source technology is that its prima facie value delivery is sovereignty. Open source allows you to take models, deploy it, localize that data, apply the local data norms, and ensure that it is sovereign. So we take a lot of pride that M is sovereign, and it is sovereign because of open source technology. Second thing we wanted to do was, how do you make AI meaningful? I know we've had 3-4 years of a lot of hype with generative AI, but to the citizen, to the end consumer, and to enterprises, how do we make it meaningful beyond generating text to tell my boss that I'm running late, or when my engineers tell me that they're running a little bit late for a sprint, I get a very professional email these days because it's generated by one of these AI models. How do we make it more than that? That was the second principle which we kept before creating M, sorry. Then we realized that there is a beautiful open source technology that has come out called agentic AI, another keyword in the industry. We decided that that could be the foundational technology and framework that allows us to really do something meaningful out of generative AI technology. So we created an open web that supports both API integration and MCP compatibility. So what this does really is that people with their existing applications that are creating services can very easily integrate with them with very happens. You already have a mature AI augmented experience through the generative AI platform that we have. All this sounding full partnerships, meaningful integrations, then M really cannot do those things which make it useful for you. So we are very proud. You would have seen Raj on day one, the people who were here on day one. He actually brought on Anil Porter, and we spoke about how ITQ is partnering with us. They actually manage the global travel inventory of airlines, hotels. So we are trying to build something very, very special with them in the travel industry. But it doesn't end there. We have many conversations with union ministries, PSUs, large enterprises, and of course, we want to augment citizen services. So it's a very principled and aspirational approach, and we are very, very proud and excited to be embarking on that journey with them. Little bit deeper from a technology standpoint is that obviously it runs on a massive cluster of H200s. We've built a very high-performance cluster at NextGen. We're very proud of that. And it's built for population scale concurrency, which means that we are ready today to actually serve the nation. The beauty of an agentic platform like we have built is that we can adapt to the growth that is there in the open source community. Which means that today we are using the state-of-the-art reasoning model to answer all reasoning questions on M, which any of you asked. But tomorrow we actually have a trillion parameter coding model as an agent as well. So what M does is that the moment you ask a query, it decides which one of its models to use to answer your question. So if any of you are engineers out there and you go to M and say, hey, make me this API, make me this web page, anything, it will actually go and route it to page, anything. It will actually go and route it to the trillion parameter coding model, which is very, very exciting. And by saying trillion parameters, relevant to these topics, and actually did lots of pre-training. It's called domain adaptive pre-training, a little bit of fine-tuning, and also used graph rack technologies to build a very robust, supercharged assistant for finance and corporate legal professionals. Now, if you are an independent professional, you can use it, or your departments within your enterprises can use it. We've built a cool hiring product that actually uses GenAI to screen, score the resume, and also ask relevant questions to ensure that you have a screening done, and then you interview only the right people. And we also have M for coding. I want to call out one point for M for coding, which stayed with me so much because I take care of the product and engineering here at NextGen, is that we've been able to reduce our engineering sprint timelines by 50%. We do it 50% quicker because we have M for coding. M for coding actually automates the entire coding process and augments it down just to English-based prompts. So now you have a sophisticated engineer who understands technology. They can use M for coding with natural language and ask for the specific tasks. And it doesn't just output a snippet of code, it can actually control your coding editor. So it fits right into your VS Code, and we are also making a CLI version as well. So in M for coding, you also have an alternative in India, which is sovereign to Claude and the other Claude Code and the other coding tools that are out there. So what gives us pride is that with open source, with solid infrastructure, we're able to make such powerful, impactful products that are born and bred in India for the Indian market and that are truly powerful in agentic. And all of these are functioning. You should come to our booth and check it out. There are many more coming. This is just the start. You won't believe it, but this is just the matter of the last year or so. Before that, we spent a lot of time with our engineering team, upskilling them, giving them access to high-power GPU infrastructure. But there's lots more coming, and you should keep your eyes out. So it would be fun if we saw some of them on stage. So that's why Abhishek, who leads our AI engineering, he's our principal engineer of AI, he's going to help me demonstrate some of them for you guys. Would you like to see them? Yes. Super. So we are going to be picking 3 because of time. We're going to be showing you something cool on M, not just text generation, because I told you that. And we're going to be seeing M for finance, and we're going to be seeing M Vault. So let's swap to the demo. Perfect. So here's the interface of M. Okay, it's an open web UI interface. So we don't want to show you generating text and all that. That's very basic. We have a cloud business. So we want to show you how agentically we've created a service for our customers to provision virtual machines. We are going to use M with my voice right now in front of you to create a virtual machine on our cloud platform called Speed Cloud. Let's do it. Hi, can I provision a virtual machine, please?
I'd be happy to help you provision a virtual machine on SpeedCloud by NextGen. Let's get started. First, we need to choose a configuration for your virtual machine. We have 4 options: small with 2 cores, 4 GB RAM and 20 GB storage, medium with 4 cores, 8 GB RAM and 40 GB storage, large with 8 cores, 16 GB RAM and 80 GB storage, or extra large with 16 cores, 32 GB RAM, and 160 GB storage. Which configuration would you like to choose? Please type the number of your preferred configuration.
Maybe let's go with medium, please.
You've chosen the
You can
medium
shout out
configuration.
answers while it's talking,
Next,
if you want me to
we
choose
need to
one.
select an operating system for your virtual machine. We offer Debian, Ubuntu Server, Alma Linux, OpenSUSE, Microsoft Windows, Red Hat, CentOS, and Rocky Linux. Which operating system would you like to install?
OK, we'll choose Red Hat, please.
You've chosen Red Hat as your operating system. Red Hat versions available are 8.0 and 9.3. What version of Red Hat would you like to install?
Can you give me whatever is the latest version out of the 2?
You've chosen Red Hat as your operating system, and the latest version available is 9.3. You've selected the medium configuration. Now, we need to decide on the public IP for your virtual machine. Having a public IP allows your virtual machine to be accessible from the internet. Do you need a public IP for your virtual machine? Please respond with yes or no.
Yes, please.
You've chosen to have a public IP for your virtual machine. Now, we need to decide on the bandwidth for your virtual machine. You can choose any positive number between 1 and 1000 megabits per second. What bandwidth would you like to allocate?
10 megabits per second works for me, please.
You've chosen the medium configuration with Red Hat 9.3, a public IP, and 10 megabits per second bandwidth. Is this correct? Please confirm.
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
SpeedCloud VM provisioning started. Your virtual machine request on SpeedCloud by NextGen has been queued for provisioning. The estimated setup time is just a few seconds, and instance provision is currently in progress.
The first line that you see is the VM being provisioned on our SpeedCloud portal.
10 megabits per second bandwidth.
This is happening real time with
address.
voice and
You can
agentic AI.
monitor
Pause
your
that.
SpeedCloud VM
This is happening real time with voice and agentic AI connecting to the APIs of our cloud management portal. In just a second, our systems engineering team has a good SLA. The VM is already up. If we see some of the details, I chose the medium configuration, which is 4 vCPUs, 8 GB RAM, and I chose bandwidth of 10 Mbps. I chose the Red Hat 9.3 OS, which you can see over here. And I chose a public IP, that is my assigned public IP. It got every single information absolutely accurate just with my voice, okay? So M can do a lot more than just generate voice and text, okay? Let's go to the next one, okay? Let's look at mVault for a second here. So I told you this is like your file sync and share, like your enterprise cloud where you can keep all your documents, right? So it does that, does a great job with that. You know, you can use it like your vault where you back up all your files. But imagine it being intelligent, right? Let's say we just go to one of the documents, and it works for all file types, right? It works for PDF, Excel, PPT, anything, and we just hit summarize. Our system, in the matter of a second, will generate the entire summary of the document, right? And it is getting it from Excel. It's not a PDF document. It is giving us what rows, what is the contextual information, and so on and so forth, right? But this is okay. It's able to do it. We've extracted it quickly in the background, and we've also been able to summarize. We have actually created an entire conversational interface on top of all of your documents. Imagine an LLM, but built on top of all your data and documents, right? So I had uploaded an RFP document before because I sometimes, with my team, work on RFP proposals. So maybe, Abhishek, we can ask something like from the RFP document, without me even specifying what the document really is, can you tell me what are the important dates I need to remember from that? So we're going to ask it that, and let's see if it identifies the document and gets me the answer from that document. So it has identified the document. As you can see, it's shifted its focus to that file is the RFP file, which we had put. So it's gotten us some important dates. Now, one important thing in RFPs is the eligibility criteria if you want to actually, participate. So let's find out, can you tell me about the eligibility criteria for me to participate in this RFP? Now, neither you nor I have seen this document till now, but we're getting these insights so easily, right? So perfect. Now, mVault is going to actually tell us, looking at the document, what is the eligibility criteria? And there you go. It's telling us from the annex what are the various different pieces that we need to look at from an eligibility criteria standpoint. So it's talking about ISO compliance. It's talking about empanelment with government bodies. It's talking about having an... Ooh, okay. Is that like my time? Okay. It's talking about having an annual turnover. So these are all criteria. So lastly, let's just quickly ask it, okay, can you give me some of the, can you give me an approach note to respond to this RFP? I'll use this like a template to then create my RFP response, but AI can just tell me what are the important things I need to respond and create as a solution, right? So we're just going to ask AI itself to tell us, M itself to tell us, can you create the approach for this? Okay, it says it didn't find a relevant. Why don't you try again? Yeah, should work. Okay. Oops. Sometimes it has performance issues. That's okay. Fine. So we can quickly go to M for finance, but you get the gist. We can actually, if you can quickly head back and select the document specifically and ask again, we can quickly do that. Yeah. And just say, can you create an approach note for me to respond to this RFP. Generative AI is funny, guys. You have to plead it a little bit, right? So hopefully it works this time and the demo gods are on our side. There we go. Okay, it's a little shy sometimes, guys, but it did it, okay? It's telling us the objective, it's giving us an understanding on the RFP, and what should our approach be, and how should we go ahead, and it's giving a very detailed response, right? So you have intelligence on top of your documents, and you can do so much with it. Quickly, because we are short on time, is M for finance. I told you it was a domain-adapted model created for finance professionals. Your finance departments can use it. It's not like ChatGPT. I mean, it is very, very well trained on lots of financial data, on years of cases in GST, ITR. It's trained on all the CA course and CA Act, so it's a very specific model that does great financial analysis. So we have a question, hit enter, where it says that, you know, I have a company in the finance sector in India and I'm looking to expand the organization to Australia. What are the rules and laws that apply to me? And please also give me some other similar cases to set some precedents. So it can do this because it has access to so much data from the background that we have trained it on, right? So as you can see now, it is generating the response, and it is telling us what is the regulatory framework that governs an Indian finance sector company expanding to Australia specifically, because it's been trained on all of that data. Two, it's telling us what are the key judicial precedents that illustrate how above provisions are applied. Because we've taken all of these precedences and actually trained on all of that, right? So it gives you very structured, very detailed answers. So we have used M as a central agentic platform and extrapolated that to all of these use cases which you should come and experience at our booth. You should be proud. This is born in India, and very, very powerful agentic AI available sovereignly. And thank you so much for all of your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Like he said, you can catch them at their booth for further questions. Yes? Yeah. They can catch you at the booth, right?
Yeah.
Big round of applause for our second speaker of the day. Thank you very much. Our next session dives into how generative AI is transforming document intelligence, driving automation, faster decisions, and better customer experiences. We'll explore its value, future decisions with RAG, and multimodal LLMs, and how it's refining the way enterprises interact with documents. We have with us here today, as speaker number 3, Himmanu Shahhat, Research Direction Documents, AI and Algorithms at American Express. Based out of Bangalore, he leads data strategy, governance, analytics, and the evolution of AI/ML platforms for the digital workplace. Can you, audience, please give him a warm round of applause and welcome him to the stage.
Great. Thanks for that kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, that's a better welcome. Thank you. So, guys, I am from American Express. I have been leading AI and ML initiatives at the company. Most recently, I have been working on this amazing technology, GenAI, to transform document AI space, like how a company like American Express would use documents in their underwriting and other decisioning, and how GenAI can make many of these processes simplified, more robust, and accurate. So before we jump into, I would like to give you an overview of what our company is. I think American Express being a 175-year-old organization, I think innovation is in our DNA. We have been embracing new technologies to create new products, services, to enhance the customer experience and meet their ever-evolving requirements while keeping the true promise of our brand in trust, service, and security. We were the first few financial services which started using machine learning in 2010 to protect our card members from fraud. And over the years, with the responsible use of AI, we have been providing personalized experience to our card members, as well as automating a lot of historically time-consuming activities and processes. With advancement in GenAI, I think that is also something which excites us a lot. And unlike other technologies, we are also very active in embracing the generative AI technologies. At American Express, we have been on this journey of GenAI for more than 2 years now, and over 100+ use cases to improve the customer experiences, improve the productivity of our colleagues so that they could add or contribute to the more value-added services, and more importantly, protecting the systems and data that we have. As our brand evolved, our services, our products evolved with our history, I think I will also tell you some examples how GenAI is transforming how we service our customers today. I'll take few examples. The one is the Travel Counselor Assist. It's a product that uses GenAI to come up with recommendations or travel plans to support our travel counselors who service our premium Centurion and Platinum card members. This is a fully rolled out service that supports our travel counselors across the globe in 19+ markets who are servicing all our Centurion and Platinum card holders. Another example I would like to mention here is on Code Assist. American Express having a lot of tech stack, right? We are using GenAI for our software engineers to assist them with code generators as well as completion. We have recently introduced a chat interface there and are seeing very early results of increased productivity. Soon there will be an integration with the GitHub Copilot so that the documentations for the API as well as the code summaries could be auto-generated, which will save a lot of efforts and increase the productivity of our card members. With our extensive experience leveraging traditional AI over the years and leveraging the data responsibly, I think we were quick enough to jump into GenAI. But our approach with generative AI has been test and learn, iterative. It's always grounded in metrics and objectives. And this has helped us evolve our implementation over the time to learn and adapt and make it more reliable and robust. With that, I'll move on to the core of today's topic, which is how GenAI is transforming document understanding and intelligence for American Express. Like many organizations which are on the journey of this digital transformation or data-driven strategies, I think with the advancements of AI, this has fueled a lot of automation, but primarily one of the challenges that has been persistent over the years that most of this was restricted to the structured data, given it is easy to store, easy to handle. But as all of us would agree, a lot of enterprise data flows through documents, contracts, policies, invoices, banks, financials in a financial services industries, right? So the digital transformation journey of any enterprise would rely how effectively they can leverage this unstructured data, and specifically today, how they can use the data in documents, process it, and understand, get insights to make their decisions much faster, improve customer experience. That's what we are going to see today. Before we jump into it, right, I was preparing for this talk today, and I thought I'll just look for a formal definition of document understanding, and I found one, which states about document understanding refers to algorithms and techniques that are applied to images of documents to obtain computer-readable description from pixel data. I think that's OK. But in today's context, I would say that the objective of document understanding is to extract information or intended information from documents as humans would do. I think one of the keywords here is intended information. That's very critical in this era of unstructured documents where you could get lost in the volume of the data. So what is the intended information that I need to extract for a specific task at hand? While document understanding could have a broad spectrum of what it could achieve, but with proper understanding, there are few examples of the tasks that I listed here that can be done. Simply like a simple task like document classification. To understand what kind of document will help you decide the downstream treatment and how it is being used in the downstream processes. Document verification, I think this is a slightly unexplored area, but when the decisions are based on the information from documents, it becomes very critical to make sure that the information that I have on the documents is authentic, has not been modified or tampered with. The remaining two parts, the information extraction, I believe this is one of the most explored area where you would try to process key information from the documents, process tabular data, or free-form text, charts, whatnot. And the final, which is one of the most involved tasks, is how do you extract intelligence out of this data. Some of the examples in this domain could be visual document question answering. While this is the most involved process, it's also the most rewarding one. We'll get into it in some time. Now we understand what are the document understanding tasks. Let's also have a quick preview of what kind of documents are available across the enterprise. And to simplify this, these are not exhaustive, but I have divided them into a broad spectrum, moving from left to right. On the left, you see structured documents, which you could even say that do not change over time. These are fixed form documents like your tax forms, any medical insurance forms that you're working, and they are easy to process. While on the extreme right-hand side, these are the unstructured documents, which are the most complicated one and are dominating in reality, like the contracts, financial statements, which are available in free-form text, could have tabular data, could have images, charts, and becomes very difficult to process. And in between is what I call a semi-structured document, which have a fixed template. Let's take an example of bank statement, right? You would imagine a bank statement would have some bank entities, transaction descriptions, and so. But why I call them as semi-structured? While you could imagine a layout of a bank statement, but if you look at bank statement across different banks, they may vary slightly, right? So it's not a fixed form, but yeah, somewhat easy to manage. And now I motivated the use of document AI, what documents are there, but why are we talking about it? Why is it so special that we have to give special emphasis to this, right? So documents are not just free only text, right? While a lot of research has happened on processing text, NLP, and so on and so forth, documents are not free only text. They are multimodal entities. They have a lot of infographics, they have tabular data, they have text. So it's a multimodal representation of data, which makes it more complicated, given a spatial alignment, like where the information is present, whether it's sequential, whether it's top-down, would make the meaning of the information different. Even for global enterprises, right, while we have seen that the intra-class variations are itself so daunting, when we talked about global enterprises, as we move across geographies, the language, the type of data, the type of documents that are being used for the same process across geographies even make this problem more challenging. And it's not that document understanding or the visual document understanding is an unexplored area. There has been a lot of research that has gone over the decades. But if we talk about a generalizing approach that can solve for all the problems at hand, I think it's still missing. If we try to explore what has happened, like people have tried to come up approaches to process the tabular data in the documents. There have been, if I simplify, there have been approaches where they would take a two-step approach. First, identify where the table is, then try to recognize the table structure recognition. With advancement in deep learning, transformers, I think it has become much smarter that both these objectives can be solved together. If we talk about the second problem, which is like the key or the document digitization, this is the most explored area in document AI. And it's much mature. The idea is like any kind of documents, banks, financials, forms, you want to extract the entities as key value pairs. The third is a more interesting problem. It's more advanced in documents, you want to understand the equations, mathematical forms. There have also been research on how you could interpret chart data, right? And if as subtasks, like you could process chart as your input, and with some of the pipeline going there, you could convert your unstructured pictorial representation of data into a simplified CSV form, which would be representing the data used to prepare that chart. I think you could imagine in organizations where PPTs, charts are the way of communicating, how a document AI system could just convert all that data for a systematic processing. And finally, we talked about the most involved job, which was visual question answering. I think there has been approaches. It is the effort to mimic human behavior. Given an image, if you ask a human about the questions, I think they can interpret that well and answer it. But for a machine to do that, it's an interplay of text vision as well as the reasoning on these two modalities that makes it challenging. Just to support why this is a very important area, there has been a lot of challenges, data sets that have come across Publinet, DocLinet, right, which talks about different document components coming from different areas, medical journals, patent documents, just to promote more thorough understanding of this document structure. One of the recent data set that has come is DocBank, which overcomes the limitations of the existing two data sets, because the other two data sets were primarily tuned for computer vision tasks, right? Because they had document images and annotations on top of the large semantic document components, which limit the application of NLP-based techniques because we did not have the token-level annotations. But with this DocBank dataset, I think now you could even include your text into the image and the spatial resolution. And I think just to highlight one of the trends here, as we started with simple text or the image-based encoding, but now the trends are that how you could imagine all these multi-models come and play together to give you that deeper level of insights. Earlier, it started with simple rule-based techniques, which worked for like structured documents. But over the journey, NLP-based approaches, deep learning-based approaches, and transformers have come into the way, and they have solved this problem to an extent. You would see a lot of products, a lot of AI going in, understanding those documents. Just to a takeaway that you should have today, right? How this space has evolved. So as I mentioned, we started on the left-hand side only with simple text-based approaches. How can we build NLP models that could tag what the other entities could be? It worked well, but as the documents are complex, right, it did not suffice. So we started moving to layout and the text, right? So how you could also use the bounding box information, how the information is spatially positioned, that also became important in some of the recent models, but it was still not there. Till the time there came transformers, which could merge all these modalities, text, layout, as well as image, to learn deep dependencies and cross-modal interactions between all these data. And that's where today the traditional state-of-the-art layout LM V2 and V3 models are, which could solve to an extent very complex tasks for different document understanding. But what was the challenge there, right? We were doing good with the traditional machine learning algorithms. Transformers were doing great. But where it all hit us hard was you need to have a lot of annotated data to build models for specific document types, specific tasks, specific geography, which is not scalable, like for a global enterprise. Even if you build on as much data, there would always be corner cases, and you would end up writing more custom rules to account for those corner cases. How do you solve for the problem of generalization? There are many dependencies, OCRs, which can even include more errors in your solution. And complex document, like if you have trained a model in production, a bank changes a template, or you get a new document, your system goes for a toss. While GenAI provides a robust solution to all these approaches, they are more generalizable, require a lot of less annotated data. They are robust to any template layout changes. And moreover, like GenAI comes with a lot of contextual understanding from the large corpus of data it has been trained on that allows any GenAI model to simplify any task that we have been doing. I'll give you a few examples, like what has been the landscape in this area. DocLLM was one of the most prominent breakthrough, which solved this problem of understanding any representation from the document. They came up with 4 simple innovations. One was, rather than using complex image encodings, how can we use the textual data as well as the spatial bounding boxes just to represent the data and its information. They also came up with this tangled spatial attention, the idea being where many transformers just combine the spatial and layout embeddings. They treated it separately so that they could learn the cross-model interaction. Many in value trace, transformers, and other stuff, our pre-training task is how can I predict the next token. But you could imagine in a document which is like ill-formed, it's not flowing sequentially, information is vertically top-down. That kind of approach will not work. So that's where they came up with infilling pre-training task, where not just the next token, can you also make predictions about what would be the previous token, which works very well for any unstructured or ill-formed document. And finally, like instruction tuning has been a great approach where you could give small instruction fine-tuned data set on your specific domains to fine-tune those LLMs for your job. And this has been a very transformative approach, outperformed all the previous approaches and many complicated multimodal LLMs as well on the document AI task. I'll skip this one, but I'll talk about this table GPT. We would all agree, like a lot of documents that we see, a lot of presentations that we see have some kind of tabular data, reporting metrics, because tables are like a very precise way of communicating a lot of information in a very precise way. And it becomes like when you talk about understanding those documents, how do you process these tables in a more effective and automated way. And why tables are different, primarily text is like a one-dimensional data you could read sequentially. But when you talk about tabular data, it's a two-dimensional data. You have rows and columns. And traditionally, LLMs are not trained for those. They are trained on large corpus of data. So they lack in that understanding. And one of the simple approaches that was proposed by Microsoft here was, why can't we come up with instruction fine-tuning for LLMs rather than giving it just a response and prompt and the response? Why can't I do it for a table where I give the table image, my question or the prompt, and the response? So it's a triplet rather than a tuple in traditional instruction fine-tuning, and that made wonders, right? So if you see in the left examples, like the LLMs are making mistakes whenever we talk about something which is vertically aligned, while reading horizontally, they are very good, 92 or more than 90% performance. And that's where came the power of table transformer, where just giving few examples of how LLM should interpret a tabular data, it made wonders for interpreting and understanding the tables. So given this, right, so understanding key value information, tabular data are one of the key information that you could extract for all your downstream processing from the documents. With that, I leave up with you guys with some of the existing or emerging topics. If you guys are excited about how documents can be used in your area, your enterprises, I think one of the approaches how you could leverage multimodal LLMs, right? Given we have talked about documents being a multimodality, how you could make it the interplay of text, visual, and the layout play for you. I think in the previous talk, we also talked about agentic agents, right? So while the effort has been focused on extracting information, these agents, LLM agents, can be trained to do a lot of jobs like underwriting, approving the documents, and all that stuff, right? These can be trained as separate agents. RAG, prompt engineering, as one of the key initiatives that you could solve a very complex task by using simple domain-specific information. So maybe I'll just stop here, and happy to talk more and take any questions how you would like to use this in your enterprise and how we are using it in our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will you be available to take questions at the booth or outside and offline?
Sure.
Yes?
Yep.
Booth number, would you remember?
We can just meet outside the hall. I don't
Okay,
know the booth
outside the
number.
hall it is. Can you give him a big round of applause, please? That is speaker number 3.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Himanshu. We're going to go into the introduction of the next speaker that's about to take stage. A recent MIT report found that 95% of generative AI pilots fail to deliver measurable returns, mainly due to scaling issues. This session explores systemic AI, a programmatic approach that embeds AI into businesses and its processes, shifting the focus from isolated proofs of concept to enterprise-wide proofs of value. This next session has Manu Sharma, Chief Strategy and Solutions Officer at Mathco. He spearheads Mathco's global initiatives, identifying new opportunities, shaping transformative solutions, and reinforcing the company's position as a leader in enterprise AI. People of the audience, your job is to clap and make some noise for him while he makes his way to the stage. Please give it up for Manu Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you for taking time to be with us today. You know, as a technology and analytics professional who has been in this industry for 20 plus years, today is arguably one of the most exciting times we are living in, right? Large language models are becoming more and more powerful, and agentic AI is promising to take that power and disrupt the way we live our lives, the way we do work, and the way businesses operate. And yet, when we look at the adoption of agentic AI and LLMs at an enterprise level, we see very few proof of concepts are actually scaling into enterprise adoption. And more so, very few initiatives, less than 20-25%, are actually delivering the expected ROI. Why is that? Is it because of the power of the technology? We believe it's about how we are approaching it. Agentic AI and LLMs are very powerful, but we find there are few reasons why people are still not getting the full value out of them, right? First is siloed implementation. Today, people are deploying these agents in silos for specific tasks without connecting them with the overall function and departmental goals and enterprise strategy. Second, we feel there's a lack of deep process understanding, and because of which, though these agents are taking actions, they are not fitting in the real-world workflows, right? And both of these combined leads to what we call as context blindness. Your AI systems and solutions are as good as the context you feed them. And today, a lot of these solutions do not get and capture the proprietary institutional knowledge, the know-how, and the processes, written and unwritten, both. And last but not the least, there is an integration gap. A lot of companies and enterprises are not thinking proactively as to how they're going to integrate these solutions with other enterprise systems like ERP, CMS, or CRM. And without that, what you get is isolated actions without outcomes, right? So how do we move and shift from this siloed, standalone world to a more seamless and context-driven workflows? When we started thinking about this problem, right, we said, OK, let's first map how people are developing solutions today and what's a framework which we can look at. So we came up with this framework. On the y-axis is the process, the purpose, or the strategic intent with which you are building your solution, right? Now, this could be a faster product launch, or this could be better ROI from your marketing initiatives. And on the x-axis is the context and the integrations you need to feed into your system to achieve that purpose and goal, right? So if you look at this, on the leftmost is what we call as task-specific AI. You know, you are using AI to write a piece of code. You are using AI to summarize a document. Now, these does not require much context, right? The LLMs are powerful enough to do this. But the impact is also just an individual productivity, right? Then organizations are moving to what we call as use case specific AI, where you define a particular use case. In this case, it could be campaign measurement, right? So you need to provide a little bit more context. What's the definition of your campaign measurement? What data you need to access? What is the process you follow, right? And the impact is slightly more because you are able to potentially take faster and better decisions. Then things start becoming more interesting when you start modeling personas. You take a marketeer, for example, or you take a sales rep, and you say, OK, what is a day in the life of a marketeer? What decisions do they need to take? What actions do they need to take, right? And then you model your AI solutions around that. And hence, you have to obviously provide more context to them, but there's also a bigger impact which they can bring to the organization. Now, things start getting more interesting because eventually these personas are interacting with other personas in context of certain workflows and processes, right? This is where a lot of organizations struggle, what we call as workflow-specific AI. How do you understand the nitty-gritties of the process? How do you bring all of that context and say, persona A is going to interact with persona B, and how do I replicate that in my AI solution? And last, what we are defining as systemic AI. This is where you start thinking at a function or a department level, at a system level, and you say, my goal is to increase marketing ROI from my digital channels by, say, 25%. How do I define an AI system which will act on this? It's obviously a combination of various workflows, personas, personal use cases, and tasks, but they need to come together in the context of a system. And that is when you start moving and shifting from what we call AI, which is focused on actions, to AI, which is focused on outcomes. So how do we think about it, right? And that's where we introduce this holistic framework, which we call systemic AI. For us, it is about utilizing AI in the context of existing decision-making systems with reimagined processes and AI agents infused with purpose and context to deliver the impact, right? So that's how we think about systemic AI. There are certain key principles on which we have designed this framework and approach, right? The first is you need to start thinking functions first, systems first. That has to be your approach when you go into designing such systems, right? Second is you have to start thinking AI native process design. If today you are doing A, B, C, it's not just about making A better, B better, and C better. Maybe you don't need the step B, or maybe it's A, D, and C now, right? So how do you start thinking in an AI native manner? Third, how do you ensure cross-functional collaboration and orchestration? Those things have to be built into the design of your system and not as an afterthought. Fourth, very important, and we'll talk about this a little bit more, is dynamic context and learning. Like we spoke about, context is the king. Unless you provide the right context to these systems, they will not give you the right actions. But at the same time, the context is dynamic. Workflows in your organization are changing all the time. Market dynamics are changing. Government regulations are changing. All those things have to be brought into the system in a dynamic manner. Fourth or fifth, like we discussed, you need deep integrations with your existing systems, and you have to think about it upfront in your design process. And last but not the least, as you are implementing these systems at an enterprise level, you have to start thinking of governance. Without the right governance, these systems will not scale, and they will fail at some point of time. OK, so how do you go about building this, right? So the way we look at it, there are 4 core building blocks of any large-scale enterprise system. The first is what we call the value layer. This is where you are building the use cases, the applications, the interfaces, which are actually interacting with the intelligence and are being integrated with your decision flow to get to a specific outcome, right? Now, this layer is what taps into what we call as the core layer. This is your core intelligence layer. This is where your orchestrators, your models, and your agents are sitting. This is what is producing the intelligence which is interacting with the value layer, right? And at the bottom, and in fact, I would say the bedrock of all of this is the foundational layer of context and data. This is where the orchestrators are actually understanding what to do, how to be seamless, how to go from one action to the next action, right? How to link all of these things. So that's why we call it the foundational layer. And governing all of these three layers is the strategy and governance. The key thing here is you have to think of governance at each building block separately, because there is a separate purpose for it, right? So if you are in the value layer, your purpose is to align your AI investments with your organization strategy, to define the right use cases, to define the right ROI, to create the right processes and policies around how AI will be adopted in your organization. If you are thinking of governance at the core layer, you have to start thinking, how do I standardize agent behaviors? Because if agents are going to run your enterprise, they better follow some norms, right? So how do you ensure that you have a compliant decision-making process or a layer? And at the foundation layer, it's very important to ensure data and context integrity as well as trustworthiness. Otherwise, nobody will trust your system. So the kind of governance models you need at the foundation layer are very different, right? So let's make this a little bit more real with a reference architecture diagram, right? This is how we see typically a large organization should build their systemic AI, right? On the top is the value layer, where your leadership, your managers, basically your users, are interacting with the system. Now, these interactions could be through chatbots, through dashboards, through applications, right? Typically, when you ask a question, the first thing any system does it goes to what we call the brain of the system, which is the orchestrator. This is the layer which actually decodes and understands your query. It first goes to the context layer to say, hey, do I have enough context? Can I actually answer this question, right? And that's where the context layer becomes very important. So once the context layer gives enough information to the orchestrator, it starts invoking other agents. And that's what we typically call the agent-to-agent protocols, right? Now, these agents could be very simple agents, like a document query agent or a SQL to text agent. Or they could be more complicated agents. You could actually create a pricing agent, which understands how to simulate prices for your organization, right? It depends on the level of sophistication you want to bring in these agents. And in turn, these agents are actually sitting on these LLM models, which today, to be very honest, is the most commoditized entity of this entire architecture. Everybody has access to these models. They are open source. You can buy them. It is the same for everyone. What makes this whole system real for you is three things, right? First is, how are you defining the interface, and how are you reimagining your processes? Second, how are you building the orchestrator? Because that's the brain of your system, right? And third, the context layer. This is what makes AI yours and different from any other organization. And it helps you take actions in your context. OK, so now the question comes for most of the people when they start executing is there are plethora of technologies available out there. How do I go about deciding what to buy, what to build, right? So to make it slightly easier, we have created a framework where we have clubbed these technologies into three levels, right? The bottommost is what we call individual productivity and research-oriented technologies, your ChatGPTs, your Perplexity, cloud of the world, right? They are focused on individual tasks, like we spoke about earlier. They are good to buy from outside. There are many of them available. You don't need to build them in-house, right? The second is where the complexity starts increasing is what we call function-specific tasks. Things like, hey, I want to create a campaign. I want to do a task in my HR system. Now, what you will see, a lot of the existing ERP players like Salesforce, Workday, they are coming up with their own agentic solutions because they understand these tasks pretty well, right? They are very standard defined tasks. What becomes tricky or interesting is a lot of organizations have custom tasks today, which are not built into any of these ERP systems, right? And that's where you need custom AI solutions to address those tasks. And the last layer on the top is the most complex, where you have so many workflows, so many things which are happening at a strategy level, at an orchestration level, where these tasks have to interact with each other, like we spoke, at a system level. And that's what we call the workflow and complex task. And this is where you have platforms. You have Palantir. You have C3 AI, right? They play because you have to create a whole AI system. Now, as Mathco, you would see our logo on the top and the middle layer. We work with companies as their AI program partner. A, we have our own platform, which is very flexible to bring in all of these technologies into the platform. And B, we believe you need to think of it as a program and not as an individual solution, right? So let's talk a little bit. I'll give you a preview today of our own platform, which we call NucleOS. We have been working on NucleOS for the last 5 to 6 years. And today, I'm very proud to say it's an AI-native platform which can execute to the vision of systemic AI. As you enter NucleOS, what you'll see the first thing on the left-hand side is your own custom screen, where you can actually prepare this as you would like to access it. You have access to an app store, which today has more than 2,000 applications, which have been built by us and our customers over the last 5 years. These are applications catered towards specific business problems, where AI is infused into these applications. You have access to your own AI assistants, where you can ask business questions, you can summarize documents, or you can just automate certain tasks, right? Now, the more interesting part of this platform is in the guts of the platform. So let me dive into that for a second. This is how the platform is broken or designed. It's built on 3 studios. These studios align very well with the vision or the building blocks I just spoke about. On the left hand, what you see is the data studio. This is where you can build your data models. You can run data quality controls. You even can build your own data marketplace, where you can use AI assistants to search any data which is available in your organization. All these features are AI native built into the platform. In the middle is what we call the AI studio, where from the bottom to the top, very interesting, we have built a feature called Context Store, where you can build your own organization's context in one place. And this connects with Databricks, AWS, Snowflake, whatever you might have your data in. So you can bring all of that data in one place as a context to feed into your AI solutions. And then you have an ability to connect various LLMs. There's an agent marketplace, where we have many pre-built and verified agents. And then what you see on the rightmost is the Decision Studio. I think I still have 5 minutes. OK. What you see on the rightmost is the Decision Studio. This is where you actually build applications which drive business values. You can build your AI assistant, application, business processes. Let me take one example to make it very real, because very few organizations, we believe, are infusing AI into business processes. So I'm going to take an example of a business process rather than just an assistant. So if you click here, what you will see is these are all the business processes in the CPG industry where we have created custom applications. And what I'll do is I'll go into the last one, which is revenue growth management. Once I go here, as a leader of the revenue growth management function with the CPG industry, you will land on this page. What you see on the top left here is an initiative, which is win through shopper engagement. What you see here are the key KPIs which you need to drive as a head of the RGM group, right? Now, the interesting thing is these KPIs have been pulled by AI agents from strategy documents which were uploaded into the context store. And you can plug and play and change these KPIs on the fly, right? Then on the right-hand side, what you will see is insights generated by AI agents in the context of those KPIs. We are not telling anything, what insight to write. The agents are understanding what are the key KPIs we want to track, and they are generating insights on their own. And then, very interestingly, on the left-hand side here, what you see as drivers, these are teams who are working under the whole RGM umbrella, right? The pricing team, promotions team, distribution. And they are taking individual actions which are connected to each other. So if I click on pricing here, what I'll be able to see as the owner of the pricing function is all the key tasks I need to achieve in my day-to-day life, right? Let's go in one of the tasks, say a quarterly price review. Once you click this, the entire decision flow of what you as the owner of that pricing function needs to do is mapped out here. You can create your own custom decision flows. This is just a standard decision flow for a pricing executive. And interestingly, what you will see here is what steps are done and what do you need to do next. So in this case, you will see that you need to simulate prices as the next thing, as the owner of this function. So you can go into particular task, you can click on the right-hand top, and what you will see is all the options available to you to complete this task. Now this has a thing called refer solutions, because what we believe is Nucleus is a platform to integrate and not just build within. So when you click on this refer solutions here, what the platform does it will bring up all the solutions which are available within Nucleus, which we have built for this client, as well as solutions available in other apps, like you can see Salesforce here. And you can go into any of these apps from this single platform and execute these actions. Now you would say, where is GenAI in this? So you can always decide with a Copilot. So what we have also done here is we have built a Copilot application which sits on the top of all of these solutions. So you don't even need to go into any of these solutions. You can just ask a question. Simulate prices for a certain SKU, certain time period, and the GenAI agent will run its query. It will give you all the parameters it believes you need to run. You can actually change these parameters if you want, and you can just run simulate, and you will get all the expected sales and the scenarios, right? So once you have done with this task, you can go back to this screen. You can audit all the simulations you have done. And when you go to the rollout part of it, it integrates directly into other systems where all of these prices are updated. So this is just one example. Like pricing, we have a similar decision flow for promotions, assortment, and all of those actions, right? But the idea of showing this was, this is our vision of how you can infuse AI into day-to-day decision making and business processes, and not build AI in isolation outside. So with that, I'll just wrap up with a few key takeaways from this session, right? First is start thinking at a system level. That's where your thinking should start, right? Design with a user and function-centric mindset and reimagine your processes. Don't go by just automating the same processes which you have today. Third, context is king. Without context, none of this is yours. It's just a generic AI. It will not give you the ROI you are looking for. Fourth, think of governance as a foundational thing. You cannot scale it at an enterprise level without thinking governance. And last, start fast and build in a modular fashion. You don't have to build everything today. You just have to design and think at a system level. With that, I'll wrap up. This is a QR code where you can actually download a detailed white paper on systemic AI. And you can also request a workshop where we can go into the details of Nucleus and other dimensions. Thank you.
So we've run out of time, unfortunately.
Sure. No worries.
So you'll take these questions offline, if you don't mind?
Yes.
That gentleman,
Thank you.
I keep turning him down every single time, so if you can take his question as well, because he's been threatening my life. Yeah, thank you.
I'll come and talk to you.
Give him a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. All right. How's everyone doing in the audience? Everyone's good? Yes? Okay-ish? No? Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick little diversion from the constant introductions of the people coming onto the stage. Just a quick note for all of y'all. We do have a session that has been programmed in for tomorrow. This is by Priyank M. Kharge, Cabinet Minister for Electronics, IT, BT and Rural Development and Panchayat Raj at Government of Karnataka. We're going to take the lights down and I request your kind attention to the screen, please. That will be happening tomorrow. More information on the app, so check out the app. Also, there are a few changes in the schedule, so I'm going to request all of you all to check the app and just make sure that you're attending the right sessions, because there are a few changes. The next session happening after this has also been changed, so requesting all of you all to check your apps for further information. Okay, it is time for us to get into the introduction of the next speaker. AI is reshaping the future of work to be smarter, trustworthy, and efficient. This session highlights 3 pillars: personalized recommendations, semantic search, and AI agents, and shows how, powered by LinkedIn's economic graph, AI is creating a more human-centered workplace that empowers growth. We have with us Karthik Ram Gopal, tech lead of the product engineering team, distinguished engineer, LinkedIn, a global leader in AI. He is focused on empowering the workforce, delivering economic opportunity, and ensuring that AI at LinkedIn is built responsibly and compliantly. Please give him a massive round of applause and welcome him to the stage. This is Cypher 2025, Day 2. Make some noise for him, please. While that is happening, just a quick request to the audience at the entrance. Just in case there are doors around you, we're going to have to keep those entrances clear. Can I request the audience from near the door, the entrance, because that is also the exit, to please clear the space? Thank you very much. Just in case you'll head over there and block that entrance, we're going to have to ask you to move once again. So again, requesting those of you all standing there. May I request those of you all in the red t-shirts to ask you all. Yes, please ask them to move. Over to you. Apologies.
Sure, thank you. Well, okay, good afternoon, Bengaluru, and good afternoon, Cypher attendees. I am Karthik. I work for LinkedIn, and I am the tech lead of the product engineering team. Recently been working a lot on generative AI, building agents. So I'm going to talk today about real-world lessons we've learned from actually building and launching production quality agents. Okay, so that didn't work well. Okay. So the agent we have out there is called Hiring Assistant. It helps recruiters hire more efficiently. So you can see Ryan Roslinski, our CEO, announcing this in 2024. I'm somewhere there in the front. You can't see me. You've got to believe me. You've got to take my word for that, but I'm there. So what exactly does Hiring Assistant do? So Hiring Assistant speeds up the job of recruiters. And these are some stats from our charter, which is like a pilot we did with customers. You can see that people are viewing far fewer profiles, are seeing higher in-mail acceptance rates, and are spending a lot less time on applications. We sincerely believe this brings the joy, back into recruiting and saves recruiters time by allowing them to focus on the more strategic aspects of their job and delegating the more tactical aspects to this hiring assistant while being in control. So I'm going to talk about how we built this and some lessons we've learned. Hopefully, it'll be useful for you as well. So the first thing is you've got to modularize your agent design. Separation of responsibilities is very, very important. So the way we architected our agent is we actually have a hierarchy of agents. It's not one agent. It's like a hierarchy. So we have a top-level supervisor, which have sub-supervisors, which go on to agents under the hood, etc. It's almost like the way an org chart is structured, if you think of it, in the corporate workplace. Agents also work quite a bit like that. So we have a top-level supervisor. We have agents for sourcing. We have agents for calibration. We have agents for in-mail reach-out. We have sub-agents. So it's like a hierarchy. So the control flow inside each agent, super high-level view, looks something like this, right? You just give it a prompt. It goes through a planning phase. It creates a task. It runs in an iterative loop, and it keeps running and running and running till it gets an outcome. Sometimes it won't get the answer. It'll have to replan. Sometimes it'll have to ask humans, and we'll see how we architect this later in the presentation. So the Other important thing is to build and expose skills to interact with other systems. Because the entire job of an agent is to get it to do work. In order to do work, it has to interact with other systems. So how do agents do things? They do things with skills. You can call these as tools as well, but skills are slightly different from tools, and we'll see how. So the typical tool definition is function calling, right? But skills are more. Skills encapsulate the what and also the how. And they can take various shapes and forms. RPCs, database queries, prompts, even other agents. We try to model agents as skills. An agent asks another agent to do some work. MCP is emerging as the de facto standard here, pretty popular. So one of the things which we realized early on, and we built the skill stuff before MCP came about, and right now we also support MCP here, is that we need to invert this, right? In the sense that you try to register all the skills in a registry, and after that, the source of truths expose the skills. Rather than have agents have the skills, the source of truths have the skills, and the agents identify these skills by calling out to the registry where all the skills are advertised, and they invoke the skill. Now, the beauty of this approach is that it actually provides agency. It may be very tempting to hard-code stuff in there, but no, you don't give the system agency then. In order for the system to have agency, it needs to be able to seamlessly discover these skills, which is where the skill registry comes in, and invoke them. Cool. Then, really important, you need to have very good memory, right? Otherwise, you can't remember and personalize your interactions. And people have this as a baseline expectation. In fact, this is one of the things we learned from our early generative AI product experiences, that you need to have world-class memory. So if you look at the control flow, the LLMs themselves are fairly stateless, right? So you need this additional layer to remember your interactions. And this is how it works, right? Your responses are updated, and you retrieve it later. Very simplistic view. But in order for this to actually work, you need to have scoping and layering. So at the top level, you have what we call as working memory, which is only for that particular session in the form of your conversation history, the context of your particular task, etc. Below it sits long-term memory, which is way beyond that session. This can be episodic, which is across a series of related sessions. It can also be procedural. This is very powerful. In an open-ended agentic system, you do not want to run the LLMs again and again to do the same things over. If you remember the task trace properly, you can reuse it as opposed to recomputing it. So this adds determinism and also saves on compute cost and latency quite significantly. And at the bottom, you have what is called as collective memory. It typically spans across users, spans across sessions. For example, in the case of the hiring assistant, it could be that, hey, recruiters at company X follow this sort of a process. It's something which we learn over time, and we store here. Cool. Then you got to build for scale, because ultimately, this is a system running in production. And the way to build for scale with decent time to market is to opportunistically reuse what works. So how do you plan and execute tasks at scale? Classic distributed systems problem, just horizontally scale it, right? But you got to be careful, because your classic distributed systems problems return with a twist. What's the problem and what's the twist? Well, the problem is the same, right, in any distributed system. You've got to maintain distributed state consistency spread across different machines, potentially running in different regions. You also got to account for hardware downtime. You also got to account for ephemeral failures. But more importantly, in an agent, you're doing all of this with a non-deterministic workload, which is the twist. It's way more complicated than running a regular distributed system. So the idea is, rather than resolve all the problems from ground up, build atop battle-tested systems. So you can see some of the systems we use here. We've added this layer atop to work well with agents, but these are all well-tested, production-grade systems. The other thing is to pick the right model, to optimize for the right constraints. Now, you may think by the model, I mean an AI model. Well, like yes and no. Because sometimes you may not even need an AI model. If you have procedural code which does not need any reasoning, don't throw a model at it. Just write code. And even if you do not want to write that code yourself, you can get a model to spit that code out for you. Way cheaper, way faster, way more deterministic. So don't use a model for everything. And even if you want reasoning, look at your quality, scale, and latency constraints when choosing the model. Do you want a commercial model, or do you want a custom model? So this is like the model customization, like pyramid or hierarchy of needs, however you want to call it. So at the way at the bottom is what I recommend everyone start off with, right? Vanilla prompt engineering, retrieval augmented generation, maybe cache augmented generation. That's it. This should satisfy most of the use cases. Now, if that does not work, you go on to post-training, where you take an existing model and you fine-tune it. And again, there are different techniques here to do fine-tuning. Something which is emerging quite a bit in the world right now is fine-tuning, which is based on reinforcement learning. Pretty popular. Now, if that also doesn't work, you can do more, which is you can go and do pre-training, right? Which is effectively you train your own model. Again, you may be very tempted to say, oh my God, I'm going to train my own model from scratch. No. Don't fall into that pitfall. It's really expensive. All the models are evolving fast. Start at the bottom, go up the chain, only if you have a need. Human in the loop. Agents aren't fully autonomous yet, as much as we'd like them to be. So you have to design for human and wait for the human to respond. And after the human responds, you have to continue computing. What this means is that you absolutely need to have a system which can store state and which can resume it and start executing after an arbitrary amount of time. All your systems architecture, your UI, your control flows have to account for this human in the loop. So humans can respond whenever they want. You have to use UX patterns. Classic pattern is to send a notification to a human and wait for the human to respond. And you have to build asynchronous event-driven compute. You cannot assume synchronous compute. Evals. This is just like testing. Only thing, you're working with a non-deterministic system, so you have to have very rigorous evaluations. So the idea is you have to combine humans and agents to utilize the best of both. Humans are good at defining policy and scoring things initially to say, hey, you know what, this looks good. And after that, you throw some automation at it to scale it out, right? Humans are also good at capturing nuance and subjectivity, something which agents still struggle with. So generally what we do is we have the humans capture nuance, provide guidelines, and again, we automate it at scale, right? And all of this, since you're operating on a huge data set, you need really good tooling to visualize the results and to take action. You want to see aggregate trends. You want to see edge cases. You want to see what broke down where. Otherwise, it's like hunting for a needle in a haystack. It's very hard. So evaluations are way more than functional quality, right? You have to look at trust, safety, security, responsible AI, especially when doing something as sensitive and important as recruiting, which is primarily what our agent is doing. We need to be extra careful. Also, you got to build for optionality. If you look at the space, it's moving really, really fast, right? So you got to be nimble and flexible, which is try to embrace open standards. As I said, there was no MCP when we introduced skills, so we built skills. Right now we have MCP, so we are trying to embrace MCP. And also try to buy or adopt rather than be tempted to build everything in-house. And last but not the least, you do not want to invest in expensive refactoring of your application when the space is moving so fast. So invest in the right abstractions to isolate your business logic so that you can move as fast as possible. So this image was generated using ChatGPT, but it shows an elephant dancing, which is what how you should be thinking of architecting your systems. It's a pretty complex system, but you got to make it, like nimble and sort of make it dance. And that's it. I have my QR. Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you for your presentation. So there is one question I have. I think it was slide 12, where you mentioned that not every user query needs to be, an LLM need not, you need not use an LLM to respond, right? As if you can maintain, you have a long-term memory, maybe it's a conversation history that you have, and you can as well answer from that. So are you referring to saying that we can store those vector retrievals of those earlier conversations in short-term cache memory or something and use that to answer? Like, what technique would you suggest?
You can do a lot of things. So I will take a few specific examples from our actual product. The first is like search, right? Sometimes you're trying to search for someone. We can simply translate it into a tool call and execute it, right? We needn't do a full LLM-based reasoning, like path. We can shortcut. Sometimes you're asking it to do something more complex. Something similar has been attempted before. You store the trace of the task, separating the variables from the actual execution of the task in the memory. And then at runtime, you do a combination of like vector retrieval, which is good but also vague at times, as well as other techniques in order to get the trace, and after that, just execute the trace again.
Yeah, just go ahead and pick someone up. We'll have a mic go up to them.
Hey, Karthik.
Hey, yes, please.
Hey, nice talk. I'm Anubhav from EY Tech Consulting. And I think this is the first talk where someone is talking about evals, and I'm really interested in that area. Your product is around getting recruiters get information quickly using agents. I believe that's the first and foremost vision that you had to create a product. Can you please speak about how you evaluated that system and a typical challenge that you faced around that, like which is not just comparing text or using AI models to evaluate, and how did you iterate quickly using that? What was your framework around it?
Yeah. So firstly, there is no quick here. Eval is a long and painful process. Yes. Eval starts with guessing, best guessing what your users are going to do, and come up with a synthetic data set and a synthetic set of inputs, which a human curates. And after that, you try to come up with a scoring guidelines to say, hey, this is what is a good response, this is what is an average response, and this is what is a bad response. And after that, you try to keep iterating your system to go from not so good to good, right? So that's the first step. Then the second step is you actually launch. So we actually launched to a certain set of like charter customers. We announced this product to charter in October 2024. And only a few weeks ago, we announced like general availability in English. So there's almost this entire year, we've been like testing with this like select group of customers and understanding other use cases as well as getting product feedback and iterating on it continuously. Now, once you have established guidelines, you throw automation at it. You use ML as a judge-like systems in order to ensure that you do not have regressions. And for new use cases coming up, you first have the humans who are at the head of the train. And after that, once the system has been scaled out, you bring in the, ML as a judge kind of systems. In addition to this, you also want to have observability in production. I did not have time to get into it, but we use observability quite a bit using OpenTelemetry, which I did mention in one of the slides, in order to understand latency, drop-off characteristics, traces, etc. in production to try and see, hey, where could we be going wrong? The only problem is in production, you're dealing with real users' data, which can contain sensitive information. So you cannot obviously log everything. So you've got to be careful about what you do there. Also for debugging, we use tools quite heavily. Most of our agents are written using LangChain and LangGraph. So we use LangSmith quite heavily at development time in order to debug things.
any inclination at any point of time during this evaluation process that your team was trying to move to frameworks like DSPy, or which kind of lets you iterate over your eval set, you add more eval set, and then you just improve the prompt automatically? Any inclination or
We
anything?
haven't had a lot of success with DSPy in particular. DSPy was rather optimistic when we started off with it, but in practice, it did not work out. The only thing which has worked for us, unfortunately, is hard work, literally going through this again and again and again. There is absolutely no shortcut here. At least we haven't been able to discover anything yet. If others have, I would love to learn.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can we go to the lady up front, please?
Hi, Karthik. Very nice talk.
Hello.
When I was going through the presentation as
Madam, can you hold the mic up, please?
Yeah. As a recruiter, I was thinking that apart from the very discrete elements for recruitment, like education, age, location, etc., a recruiter would also want to look for more softer and deeper elements. The performance of the career graph, the performance of the candidate, and how he has fared well. Basically, items which may not be there on LinkedIn. How would you go about mixing those elements in your model?
Sure. So the first thing is we look at a lot of data outside of what just exists on LinkedIn. The first is we can glean a lot from your LinkedIn activity and profile itself, right? That's one thing. The second thing is we also integrate with applicant tracking systems, other authorized customer data stores, etc., in order to glean this information. And a lot of the magic involved here is in actually trying to figure out the combination of recruiter preferences, company preferences, and candidate attributes to find that right match. And the way we go about it is also incremental. When you start with a project, we just don't show you a list of candidates. We work with you to clarify job intent. After that, we go through a calibration step where you work hand in hand with the AI, and you say, you know what, this looks good, and this is why this looks good. You know what, this looks bad, and this is why it looks bad. And the AI learns and eventually gets better.
Thank you for that. We're going to quickly do one question over there. The lady, please. Madam, a quick question, and I'm going to request the speaker for a quick answer as well, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you. Hi, Karthik. So as we understand, LinkedIn is a big hiring organization. So you must be getting a lot of requests and a lot of data on a daily basis. But at a certain point, these agents goes into hallucinations. So how do you manage and control that?
So checking for hallucinations is a critical part of eval. And the other thing we do here is essentially, verification loops and citations and provenance, where the agent gives reasoning for why it's saying what it's saying, which is captured as part of the eval. Happy to catch up offline and get into more details.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, we are out of time. That is our speaker. Give him a huge round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Just a quick reminder, everyone, check your apps for the latest schedule. Also, the merchandise that I'm currently wearing is available in different colors and also different designs. Head over to the AIM stall and check out the merchandise, apart from a bunch of other goodies that are going to be given away. Also, the start time at this stage is going to be at 1:15 as opposed to the initial 1:30. We have a panel discussion that's about to take place on this stage. A quick reminder, it is at 1:15. That's 1:15. Just in case there are any change for further announcements. Thank you all very much. Have a good lunch, and we shall see you all back.
India's digital future deserves more than imported infrastructure. It needs a cloud that's built here, governed here, and always under your control. At NextGen, we don't just deliver cloud, we architect sovereignty, intelligence, and performance into every solution. Whether you're a government body navigating compliance, a bank juggling audits, or a startup scaling AI models, NextGen gives you the platform, performance, and partnership you need to lead. Our portfolio is unmatched. Speed Cloud, our public cloud, delivers industry-leading performance and savings of up to 80% versus global providers. Backed by OpenStack, RDMA, and blazing NVMe storage, it outpaces AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud in real-world benchmarks. Speed Cloud Supreme is your next-generation private cloud, on-premises or hosted. Built on Red Hat OpenShift, it gives you 24/7 fully managed operations, transparent pricing, and the ability to move from VMs to AI applications seamlessly. Financial Services Cloud is made for India's BFSI sector. 100% compliant, 100% Indian data residency, and immune to foreign laws. It's where trust meets technology, helping banks and insurers innovate without risk. Government Community Cloud is Our AI-ready infrastructure is built from the ground up for scale and speed, delivering NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel GPUs on demand. Whether you're training large language models or deploying AI-powered citizen services, we enable your journey from provisioning to meaningful, real-world use cases. With our patented SaaS framework, you get a full-stack AI platform, from solution engineering to deployment to continuous improvement. Plug-and-play AI SaaS, custom model hosting, or scalable inferencing. Just pick what you need. Security isn't an add-on, it's at the core. NextGen delivers defense in depth, AI-driven threat intelligence, and full compliance with Indian regulations. And unlike black box clouds, you get true visibility, telemetry, logs, and full access at every layer. This is cloud on your terms, modular, open, and always sovereign. With NextGen, you're not just choosing a vendor, you're gaining a partner dedicated to India's digital destiny.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger gene. The tiger gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The tiger gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next.
In the age of intelligence, life sciences need more than just data. They need decisions powered by AI. They need Axtria. At Axtria, we help life sciences companies harness the full power of AI to make smarter, faster, and more personalized decisions with AI agents powered by InsightsMax.ai. From drug discovery to commercialization, from brand launch to loss of exclusivity, our solutions span the entire product lifecycle. We meet you where you are in your AI journey: exploration, experimentation, commercialization, adoption, and maintenance. Whether you're building early prototypes or scaling as real change delivered at scale. With deep domain life sciences expertise and a global presence, we partner with the world's leading organizations to shape a healthier, more intelligent future. We're Axtria, AI first, life sciences focused. We turn innovation into transformation. Join the journey. www.axtria.com.
EPAM India, one of the fastest growing advanced technology companies in the region. A modern engineering partner to more than 175 global clients across industries, helping them accelerate at scale and advance on the technology curve, one innovation at a time. We are located at Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Gurgaon, Pune, and expanding to new cities. With key capabilities around AI, digital, cloud, data, analytics, open source, and quality engineering. We built our culture around engineering excellence and drive it through our communities. We encourage our people to speak up and have a product mindset. EPAM India has been recognized as Best Workplace, GPTW, Best Company for Women by Avtar, Best Leadership Development Program for Middle Management. Outstanding contribution to AI skill development. We drive AI enablement differently, with more than 90% AI skilled associates and roles like Advanced AI Solution Developer. Our social responsibility and sustainability efforts, EPAM India contributes to Trees for Tomorrow program and supports Wild Wisdom Global Challenge, WWF, and help improve environmental literacy. We provide access to high-quality technology education for 15,000 plus students from government schools through eKids Digital Labs. We are the home of modern Indian engineer.
With our patented SaaS framework, you get a full-stack AI platform, from solution engineering to deployment to continuous improvement. Plug-and-play AI SaaS, custom model hosting, or scalable inferencing. Just pick what you need. Security isn't an add-on, it's at the core. NextGen delivers defense-in-depth, AI-driven threat intelligence and full compliance with Indian regulations. With 99.95% uptime, disaster recovery options, and geo-redundancy, your workloads stay safe, compliant, and always on. And unlike black box clouds, you get true visibility, telemetry, logs, and full access at every layer. This is cloud on your terms, modular, open, and always sovereign. With NextGen, you're not just choosing a vendor, you're gaining a partner dedicated to India's digital destiny.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience. and brings soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and brings soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next. Customers care. They care about their health.
In the age of intelligence, life sciences need more than just data. They need decisions powered by AI. They need Axtria. At Axtria, we help life sciences companies harness the full power of AI to make smarter, faster, and more personalized decisions with AI agents powered by InsightsMax.ai. From drug discovery to commercialization, from brand launch to loss of exclusivity, our solutions span the entire product lifecycle. We meet you where you are in your AI journey: exploration, experimentation, commercialization, adoption, and maintenance. Whether you're building early prototypes or scaling enterprise-ready AI agents, Axtria helps you move with purpose. With InsightsMax.ai powered bespoke AI agents, Axtria accelerates the path from insight to decisions to action and outcomes. It's not just AI. It's better outcomes for patients. It's faster, more confident decisions for life sciences to better people's quality of life. It's real change delivered at scale. With deep domain life sciences expertise and a global presence, we partner with the world's leading organizations to shape a healthier, more intelligent future. We're Axtria. AI first. Life sciences focused. We turn innovation into transformation. Join the journey. www.axtria.com.
EPAM India, one of the fastest growing advanced technology companies in the region. A modern engineering partner to more than 175 global clients across industries, helping them accelerate at scale and advance on the technology curve, one innovation at a time. We are located at Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Gurgaon, Pune, and expanding to new cities. With key capabilities around AI, digital, cloud, data, analytics, open source, and quality engineering. We built our culture around engineering excellence and drive it through our communities. We encourage our people to speak up and have a product mindset. EPAM India has been recognized as Best Workplace, GPTW, Best Company for Women by Avtar, Best Leadership Development Program for Middle Management, Outstanding Contribution to AI Skill Development. We drive AI enablement differently, with more than 90% AI skilled associates and roles like Advanced AI Solution Developer. Our social responsibility and sustainability efforts, EPAM India contributes to Trees for Tomorrow program and supports Wild Wisdom Global Challenge, WWF, and help improve environmental literacy. We provide access to high-quality technology education for 15,000 plus students from government schools through eKids Digital Labs. We are the home of modern Indian engineer.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, a quick reminder to get the best seats in the house. We would like to kick things off on time, requesting all of y'all to please make your way inside and take your seats as we're about to go into the panel discussion momentarily. Just in case you have colleagues or friends, anyone on the way, please send them a quick message, give them a quick call, ask them to come in as quickly as they can. Thank you very much. Welcome back from your break.
India's digital future deserves more than imported infrastructure. It needs a cloud that's built here, governed here, and always under your control. At NextGen, we don't just deliver cloud, we architect sovereignty, intelligence, and performance into every solution. Whether you're a government body navigating compliance, a bank juggling audits, or a startup scaling AI models, NextGen gives you the platform, performance, and partnership you need to lead. Our portfolio is unmatched. SpeedCloud, our public cloud, delivers industry-leading performance and savings of up to 80% versus global providers. Backed by OpenStack, RDMA, and blazing NVMe storage, it outpaces AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud in real-world benchmarks. SpeedCloud Supreme is your next-generation private cloud, on-premises or hosted. Built on Red Hat OpenShift, it gives you 24/7 fully managed operations, transparent pricing, and the ability to move from VMs to AI applications seamlessly. Financial Services Cloud is made for India's BFSI sector. 100% compliant, 100% Indian data residency, and immune to foreign laws. It's where trust meets technology, helping banks and insurers innovate without risk. Government Community Cloud is certified for India's unique needs, supporting everything from election analytics to critical public workloads. Mission critical, always on, and fully aligned with Digital India and self-reliance. Our AI-ready infrastructure is built from the ground up for scale and speed, delivering NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel GPUs on demand. Whether you're training large language models or deploying AI-powered citizen services, we enable your journey from provisioning to meaningful, real-world use cases. With our patented SaaS framework, you get a full-stack AI platform, from solution engineering to deployment to continuous improvement. Plug-and-play AI SaaS, custom model hosting, or scalable inferencing. Just pick what you need. Security isn't an add-on, it's at the core. NextGen delivers defense-in-depth, AI-driven threat intelligence and full compliance with Indian regulations. With 99.95% uptime, disaster recovery options, and geo-redundancy, your workloads stay safe, compliant, and always on. And unlike black box clouds, you get true visibility, telemetry, logs, and full access at every layer. This is cloud on your terms, modular, open, and always sovereign. With NextGen, you're not just choosing a vendor, you're gaining a partner dedicated to India's digital destiny.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well.
Welcome back from your break, everyone. Is everyone good? Can we have the lights on in the audience? Just double checking. How many of you all are done with your lunch? Hands up in the air. Done with your lunch? How many of you are yet to do lunch? Hands up in the air. Okay. Was the line smaller? Was the line just the same as yesterday? Curious. It's the same? Packed. There's a lot of people here, right, at Cypher 2025. Like I said before, this has been the biggest one so far. And we're excited to host the next happenings on the stage. We're going to be looking into the evolution of the role of global capability centers, from cost-saving units to hubs of innovation, with agentic SaaS promising, plug-and-play efficiency. Can GCCs develop the AI talent, platforms, and IP to lead, or risk falling behind? These are some of the conversations that are about to happen on the stage. We have 4 people coming up for this panel, 3 plus 1 moderator. Your job as the audience is to do what? Not be quiet. Yes, madam. 5 points to you, correct. You have to clap for them and you have to make some noise for them because technically all of them are here for each and every one of you in the audience. Can we just do a very quick roll call and just clap? Yeah, it's all working. Okay, fantastic. Everyone is present. Very nice. I'm going to call you all up one by one if you all don't mind making your way to the stage. Thank you very much. The first person coming up on stage to kick this panel off is the Vice President, IT and Digital, India Strategy at Wesco. Please welcome Sanjay Warrior. Make some noise for him while he makes his way to the stage, audience. Come on. Sanjay, if you could make your way to the stage, please. Take one of the corner seats, if that's comfortable with you. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Welcome him to the stage. Thank you very much. Joining him is the person who's the Tech Solutions at Burns and McDonnell. Please welcome John C. Singleton, the Director. Make some noise for him while he makes his way to the stage. Thank you for the people going, woo, thank you. 10 points to you all, 10 points. Up next is the Managing Director and Country Head at Lightcast. Please welcome Saraswati Ramachandra with a massive round of applause. Last and definitely not the least is the Managing Principal and Country Head India at Axtria. Please welcome Manish Mittal with a huge round of applause, people. Manish, you have the honor of leading this panel and the conversations on stage. People of the audience, you have the honor of listening to them. Give them a huge round of applause and welcome back from your break.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I know we just did a poll and some of you had the lunch, some of you not had the lunch. So some of you are braving and I know lunch is around the corner. So before all those who had lunch, I think we'll try and keep it as exciting, not to bore you. And people who are waiting for the lunch, we really want to make sure that it's worth your time here because we are between your lunch and that. So thank you everyone again. We have a very interesting topic today. One of the two hot trends which are trending this time. One is AI, and second is GCC. And we're going to talk about both. Both have a story, and the story is intertwined because both have been around for a long, long time. At least if I go back in my time, is a different era altogether. I'm come from a old generation, unlike many of you were Gen Zs and millennial. The first GCC I heard about, the development center, right here in Bangalore, Texas Instruments. Way back in mid-80s, they opened up a development center. And since then, it has been going on, and now we are talking about more than 1,800 GCCs, and which is likely to go up to 2,400 by 2030. They employ directly about 20 lakhs employees, which is likely to go further up to, some estimate says, up to 40 lakhs, about 2 million to 4 million, which is a large, large number. And the same story goes with AI, right? AI is not new in many ways. AI got developed in lab way back in mid-50s. But it has really, really become a lot more a name and a day-to-day in our lives only in the last couple of years with the advent of GenAI and now agentic. And same with GCCs that it just accelerated in the last couple of years. So we're going to talk about these two topics. How are they related? Can they live with each other? Can they complement each other? Can AI enable the speed and provide the foresight to GCCs? Can GCC provide that complexity and scale to AI to experiment? It is all about the art of possibility, or is it about replacement, or is it about reinvention? So we're going to talk about all those topics. And as we talk about all these topics, we have a very powerhouse, full-packed panel with Saraswati on one side and Sanjay on the other side, and John there, traveling all the way for us. So we'll have very interesting discussions and a very rich panel here. So we'll just kick off with the big picture. Now, in the first thing is, what strategic shifts GCC should take in this agentic era, and should GCCs continue to play an efficiency game or an operational efficiency game, or do they have a now seat on the strategic table? So in that regard, maybe I start with Saraswati for you first, that how are you seeing the shift in your organization where GCCs have evolved from a, the efficiency play or a play from innovation to more of a strategic discussions and importance?
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, thanks for being here. It's overwhelming to see so many of you without lunch still sitting here. Really appreciate. And big thanks to Cypher for, I don't know, they just keep scaling up, and the expectation just keeps going high. But thanks for all the wonderful arrangements. I think big round of applause to the Cypher team. So GCCs, like you said, Manish, it's evolving, right? Depending on where we are on the maturity curve. If we are setting up something new, we all have to start from scratch. You cannot run without learning to walk, right? So initially, everybody comes for cost arbitrage, and we cannot take away that element of cost arbitrage when it comes to India. That's our strength, and we should keep that as it is. But eventually, it's not just the cost that we are here for. There has to be value that we provide. Business value, which is customer-centric value, but also innovation. Now, innovation, when we talk about, it's not disruptive innovation where we break everything and then create something new. But it's also in the ways of how do we incrementally add value in everything we do today versus tomorrow, right? How are we doing that? Now, this does require us to think differently, because the only thing we measure today in GCCs typically is what is the cost, how much have we spent, and we report that what is come in and what have we spent, what has been the saving. But that metric need to change, right? Today, we are adding value. Even if it is a new center, we are adding value. But we are not necessarily measuring that. If we start to measure every single element that we contribute, then we are already innovating from day one. Even the most mature GCCs do not measure that today. So are we going to be innovation center? I think we already are. We are adding value. We are adding innovation to the work that we do. As long as we don't think innovation as a corner R&D room, if we are enhancing anything that we are doing at work, are we doing it today? Yeah, absolutely. Are we measuring it? No. So our KPIs of how we measure success when it comes to GCCs, in either any technology, AI or otherwise, actually leads us to contributing to the value. And that value is where we need to start measuring. And then, of course, that comes with then saying, how do we upskill people? How do we upskill the talent and all of those? But to me, the first parameter that needs to change is also the definition of success, how we are measuring. So instead of saying we are going to be value-based centric or value-centric GCCs or innovation-based organization, I think let's start saying we're already doing it. Let's start measuring. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Saraswati. And John, how are you seeing this shift in your organization?
First of all, thank you, Manish, for being our moderator today. Had some good times with them in the lounge, learned a lot in the short amount of time that we've been together. So I believe Burns & McDonnell has a unique position and perspective on this as we're entering into our early stages of building out our capabilities. It's interesting because we're faced with that cost savings. You know, that's the story you start with. That's the story that's hard to argue with. But when you switch over to value, I agree, we're already doing it. It's how do we tell that story, and then how do we show that to the decision makers that have subjective thoughts around what that value is. So we have specific products that we're building that we can track some ROI on, but also it kind of goes more towards the customer service. So our group services our internal users the most. So the more customer service we have, the better customer service we have, the continuous delivery increases the subjective perspective of the value add, of the hard things that can't be measured. So for instance, I was telling the story, we started with zeros on the scoreboard this year. In January, we kind of hung our shingle out as a GDC. We have an office in Bengaluru and an office in Mumbai. And we had zeros on the board. We didn't have anybody on the team. We didn't have any projects. And we focused on our customer experience. We focused on how do we tell the story of the operational efficiency that was already there at some level, and how do we scale and increase capacity and cut cost. We were able to cut costs upwards of 80%. But also focusing on that customer experience, we drove demand up to over 120 projects asked from our business units that was well over 100,000 technical labor hours that we scoped and put on our books. So it's a fine mix that we see today, and we have a lot to learn just iterating through it, listening to our business units, focusing on the use cases that are solving real business problems. That tends to be where our successes are.
One thing is we do start with back office work at GCCs, but I think it's important to have that seat on the table. I think that was your question also. That's when we start to change the narrative of what GCC is, right? Because if we are in the back end, if we are not in the ELT or executive team, we hear the after stories of the decision. We are not the decision makers. To change that back office narrative to how we are adding value, we have to be on that table. And that is what we need to change also if that's not happening.
Yeah, I think this is very well said, and I think we need to have a seat on the table. But the technology is one part, and AI, I'm sure that we'll figure it out. But the bigger thing there is that the mindset. And Sanjay, if I come to you, that what is that one trait, and mindset comes from the leadership, right? What is one mindset or one trait or one thing which leaders should need to think differently about in today's world in context of GCC and AI, and how they can be leveraged for it?
I would say that we are at the crux, at the point where a decision needs to be taken, action has to be taken on how we evolve. Because AI has been there for very long. GCCs have been there for even longer, right? It's just the pace of the disruption that has shifted. It was going at a steady pace, and suddenly we see a parabolic shift. Now, how do we navigate that shift becomes so critical. So I have been in multiple discussions with few of the consultants saying that how do we do change management? I look at AI at 3 different levels. One is obviously internal productivity. How can we look at possibilities to increase the speed of the deliverables that we were already doing? I look at the next level as a space where we are actually helping the users of the products or whatever we work on. It could be content generation, it could be music generation, it could be digital products, any of those areas. How can my user benefit from me being able to use AI in that? And the third aspect is creating a completely disruptive business model through AI. If we look at these 3 levels, we need every person in the organization to shift the mindset. Because when you are developing a product, you should start thinking, saying that, can AI help me change the way my user is using my product? It cannot be done by a data scientist. It needs to be done by every single person who is working on that product. Every developer needs to think, saying that, can one of the tool make me faster? Can it enable me? Right? And then comes the other aspect that each of us needs to watch the business. there is no AI-specific business case. That's my realization in the past 1 year. We have tried very hard to create business cases around AI solutions, and we realized, no, AI solutions are not what sells. What sells is a solution enabled by AI, right? So when we are talking from that perspective, that understanding is little different from what traditionally we used to think. So I think it's a full change management of how the organization has to evolve. I'm so happy to see everyone here, right? If we are not constantly thinking about it, probably we will be dinosaurs in 5 years. And we don't want to be that. That's my perspective on that.
No, this is very well said. And the mindset where the thing starts. And I think this is happening at a speed and executed at a pace which we have never seen ever in the past in the technology, and how it has evolved. Now, coming from the big picture to now the crux of it, which is all about talents and the platforms, and how do we really do that in our GCCs, the questions arise, are we going to be the GCCs are going to be the fountainhead for building those platforms and bring that innovation? Or in doing that, are we going to adopt or train our talent? Or are we going to get swept away by that? So these are the questions which arise. And in that sense, I know, John, you are early in this journey. So how do you really see it in the sense that you see a adoption of the platforms, or you building the platforms in-house, or it is a hybrid? How do you really see that evolving?
So again, at Burns & McDonnell, we're kind of in a unique position because we're a private company that we're doing well. The market that we're in, the industry we're in, is trending very well. So we essentially own everything, right? So we've bought platforms, we've hired partners, we've done strategic partnerships. And what it really is boiling down to for us is it's a hybrid approach, right? You can't outsource the business context and what the business problems are that you want to solve. And really, we as tech leaders and technologists, it's not about upskilling just the technology folks, but also upskilling the rest of the organization. So it's about the whole business, our whole organization readiness and maturity in a lot of different states of what we're in, because the shiny object, if you will, tends to always hit a roadblock, right? So if we can upskill in all aspects of the area to get our world headquarters to understand what it takes to upskill or to hire the right talent and maintain the right talent for specific reasons, and articulate the exact why tied to business outcomes and value, that's where we've seen the most advantages for us to be able to plan for year over year. And even with the speed of everything, we've had to adjust our planning to quarter over quarter with resourcing and strategic partnerships. So.
Oh, that's great. And I think that we all care about our jobs, and I think that's one thing which is running in everybody's mind. And I think I want both Sanjay and Shashwati, your views on the fact that what will be the human edge in this agentic space when we are looking at our talent and looking at our GCCs. Where do you see this human edge remaining for us, and how do we really continue to maintain that edge?
We were just joking on the table. I promise not to tell this, but then I'm itching to say it, right? Humans are irrational any point of time. As long as we are irrational, I don't think agents can take that irrationality and take away the things that we do. But that's on the lighter note, right? We can, all the tools can, especially AI, the speed at which everything gets learned, it's impossible for us humans to learn everything, identify the pattern so fast, and then come to a conclusive decision that any AI solution can build. But what remains, and okay, I work for Lightcast, which is, we look at 200 countries' data in terms of what is the job market. Where are we evolving? What is the future skill? What is that element that is going to be remaining intact in the coming days where humans are needed, right? We talk about AI taking jobs. Again, on a lighter note, If everything AI is doing and we have to just sit at home, if there's no consumerism, I'm sure no business will survive. So we will have to pull humans back again to bring in the consumerism. So I don't see AI taking away all the jobs like we are getting scared. Will different jobs evolve? Absolutely. So when we do the research in Lightcast, there are jobs that didn't exist 4 years back that we are seeing today, like the AI ethics. That's a big thing that didn't exist, but there is so much need, ethics officer to be there in every organization. That's a new job that is coming which didn't exist, right? But what remains intact is the problem-solving skill. Empathy. Empathy is a huge element, and there's no doubt that in the end, everybody sees this as a combination of human plus AI. It's never AI replacing humans. It's AI is going to be your agent. Now, how do you use your agent is the human intelligence. So empathy, problem solving, innovative mindset, curiosity, all these elements are evolving more as a stronger element, at least from our research, where we see this is what we are going to evaluate everybody more and more. And as you are seeing already, there are a lot of organizations which are saying, I don't need a degree as long as you have skills. Now, what are these skills, right? That is what the future skill is talking about, and I'm happy to share that report of future skills that we have released. I'll share it with Bhaskar and team, and then maybe they can circulate, which talks about what is that mandatory skills that human needs to have for the future skills, which will enable us to be indispensable. That is what is going to be unique to how we survive and thrive in the future. Tools come, tools go, AI will be there. Definitely AI is disrupting everything that we do. But how do we use human intelligence to manage and bring in that balance between human and AI is what is going to be the change in the future.
If I can add, we have seen multiple disruptions. The way the mobile phones came, the way the digital cameras came, and we know how those things disrupted the way we live our life. When the pandemic came, we realized everybody can work from home, right? Those were disruptions, and as humans, we have survived it. And we have evolved through that situation. AI will be a similar disruption in that path. The difference is AI will be here for real, for a lifetime that we are going to see in future. That basically means we cannot resist it. We have to accept it and walk with it. Now, what would that mean? There would be, it's not a doomsday prediction, it's a very, very known fact that there are jobs which will get impacted. For example, very, very repetitive jobs. It would change the way that we do the work. But then, human in the loop is going to be there for a pretty good long amount of time. Because I don't think, as humans, we do have some trust deficit at some point of time, right? We don't believe in our machines all the time. We want to keep an eye on what they are doing. So human in the loop will remain for a good amount of time. Now, that changes the way all of us work. We have to become SMEs, subject matter experts. We have to become creators or people who can think beyond a task, because the task might get done by the AI. Creating the strategy, creating the big picture, creating the thought process on what next the human will need is a very human aspect. And we all will have to evolve. There is an effort. But my take is we can do that very easily, and we will take that path together.
No, I think this is very well said, that I think as AI will augment human, our roles will become a lot more strategic. It will require a kind of a thing which make us possible to do things which were not even dreamt or imagined in the past. So that's going to happen, as Sanjay, you just said. And now that we have seen that there is a coexistence, now we have seen there is a symbiotic relationship between GCCs and humans and the AI, the next question comes is, how do we really enable it in the context of GCCs? And how do we really see that who drives this innovation? Is it still the global headquarters which drives those innovations, or is it the local leaders who will drive it in GCCs? Because that's where the bulk of the talent and the buzz is. So who will drive it and who will take those risks? Where will the IP resides? So those are the bigger questions which will emerge with that. So maybe, John, you may want to start reflecting on it, and maybe Saraswati, you could come to back.
Sure. So this is a pretty interesting topic for us because we have this debate all the time, just throughout our whole organization for innovation as a whole. So collectively, we feel like innovation should stay on the edge, is close to our customers, close to the people that are solving our customers' problems. So the innovation ideas start there, but they manifest themselves, and then doing the work, building the solutions, doing the innovative technology to implement the solution, there has to be clear ownership and accountability for delivery of those things. So where we see a lot of true, I'll say, world headquarter innovation approaches is that accountability, that ownership is at a surface level, right? And that's where they should stay. We don't feel like the solution or the innovation needs to stay in a world headquarter. We feel that wherever that capacity is needs to have the same skill sets in both places, but ownership and accountability of delivery of that solution has to be taken and has to be seen through.
Right.
I think it's a co-creation, right? It cannot sit in one place or the other. For all practical purposes, GCC is the right hand, left hand of the organization from the headquarters. So it has to be a co-creation because you cannot sit in isolation, create something that is not going to be implemented. It's good to have fun, but unless it is solving for business case, like Sanjay said, whatever innovation we do, it's not going to be helpful or useful. With that said, again, I come back to what I said. How are we measuring this innovation, right? And if we are not ready to take risk, and when I talk about risk, also to what you asked, Manish, is leadership ready to take risk? We will fail when we innovate. If we don't probably get the best solution in the first iteration. Is leadership ready to take that accountability? How do we ring fence people from penalizing because some innovation failed? Those are also the elements we need to talk about when we are talking about innovation. It's just not sitting in the corner room and creating some solution. It has to be co-creation. It has to be measured for success. It has to be in a way that we are not penalizing risk. It has to be agile. It has to be iterative. And also the fact that we should make sure it is between cross-functional, because we often tend to think innovation has to come from one team, but it never happens unless you understand or connect the dots and understand the holistic workflow. So it has to be cross-functional as well.
Manish, if I can just quickly add, what we have seen as an experience is the accountability or the skin in the game has to be with the business. Because what we are seeing is when we own and deliver, the technology organization owns and delivers, adoption is very low. So if the innovation and the technology ownership has to be a lot with GCC, the adoption and the selling aspect has to be a lot with business. And that comes back to co-creation. But
you're absolutely right, Sanjay, but I think what is also happening is GCCs are maturing as they are moving from center of excellence to, or rather cost center to center of excellence to now center of innovation. And AI is now accelerating the journey. So what you see is that India is no more a GCC hub for the tech. It is about business functions as well. And a lot of business functions, strategic roles are now getting done out of GCCs because of the simple reason that the ecosystem exists. And that's what my next segue is, that now that there is a ecosystem whereby you have GCCs and GCCs across different industries. And then you have partner ecosystem, which is the large part of product and services organization. And then you have a huge hub of startups. Now, how do you really work together in that sense? And, I can relate to our example that, I come from the life sciences industry. We serve all the top pharma companies. And now, as they're opening up their GCCs, we are finding to work with them as partners in a way that we have never thought about it. So this is about that art of possibility, which is never even thought about, that how will it happen? We always see them as a kind of a competitor. But this is just opening up the areas and possibilities of partnering and doing problems which we have never solved before. So in that sense, how do you really see GCCs engaging in this AI journey with the startups and the academia in India's region specifically? And I think maybe Sanjay, you can dwell upon it because you talk about it.
Sure. So what we realized is the biggest challenge or the risk we have in our mind is data security. So it brings in a lot of risk averseness towards onboarding a partner. But once a trust gets built, there's a lot that comes through co-creation. And co-creation comes from startups. I was just looking up, there are probably 70,000 startups now who brand themselves as AI startups. And then there are the established service providers who are also deep into AI. So in the organization I represent, we are having partners helping us out with the basic platforms, wherever there are no IP risks, etc. But there are some AI projects where probably the 15 people who work on it cannot even trade in the shares of the organization because the context is different or confidential. Those areas we are very clear that we will not be able to. So there's an IP aspect, there's a data privacy aspect which comes into the picture, but without the ecosystem, without utilizing the ecosystem, GCCs are going to go slow and fade away. So it's needed that we use and leverage the ecosystem.
No, I think as you just said, I think this is a very important aspect of data privacy and compliances, and you talked about the ethics part of it. So I think we're not touching that point a little bit because of the time, but I think I want to talk about one other important topic, which is about...
Manish, I just have one more element to that partnership, right? We all know that the next generation actually is the AI first generation. I think there's also a lot of strength with the collaboration with the industry, and we have been trying to experiment that with few institutes. Wonderful results, because they think AI first, and we are able to get a lot more leverage from them as well. To me, it's like when we host parties, having a potluck, right? It eases out everybody's life because everybody brings in different dishes, which is their strength, and you actually have a wonderful buffet, and then it gives you option of what you want to have instead of one creating everything by themselves, which is probably pathetic. That to me is how the partnership is.
Great. So I think this is all, we have all seen that how innovation can be externalized and coexisted and co-built by collaborating with a large ecosystem, which is the biggest strength, I would call it, India as a country provides for GCCs and AI and taking it forward. So John, in that regard, as you're building your GCC here, how are you going to make it future-proof? How are you going to ensure that one thing that you should not do here?
Well, I have a really good team sitting right here on the front row, so that's one way. Future-proof, just the whole aspect of kind of our initial GDC approach and evolve into a GCC. It's focus on the business problems at hand, focus on the talent, focus on the user experience for doing business with us, so that we can continue to always deliver problem-solving techniques and solutions to our organization at a cost-effective measure. So it's not necessarily about any one thing, it's about a collective approach to everything.
And if you...
Manish, I think the biggest challenge for us in GCC is we don't have visibility to end user or the customer. So often we are delivering, assuming a lot of things about customer, and we don't necessarily understand the problem statement the way it should be understood. One way to solve for it is actually bring the business to India. I don't think if there's a business that is working in another country, there's no reason why it should not work in India. That actually brings a lot of exposure to everybody who's working here to understand what we are solving for. Otherwise, connecting those dots, we will try to do, but to add value, we should be able to do that, right? So I think that's one way to solve for it. All of us should go back and aim to bring the business to India. We'll solve for some of the trade war as well.
Absolutely. And Sanjay, do you have any insight based on your experience that one thing the GCC should not be thinking about and doing and change in this AI era?
I would say it's a lifestyle change. And if we avoid that lifestyle change, we will mess up. We will become, so Gartner puts GCCs into multiple buckets. We say fading GCC, which basically we are working the traditional way and we will fade away slowly. There's the strategic, there's the platform. There are 4 different types of GCC based on various parameters. I would say when I talk about lifestyle change, it's about when we hire. Are we hiring the talent which will move with the changing trends? When we train, are we getting the right trainings in place, the right tools in place? Are we creating an ecosystem which is enabling the adoption of the newer technologies available? If we avoid these, probably we will become a fading GCC, and that's something we don't want to.
Wonderful. No, I know we have a very wonderful audience and sitting here with patients, and I really want to make sure that we leverage their knowledge and insights from here as well. So I'll open up the floor for the questions or anything that you want to ask us at this time about these 2 very interesting topics. There's a question there, there's a person there.
Hi, this is Neil from Ford Motors. Developers form the biggest core of GCCs. So what I was interested to know was, how do you contrast the impact of AI on developer experience and productivity, let's say via adoption, contrast that in India or GCCs versus the global headquarters?
So if I hear your question right, you're saying that what is the impact of AI in India versus AI in the global markets?
Across the headquarters, right? Do you see that more here? A, I mean, are you seeing productivity benefits to begin with? And B, if you are, how do you contrast that?
And the speed of execution. No one can question that. And that is probably happening both in India and global markets, that you see a speed of execution of everything that we are doing is just whatever we used to do in weeks now happens in days, and what we do in days is happening in hours. There's no questions about it. Now, how do you really calculate the cost part of it and the effectiveness part of it is still a question mark. And I think, Sashwati, you want to comment on that because you have been talking about the value.
Yeah, I can just add on to that, right? I don't think we should differentiate GCC in India versus headquarters, because we are one organization and the culture needs to be remaining that, right? Because moment we start saying, hey, that headquarters India, we are differentiating and saying, okay, we are service providers to the headquarters. I don't think we should do that, right? We are an organization which is set up in India instead of US. Now, is the productivity changing in US versus India? It is same. It has to be same measure of success in both the location or any location. Have we solved for productivity problem ever since software industry evolved? No, because we have been saying, how do we measure productivity? And that's been a debate for many years. We haven't solved for it. Expecting AI to solve for it, I think that's unrealistic. Has it helped us to do things better? Absolutely. There are enough data to prove that it is helping us do things smarter, even if it is not faster. It's obviously faster, but it's also faster. So things like Copilot has definitely helped the way we do things in decision making, if not anything in enhancing the English writing.
Thank you. Do we have time for 1 or 2 more questions?
Hello, this is Sandhya from Shell. So we as techies are all aligned to the fact that, yes, AI is the next computer era-ish, and we all have to move towards it. How do we, probably it's not even a GCC question, right? It's more of a mindset question. How do we really bring the business in terms with it? Because right now, we like it or not, business still sees AI as a very costly affair to inculcate in their day-to-day activities. So what is probably like the magic mantra which we as mid-level management take as a to-do so that we are able to bring the business in line with our thought processes and why we think AI is the way forward?
John, you want to take it?
I'm probably the worst one to answer this one because our business is just the opposite. So we're the voice of reasoning and reality setting because we're focused in the engineering and construction space. So we have thousands of professional engineers that are pushing the whole business to use AI. So we're the voice of reason. So I don't know if you guys have seen more challenges in terms of trying to get the business to adopt it or embrace it.
I can. So Sandhya, first thing first, the one mistake that I have been seeing happening is we overmarket AI and take the expectation to the level that, oh, in the next 5 seconds, I'm going to get my application ready, right? So my take is go the other way around. Use AI to deliver better results, and then let the business come back and say, how did you do it differently? And say, I used AI. They will change. They will convert themselves. That's the realization I am having on a regular basis. The more I am using the word AI, more the failure is coming my way. So I'm stopping to talk that terminology now.
Thank you, Sanjay. And I think we're short of time.
Actual thing that can work, okay? Risk-taking. I think we all hesitate to take risk. Take that risk, do a POC, prototyping, see if it works. We don't need to wait for orders to come to do a prototyping. I think that's one thing. Second thing is, there are enough GCCs, about 1,700. In your domain, collaborate and network with people who are doing similar things. The learning you will have from that is invaluable, right? Then you can actually talk about, hey, somebody is doing this. Does it make sense for us to do it? And that's the value you will bring to the table. The kind of ecosystem we have here, there's a lot we can leverage from that ecosystem.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I know we are short of time now. Thank you for the fantastic discussion. And as we head for the lunch, let's continue this conversation of two interesting topics which are interrelated, GCCs, jobs, and AI. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
A fantastic panel. Thank you all very much once again. We're going to get a quick picture with the panel on stage. If you all don't mind rising to your feet, take a couple of steps forward. For the rest of you all, please make sure you head out, grab yourself a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, just in case you're already done with your lunch. And make your way back inside at 2:50. That's 2:50. That is the time you all need to make your way back inside. We will kick off this stage at 3 o'clock, so make sure you get the best seats in the house. This is day 2 of Cypher 2025. Thank you all very much for being with us. Make sure you get yourself something nice to drink, something nice to eat, and we shall see you all back at 2:50. That's 2:50.
In the age of intelligence, life sciences need more than just data. They need decisions powered by AI. They need Axtria. At Axtria, we help life sciences companies harness the full power of AI to make smarter, faster, and more personalized decisions with AI agents powered by InsightsMax.ai. From drug discovery to commercialization, from brand launch to loss of exclusivity, our solutions span the entire product lifecycle. We meet you where you are in your AI journey: exploration, experimentation, commercialization, adoption, and maintenance. Whether you're building early prototypes or scaling enterprise-ready AI agents, Axtria helps you move with purpose. With InsightsMax.ai powered bespoke AI agents, Axtria accelerates the path from insight to decisions to action and outcomes. It's not just AI. It's better outcomes for patients. It's faster, more confident decisions for life sciences to better people's quality of life. It's real change delivered at scale. With deep domain life sciences expertise and a global presence, we partner with the world's leading organizations to shape a healthier, more intelligent future. We're Axtria. AI first. Life sciences focused. We turn innovation into transformation. Join the journey. www.axtria.com.
EPAM India, one of the fastest growing advanced technology companies in the region. A modern engineering partner to more than 175 global clients across industries, helping them accelerate at scale and advance on the technology curve, one innovation at a time. We are located at Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Gurgaon, Pune, and expanding to new cities with key capabilities around AI, digital, cloud, data, analytics, open source, and quality engineering. We built our culture around engineering excellence and drive it through our communities. We encourage our people to speak up and have a product mindset. EPAM India has been recognized as Best Workplace, GPTW, Best Company for Women by Avtar, Best Leadership Development Program for Middle Management, Outstanding Contribution to AI Skill Development. We drive AI enablement differently, with more than 90% AI skilled associates and roles like Advanced AI Solution Developer. Our social responsibility and sustainability efforts, EPAM India contributes to Trees for Tomorrow program and supports Wild Wisdom Global Challenge, WWF, and help improve environmental literacy. We provide access to high-quality technology education for 15,000 plus students from government schools through eKids Digital Labs. We are the home of modern Indian engineer.
India's digital future deserves more than imported infrastructure. It needs a cloud that's built here, governed here, and always under your control. At NextGen, we don't just deliver cloud, we architect sovereignty, intelligence, and performance into every solution. Whether you're a government body navigating compliance, a bank juggling audits, or a startup scaling AI models, NextGen gives you the platform, performance, and partnership you need to lead. Our portfolio is unmatched. Speed Cloud, our public cloud, delivers industry-leading performance and savings of up to 80% versus global providers. Backed by OpenStack, RDMA, and blazing NVMe storage, it outpaces AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud in real-world benchmarks. Speed Cloud Supreme is your next-generation private cloud, on-premises or hosted. Built on Red Hat OpenShift, it gives you 24/7 fully managed operations, transparent pricing, and the ability to move from VMs to AI applications seamlessly. Financial Services Cloud is made for India's BFSI sector. 100% compliant, 100% Indian data residency, and immune to foreign laws. It's where trust meets technology, helping banks and insurers innovate without risk. Government Community Cloud is certified for India's unique needs, supporting everything from election analytics to critical public workloads. Mission critical, always on, and fully aligned with Digital India and self-reliance. Our AI-ready infrastructure is built from the ground up for scale and speed, delivering NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel GPUs on demand. Whether you're training large language models or deploying AI-powered citizen services, we enable your journey from provisioning to meaningful, real-world use cases. With our patented SaaS framework, you get a full-stack AI platform, from solution engineering to deployment to continuous improvement. Plug-and-play AI SaaS, custom model hosting, or scalable inferencing. Just pick what you need. Security isn't an add-on, it's at the core. NextGen delivers defense-in-depth, AI-driven threat intelligence and full compliance with Indian regulations. With 99.95% uptime, disaster recovery options, and geo-redundancy, your workloads stay safe, compliant, and always on. And unlike black box clouds, you get true visibility, telemetry, logs, and full access at every layer. This is cloud on your terms, modular, open, and always sovereign. With NextGen, you're not just choosing a vendor, you're gaining a partner dedicated to India's digital.
In a world clouded with complexity and ambiguity, there exist significant opportunities for disruption and growth. At Tiger Analytics, we help our clients navigate this uncertainty, empowering them to move decisively through shifting sands, unlocking these opportunities. We work with our clients to strategize, design, and engineer a future-ready enterprise. At Tiger Analytics, we've been reimagining possibilities with cutting-edge AI and analytics, solving some of the toughest problems out there and building the blueprint for tomorrow. And at the heart of this mission is our battle-tested team of exceptional technologists and consultants. It's our unique expertise and character that enable us to create exceptional value even in hazy conditions. That's our Tiger Gene. The Tiger Gene is what makes us learn relentlessly, experiment without fear, seek help, and offer help. The Tiger Gene is what helps us uncomplicate complex problems, build for the future, deliver clarity amidst ambiguity. To our clients who are traversing a fog of uncertainty, we are not just a technology partner, we are a certainty partner, relentlessly seeking, solving, challenging, and growing. Together, as we set bold ambitions and target extraordinary outcomes, let us experience the power of data-guided decisions, the potential of connected insights, the promise of an AI-empowered future. Experience certainty to shape a better tomorrow with Tiger Analytics.
Customers care. They care about their health, their nutrition, their cravings, their habits. They care about what's familiar and what's exciting. About eating right and eating well. About celebration and routine, comfort and discovery, taste and trust, all at once. And when customers care this much, so should we. We have already made it easier than ever for customers to get the food they want, when and how they want it. Convenient, fast, efficient, undeniably powerful. But now, it's time to move beyond convenience and bring soul into every experience. And that's why our vision is to build technology that cares for the customer, with intelligence that adapts, with rewards that delight, with systems that move fast but always feel thoughtful. Because food is personal, and so should be the experience around it. With our thoughtfulness, we are engineered to deliver value at every level. At SmartQ, we're not just building for what's now, we're building for what matters next. SmartQ, built for the customer, built for experience, built for what's next.
this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India. I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The
largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen go from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years. The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten.
And I've seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
And I have seen this place grow from strength to strength. Speakers, the sessions, and the vibe around that.
Love the vibe. Love to see how big it has gotten over the years.
The largest AI conference in India.
Cypher has definitely attained a cult status.
Having conversations with the people at the stalls, because that's what this expo is about. This is the 9th edition and the biggest one so far. Good afternoon and welcome back from lunch. This is Cypher 2025, and we are going to jump into a debate that's about to take place on the stage. We're going to be exploring India's approach to AI, sovereign models versus leveraging existing platforms. Our panel will discuss the strategic trade-offs of sovereignty, speed, control, cost, and ambition. We have 3 panelists who are going to be taking stage. This is going to be an interesting debate. Your moderator will be the same as yesterday. I'm going to request the kind attention of the debaters who are going to be taking stage. I'm going to call out your names one by one, and I'm going to request all of y'all to please make your way to the stage. Joining us first, audience, you know your job, yes? Everyone knows your job. Your job is to clap and make some noise, yes? Are we good? Can we just try it? Can we just try that? Okay, fantastic. Everybody knows their job then. Okay, the first person coming up on stage is the Chief Information Security Officer at M-Pocket. Please welcome Jason Joseph to the stage. Give him a massive round of applause while he makes his way to the stage. Welcome, Jason. Joining him on stage is EVP, Head of Product Design, Lentra. Please welcome Ashwini Patil. Give her a massive round of applause. Come on. Welcome to the stage, madam. Joining the two of them is the Global IT Head, Sales and Service Technologies. Please welcome Manish Kumar Purwar. Please give him a massive round of applause. Put your hands together, audience. There we go. And the moderator of this debate, the principal conversation man here at AIM. Please welcome him back on stage. Make some noise for Sudhi in the house. Come on, everyone. Sudhi, the conversation is yours. The honor is yours. Over to you all.
Thanks so much, Vineet. Very kind of you. How is everybody doing? Wonderful. That means it's been a good lunch. All right. So a big round of applause for the speakers once again. It's always a good idea. All right, so before we head in to the debate, I would like for everyone to understand that Manish sir will be going for, Jason sir will be going against, Ashwini ma'am will be, well, playing the devil's advocate. And of course, hopefully, once in a while, I'll join her to do that. All right, so if you're all set, are we all set? I would like to obviously share with you, everyone, that we will be also, right at the end of the conversation and discussion, take a few questions from everyone, because that would be just nice to understand what your takes are, and if any one of us made any sense, and if you guys were listening. That's the final test. All right. So, well, the topic for the day, it's a very, very, very important one. I think it has a lot of gravitas. It will obviously be very thought-provoking. Is basically, India should build its own AI foundational models and not rely on foreign ones, right? So, to open things up, this is what I would like to say, lady and gentlemen, which is building AI models from scratch requires immense resources. Is it prudent for India to invest heavily in developing foundational models, or should we focus on application-level innovations using existing models? The floor is yours. You have a smile on your face because it seems like I am speaking your language. So, Jason sir, would you like to take it up, and we'll start off the conversation.
See, I would say, if we are building, if we have to build our own foundational models right from scratch, of course, we can do it. We are India, but we are yet to catch up on many things, technology right now, including artificial intelligence. And historically, we have been in the same boat. Now, if you take the Industrial Revolution, every other aspect of technology which has been around, we've always been playing traditionally catch up. But having said that, after a point in time, we have not only gone ahead, improvised, but we become one of the leaders in this world, in every piece of technology that exists now. Now, taking a cue from that, one key element which I'd like to put in terms of the AI aspect is it requires extreme levels of compute, the hardware infrastructure, which comes into the picture. Now, when I'm talking compute, I'm talking of massive compute. Do we have the infrastructure that helps us build these kind of things at scale? That's a question we have to answer. I would say not yet at the moment. We are getting there. The second part is that what about data centers? The huge amount of data that is required to enhance, transform, load, crunch, train, etc. Do we have the ability to do so from a hardware standpoint? Do we have the networks? Do we have the resilience? Do we have the electricity that demands all of these kind of things? I would say all of these things, we are progressing towards that. Okay, now that's point one which I wanted to make. Point two is, okay, in terms of the number of patents that is being generated on, let's say, original artificial intelligence work, are we there yet? Now, the statistics are there out in the open for everybody to look at. We are also playing a little bit of catch-up there. The world has, and our adversaries in terms of nearest neighbor, in terms of countries which compete with us economically, they are far ahead. So what is the recourse? Considering all these points, I would say, let us build on what is existing. Let us improve as we have always done, and not just improve, go beyond in time. Use our own jugaad, as we say, and go beyond whatever has been built. And in time, when these models come up, we will, the hardware and the intellectual property levels come up, we will then make a smooth transition. Thank you.
Fair point. Ashwini ma'am, would you like to go ahead and maybe debunk what Jason sir said? Would you agree? Would you not agree? And after your conversation, would you like to throw it to Manish sir and make life a little more difficult for him?
Okay, so I partially agree with Jason. Okay, one word that I didn't agree with was the word adversaries. I would not call them our adversaries. We can call them our partners. If they've already done some work, okay, we'll reuse some of it and build what we want to build on it. Now, one of the numbers said that the Indic data set that they are using was less than 0.01%. Okay, but we cannot rely on those type of data sets. So obviously availability of data, the cost of hardware that is required, do we really want to invest right now, or do we want to build on what is there and make it more Indian for us, instead of saying that we are building something from scratch? But yeah, I would like to hear what Manish wants to say first, and then I'll probably go again.
Manish, sir.
No, thank you. I think I completely understand the amount of data required, amount of hardware required, amount of cost or the investment required to build the model. But think about it, right? Probably in India, we, I think, second or third largest, I would say the AI, elite people, right? If you would, in the world. But do we have anything? Maybe not, right? And then I think, on the other side, if you look at, India really stand in the pivotal moment of digital and technology evolution, right? Think about or look at that UPI infrastructure, look at the Aadhaar, ONDC, all has grown from the India, right? And that has put India into the world map or in the upper quadrant of the world in digital transformation. Why not AI? It requires heavy investment, but if we are aspiring to be a developed nation by 2047, if we don't build the foundation of AI layers, I'm not sure how much we would be successful, right? So I think we have to look at how much we want to go, but if we don't make any step, I think we'll be always in the catching spot.
Crucial point, which I have for all three, which is a perfect segue to what you just mentioned, Manish sir, is national sovereignty and data control. If we are talking about us being a superpower, like you mentioned, by 2047, sovereignty and data control is a very, very important cornerstone as far as that is concerned. Sarvam AI, an Indian startup, is working on a large language model tailored for Indian languages and contexts, right? Now, the point that is, while sovereignty is crucial, right, and I'm of course again going to throw it open, the cost and expertise required to develop, which Jason sir mentioned, competitive AI models might outweigh the benefits. Shouldn't we focus on areas where we can lead without reinventing the wheel? This time, I would like for you, Manish sir, to start.
I think, it's not the point of reinventing the wheel, right? I think a lot of evolution has already been done. I don't think so we need to start from the scratch what probably OpenAI would have done it a few years back. I think we have to take it and start putting, putting the things forward. Think about, right, we are living in a world where geopolitical dependency is so high, right? If we continue to rely some of these basic foundation to the Western nation or whichever it could be, we are probably giving our critical resources on a rent to somebody else, right? Or outsourcing the critical infrastructure. That is the severe risk. It can put us into the risk of sovereignty, what you just talked about. Inclusivity, right? We are culturally diverse nation, right? If our model doesn't support these kind of things, probably after a few years, probably everybody would call us an Indian, not the diversity what we have it. So that's what I would say, that we need to make somewhere these steps forward. And what government is trying to do it, I think it's the right step in the mission, India mission to AI.
Please don't feel shy, Jason sir. I know you're itching to go ahead.
All right. While there are certainly very good points put forward, I'll come from a different perspective. See, it is good to say we should have sovereignty. Data is critical. It's the new oil. It's the foundation of what we are going to build into the future. But having said that, practically, how does it work? Now, if you take some of the most stringent data protection and privacy laws in the world, none of them say that you should, or at least to the largest extent, do not say that my data should reside only in my country. It says, okay, given certain parameters, given certain level of equivalence, you can take the liberty to harvest the data in country A, outsource it to country B, provided country B has equivalent levels of protection, adherence to the international obligations, loss of the land, etc. Now, coming from a business standpoint, it does make sense for companies which are operating at a multinational scale in terms of cost. It also makes sense for companies which build products for a globalized future, and that's where most money lies. So, does it not make more sense for us to be enabling a more globalized world? I mean, even take the case of India as well. The data protection laws do not go to the extent of harnessing an India-only approach, because we have traditionally considered the world as one family, Vasudeva Kudumbakam, right? So I would take a cue from that.
Yeah, I want to add another point here. See, for no other country, the priority is going to be India, right? It can only be Indians' priority that we take care of our own data, we take care of our own needs that we have to build these models or to build the inclusivity that we want, or looking at the regional and the linguistic diversity that we bring to the table. But also it is our responsibility, and that is where I think from where Mr. Jason was also coming, that it's not just data residency norms, but we also want to control the usage of what we are getting from outside. So it doesn't necessarily mean that when we are using someone else's built model, our data will go out. We can still put some access restrictions, controls over it as a government policy to ensure that the models are coming to India, but the data is not going out.
Okay. Well, talking about the fact that what Manish sir said, it is important to maybe use resources, it is important to build our own resources, and I guess, ma'am, what you mentioned just right now, to have a reliance on our own selves. Talking about Reliance, Reliance is building India's biggest data center in Jamnagar. So the fact is that directly correlates to economic growth and innovation, which is our next aspect, very important. Reaching a superpower by 2047, that is a very, very important ingredient for us to achieve so. So the point is, investing in AI model development can actually spur local innovation, create jobs, and reduce dependency on foreign technologies. So as far as that is concerned, that's a big one, which is going to definitely be something which is going to go on the positive side of building AI foundational models as far as the country goes. Jason sir, would you agree? Would you disagree? Because I obviously would like to get Manish sir to weigh in on that. Post your thoughts on this.
And you'd like me to disagree, traditionally.
You would not like to disagree?
No, I'm asking.
Please, I would like for you to elaborate that.
Okay, I'll play the spoil spot here for now.
The fact that, yes, you're being pessimistic about economic growth, yes, go ahead.
No, he asked me to do that. All right. So, see, we've all been on the mantra of make in India, go vocal for local, etc., etc. We've been a few years down the line on that. How much have we done? Obviously a lot. How much is there for us to cover? Again, circling back to the first point, to reach. I'm not going to compare against countries which are at equivalent level. I'm going to compare myself against countries which are the best in the business here. And that's why, we are in the top 5 as far as the largest economies are concerned. We should be comparing ourselves with the best. In that regard, if you are looking at things from that perspective, does the localized way of doing things first and then moving on to this thing, does that make sense? Partly yes, but if you look at the traditional Indian IT ecosystem, we've been more services than product as a company. Do we have the large-scale mindset to do what it takes right away from the ground up? I'm talking today, I'm talking tomorrow. Is it possible? Will it take its own sweet time for us to ramp up to those levels? And if we, and how much, what kind of price are we willing to pay in terms of the time taken to ramp up? Will it come to a stage wherein we have done too little, too late? That's the point which I wanted to throw across.
Manish sir.
Yeah, no, I think when you talk about the economic and the innovation, I think it goes hand in hand, right? When you start getting into the innovation, it becomes the virtuous cycle of innovation, right? The investment start coming in, you start driving the indigenous, the IP, right? And then why not, right? If you look at,
Sorry, I would like you to weigh in on what Jason sir just mentioned regarding services vis-a-vis products, because I believe that's a very, very important point for you to probably weigh in on, sir.
So services, we are more
He's
on
saying that, yes, we are more inclined towards services vis-a-vis our own products, which, to be honest, is something which we need to break as a mindset, as a thought, as an understanding, and I believe we have done so as well.
Got it. No, I think, we have been traditionally, if you look at, right, we have been more of services kind of, generation. We have all the people who are in the services, sort of thing. And that probably has, inculcated in our mindset. And that's where the reason is we are not very, very product innovative kind of community, right? I'm sure the people, in the Google, Meta, or, you look at the OpenAI and all of it, a lot of Indians would be sitting and building these products, right? But not in India, but in the US. And that's the, barriers what we have it in the cultural society, right? And that's where I think we need to break it. And that can only be break when we start taking some big bets.
Ma'am, do you believe that it is time that we actually break it? We have so much at stake here in a big way. We're talking about data, we're talking about sovereignty, we're talking about economic growth, and maybe that is something which we should go ahead and spur ourselves on to achieve.
I think we've already broken it. I come from a product company. I think maximum people here come from product companies. So if we look at everything that we are doing today, obviously there's a whole lot of services work that India still does, and that adds a lot of economic value to us. But if we look at the innovation and the new gen startups that are coming up, everybody is product oriented. We can just do a quick check. How many people here are from product companies?
Wow.
Yeah, so I think that makes my point.
Yeah, you made your point, ma'am. It's a nice
Can I ask one more question? How many of these people has the global product into it? Has gone globally and selling it? Build it here and gone globally. See the hand.
I think a big round of applause for yourselves while your hands are up.
Right.
Nice.
So, it's a beginning. So like I said, we've broken it. We'll get there. So whosever hands were not up, don't worry. We will get there. So next year, probably your hands will be up. Yeah.
That's a point. That's a point I want to make, right? I think this is where they're breaking the barrier and start getting into that mindset where more hands comes up, where we are innovating and selling it to the outside.
So I think my question of whether we are ramping up quickly is answered effectively in this room.
Absolutely it is. Geopolitics, we had spoken about this, and it's a very important aspect which I think we really need to touch upon, because given the scenario today, especially how Trump is such a good friend, just an example, the fact that geopolitics is changing, it's dynamic, it's constantly, well, he gets up on another side of the bed and he has a different thought, and then, well, we all know what's going on there. But the point that I'm trying to make is, should that not actually push us in a big way and give us that sense of momentum for us to actually be independent in terms of building AI foundational models? I would like to give a quote. As AI becomes more powerful, countries are likely to impose restrictions on sharing these technologies. India cannot afford to be left behind. This, end quote. This is by Mr. Shrikant Velamakanni, who's the co-founder of Fractal.ai. So, over to you.
Me?
Yes?
Yeah, no, I think, very well said, right? I think, we are living, as I said, we are living in the very, very different geopolitical situations, right? Be it tariff, be it Russia, Ukraine, and all of it. I think any day we can get imposed if we are not independent, right? And that's where probably the government mission of becoming the, Atmanirbhar Bharat is what all about, right? And then if you look at what we are expecting, the AI is disrupting in heavy way in all stream of the, verticals, and horizontal, vertical, whichever stream you say that AI is coming. And the foundation is for the AI is, in this context, is LLM model, right? If we lose out that control to the Western world, we are at a very, very serious risk, right? We may be catching up, but it doesn't mean that, hey, we have not bought a house, we would never buy a house, right? Whenever a situation comes, we have to. And that's what probably will make us independent, make us self-reliant to keep up into the world.
Conversely, Jason sir.
Yes.
So, geopolitical tensions are unpredictable, right? Countries are likely to impose restrictions, as we are talking about. Shouldn't we actually focus on building resilient systems that can adapt to external challenges rather than solely on model development?
See, I take a slight departure from, I'll mix both of these responses. We are talking of self-reliance, Atmanirbhar Bharat, etc. But if you look at the concept of India as a whole, and the current geopolitical situation where we are at, we have hostile neighbors, we have people from, we have economies which are imposing tariffs, like you said. Now, if you consider the overall equation, and it automatically implies that we should go back to the playbooks that we have always had and become more of a globalized influence. And that's how we'll be able to counterbalance this, negative economic scrutiny that we are having right now, counter some heavyweight countries in that regard. Now, how do we exactly do that? Again, if we take on a more globalized approach towards building AI, essentially giving the world an expertise in AI. How do we do that? We surely have the services advantage for that. Should we not capitalize, make that as one of our flagships, quietly build products, scale up, and then have both of these things rolled out? That way, we manage to ensure strategic objectives, including national security in terms of international relations and the balance of powers that come along with it, and also have our own AI growth story to script. I'll leave it at that.
Ashwini ma'am, would you like to weigh in on that? A little more circumspect, maybe a little more balanced approach by Jason sir?
Yeah, so I completely understand from where both of these are coming. I mean, at one side we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, at one side we are talking about whatever is built, but what we need for India needs to be now built. So there's a very interesting concept called as pragmatic nationalism. Okay, so we want to be nationalists, yes, we want India to be self-sufficient, we want us to be self-reliant. But is building foundation models going to take us there, or is solving our today's issues using what we have, help us build that foundation where we can build? I think all of us here agree that we have to build our models, but I think the only debate is, do we want to do it today versus do we want to do it, say, probably a couple of years later, or when it becomes more accessible, when it becomes more economically feasible for us.
Or when we are actually forced to do it. That's another third dimension.
Right. Or when there's no option left.
Yes.
So, and then we come up with a jugaad where, we will find out some way to build it ourselves at probably at a fraction of a cost what everyone is speculating. So yeah, we may get there. But like I said, it's too... we are playing a catch-up game, but I think our focus today should be on building what is missing instead of rebuilding what we already have.
You wanted to say something? Add to that.
I would say jugaad.
Jugaad.
We've always been good at it. We should play by our strengths.
Sir, I think you and I need to get T-shirts printed. Okay, so well, I guess the takeaway from that particular aspect or sub-thought is the fact that we need to be a little more pragmatic. We need to be a little more balanced in our approach, maybe wait and watch, try to go ahead and ensure that we are prioritizing on our strengths at the moment. But of course, a lingering question still remains, which is what I mentioned, ma'am. The third dimension, I hope We are not at a point where you are pushed against a wall, because that is something which we need to be extremely sensitive and mindful about. We don't want to be in that position, because then, well, that basically just throws open a can of worms.
It would, we will never know, right? The way things work nowadays. We can say, it's like never say never. But we cannot make such large decisions on individuals' behaviors, right?
Okay.
You know, the individual that you named earlier. So we cannot take that and consider that, okay, this may happen and that's the reason we should do it. We should do it, but let us do it for our own reasons than someone else's reasons.
Manish sir, Jason sir in the beginning had mentioned this. It's an important point. Cost and the resource allocation. He had spoken about that at length. So while developing AI models is costly, we are all aware of that, the long-term benefits of having control over fundamental technologies are invaluable. I would like to obviously go ahead and give you an example here. Sarvam AI raised $41 million in Series A funding to develop India's first native AI foundational model. So, do you believe that that is something which is very obviously encouraging? I believe it is. Do you believe that that should be the direction that we should be taking in terms of the pure aspect of not really wondering so much about the cost, not so much about the resource, and we should really put our heads down and start to say, okay, wait a minute, this is going to help us in terms of our own independence?
Well, I think, both of my, fellow panelists had talked about the balanced approach, right? And then I'm not saying that, hey, we need to go with just one layer of the, if we put the AI infrastructure, there are multiple layers, right? The hardware layer, we have the model layer, and then application layer, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm not saying that, hey, we should just focus on one layer of it. I think we have to focus on all the layers, because we have the resources, we have the willpower, right? And, I won't say that we don't have money, right? I think we have now money as well, right, which we can spend. So we need to look at all the layers. Obviously, prioritization, reprioritization can be on the areas where we are probably, world may be struggling. That's where we can pitch in and create some economic value for ourselves, and then focus on all the layers. Because in the data or AI world, these two things are going to be the power for the future.
That's a very good point. I mean, it's really hard to go against, but here, I'll try. See, when we are talking of foundational models, what do we need? We need compute, again, basic. We need data. We need structured data, or data that has gone through a sanitation process, data that we can depend upon. Essentially, when we talk about it in cybersecurity parlance, confidential integrity and key point, availability of the right kind of data. We churn a lot of data. How much of it is AI ready, AI native? How much of it can be harnessed? A lot of this data, which is in harnessable format, is again on cloud ecosystems. Ingress, egress costs. Anybody from the IT cloud engineering folks here? Show of hands. I think you will you will relate to me on this, on egress, ingress costs and the amount it takes. Whatever kind of storage that we are talking about, cold tire, hot tire, all of those kind of things and all. Now, that is typically the kind of data that can be used. Are we in a situation to do that? Unfortunately, not there, not yet there. Until we have, we do have localized infrastructure, but that again, the effective controls against usage of it at Indian prices is not yet there. So the $1 million question here, which was raised by, you mentioned Series A funding, etc. One counterweight approach which I had read about was, is this kind of money enough to build things at scale? Obviously, once the AI model, foundational model has been up and running for quite some time, you will be able to even out the costs. You will be able to, but then do we have enough in the ecosystem? Obviously, we are growing as a country economically, but do we have enough per company, per ecosystem to make it work? that's not a very easy question to answer.
Ashina.
Yeah, so I think we are still, I mean, most of the points that we've been talking about is India being a consumer of this technology,
Sure.
right? But by building our own foundation models, we can also become a provider to other countries, which is also going to be a good economic advantage for us.
Yes, absolutely.
In addition to the points that we have been speaking earlier. But it can also help us, be the superpower, or get towards that 2047 goal of ours. But obviously there is an investment that is required. But there would be some ways of we getting it back if we become a provider in addition to building this just for our own consumption.
I would like to add to this.
Yeah.
Do you believe that it should be a public-private partnership as far as this is concerned? Should it be only public? Should it be only private? I would like for you to talk about that, shed light on that. In terms of for us to build that kind of resource, do you think that it should be a concerted effort?
It should be a public-private partnership because it cannot work only in a private mode or only in public mode, obviously. So it should be a public-private partnership, and there's a lot of focus that I think even government is doing in the same direction. The only thing which I haven't read about or haven't seen is how data is going to be being made available to the private partners in this ecosystem. So once I think that data issue is resolved, we should probably have some more that government has
Jason,
taken.
sir.
Yeah, I'll second the first part. It should definitely be a PPP model that evens out a lot of things, solves a lot of things for us, which I've just said. I'd like to digress a little bit on the data sharing models. Yes, we have the Digital Personal Data Protection Act in place, which mandates quite a few things. Now, if coverage of that is extended, which I duly hope it will be, to all sorts, all types of organizations and all, we should be able to share data in a in a free and fair manner. So that, I think, is a very enabling thing which has been brought out by the Government of India, and we look forward to those aspects, capitalizing those aspects. Key point is, people, especially AI healthcare, essentially AI healthcare diagnostics, etc. The kind of data that is required is of a very sensitive nature. And then there is a lot of scope in that for foundational models to be built, essentially. Now, availability of that data especially has been not so easy. Now with a PPP model, there could be enough oversight, a way to build safer models, safely build models without abuse. Thank you.
Cypher 2025, we say it loud and we say it very, very proud, sir. Make AI in India. It's not there on the screen, but I just thought I'll mention that. It's an important point. Cultural and linguistic aspects. Very, very important, especially when we talk about us as such a wonderfully rich, culturally rich, diverse country. That should be, I believe, a thought which I would definitely like for everyone to weigh in on. And this is what I would like to say. Krutrim LLM, developed by Indian researchers, is a multilingual foundational model. We're all aware of that. Trained on Indian languages, outperforming some global models in specific tasks. Given the fact that, yes, this is very important, as ma'am had also mentioned a while back, we need to start working towards product, which a lot of us are. We need to start moving towards that direction. The cultural and linguistic aspect, sir, is something which I believe will warrant for us, if not now, eventually, to get into that aspect of building foundational models here. What would you like to say to that?
I would say that that's a serious thing if you look at, right? We all call India as a linguistic superpower, right? I think if official languages,
yes,
100 plus, languages which are spoken by more than 10,000 people.
And then, of course, the dialects.
Dialects, right? Thousands of dialects, right? In every 25 kilometer, you would see that dialect changing, right?
Sure.
And then such a diversity stuff. I'm not sure, if any other model, the global model or whatever, the Western model, would take those kind of nuances, right? We have seen that a lot of models which are available today, underperform or doesn't perform up to the extent for the Indian languages, right? They don't capture the cultural nuances, right? That's the beauty of India, right? We have the, lot of diversity, but we still call as a Bharat or India, right? Whatever we want to call. So protecting that needs a lot of fine-tuning of models based on our data, based on our cultural nuances, and so on and so forth, to keep that cultural sovereignty intact, right? And then if you look at from the economic aspect, I just want to add that point we just talked about, right? Why not? India can become a global hub for the multilingual AI model and can, start supporting, especially for the global south, and start building the stream. I think you, ma'am, you mentioned that stream of revenue.
Sure.
Economic value in the long term.
Ashwini, ma'am. Finally, I'll come to Jason, sir.
Okay. So, I think building or catering to the cultural and linguistic diversity is something that we all have been agreeing on in this forum especially. So there's a lot of work that is already being done in this, especially in the voice.
Yes.
So we've heard, I mean, there are a lot of solution providers that are working towards voice chatbots and, I mean, regional chatbots, obviously, and especially catering. And since I come from a lending domain, we have seen a lot of usage of this, especially to the strata where English is not a general language of choice, right? So we have seen a lot of work happening in India on this. Okay, they may be building it on foundation models that have been imported.
Yes.
But that has not stopped us from solving that as a problem.
So you believe that foundational models, I mean, in terms of the cultural and linguistic aspects, is it okay for us to use foreign models? Talking again, I'll hark back to the sovereignty aspect.
Using it.
I know.
Already using it.
I know, but the fact is that the sovereignty aspect I would like to hark back to again, because these are, of course, going to be used by more than 500 million users. For example, Sarvam. I'm just talking about Sarvam. Right. I'm harking to Sarvam right now, in terms of their WhatsApp initiation that they've done. So just a thought, and they're very, very, very particular about the fact that they are looking at sovereignty in a big way. So do you believe that that is something that is going to have an impact?
See, that should not stop us from building these products today. Okay, Sarvam coming up with, or India's foundational model being readily accessible to all the private entities. Whenever it is, people can obviously migrate there. But today, do we want to wait that we will not build anything or we will not solve this issue till India has its own foundation model?
Can't they go hand in hand? Do you not think it's important?
It should go hand in hand. So we should be doing both. We should be also building our own model, but we should not wait for our solutions based on those models for the model to be ready. We should go ahead, design our solutions, build them, start using it, because we'll learn from it, right? It will probably make our own model better later.
Okay, I'll add to that. Whatever were the past mistakes that have happened, probably, do you not think if we are still playing catch up, to use your words, it might be a great idea for us to actually learn from the others' mistakes, utilize them, and accelerate our build?
Right.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
Finally, she agrees. Jason, sir.
Okay. 22 languages scheduled in the Indian Constitution. I mean, quite, multiply that by at least 5 or 6 dialects per language. Add English, all combinations of all of those things, I've got thousands. Add sentiment to that. So, when we talk colloquially among friends, we tell people who's achieved something, Aap Mahano. We can also tell people, Aap Mahano. That sentiment is, and one is sarcasm, the other is admiration. Have we solved for sentiment analysis to that extent?
Were you saying Aap Nahalo?
Nahi, mahan ho.
Oh, acha, mahan.
Okay. So, see, if sentiment analysis, to the best of my knowledge, has not been properly solved across this across languages, across overlapping languages. Now add migrant populations to that. I mean, the way each of your local languages has evolved over the last 10, 15 years. I mean, you look at what original Shuddh Hindi, Shuddh Malayalam, which I have my based on, or anything else. What, is it the way it was? Certainly not. And is there value creation in us solving that? I'm talking of value in terms of market value. Wow. Okay. So I would say...
Don't get distracted,
yeah.
sir.
I would say, see, it's a difficult problem to solve. We should definitely pick a cue from the mistakes, just like you rightly pointed out, that others have done and solve. Again, I'll just take one more example. That we hear of Sanskrit as a base language for a lot of the Indian languages. We hear of Latin in a similar regard to many of the Anglo-Saxon languages, etc., etc. With one, let's say, with a India-centric approach, we might have solved domestically. What about the global picture? Should we not capitalize on global markets? Should we not look at things from a globalized perspective? There is some overlap, but we should essentially focus, have a more breadth approach towards how we are solving these problems. That's how I'd like to put it.
Fair enough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that definitely brings us to the end. A big round of applause for the panelists and the speakers. A lot of interesting thoughts that have been thrown up in the air. As I had mentioned at the top of the start, that we will be taking questions. Unfortunately, paucity of time, I'll only be able to take 2 questions, please. So I would request the audience to probably raise up their hands so that I could go ahead, spot you. Sir. Oh, we start with the lady. Sorry, sir. We start ladies first. Thank you.
Yeah. It was a great debate. So coming to the topic, like my question is, how building an AI in India for a global solution solve this rely on Western, because we still depend on them to buy it. So how it solves? Maybe like we should concentrate more on solving the solutions for the India.
That's right. I think we are living in a world where we cannot say that, hey, we are completely independent, right? But it depends on how much independent we are, right? That is the key element, right? When we talk about that, hey, in a world where the data is cross-leveraged, we have the data, a lot of technologies need to be shared. But if we are completely relying on somebody else's technology, then we are at a risk of any day they can come and start asking what is happening with the trade war, right? Had it not been India, strong enough, or the local consumption, probably we would have been struggling. Today we are, able to fight with the, with the situation, whatever is coming up. So
I'd like to add a different perspective. Access to globalized markets. If you solve only for a certain geography, you'll be able to sell that product only in that certain geography. Globalized markets play a key role in a startup's growth. That's very important to note. Second, AI is a general purpose technology, which will essentially turn to national security elements. So having a more globalized approach with control in our hands is a better idea.
Sir.
Hi, this is Mayor from EY. What will it take for us to be an indomitable AI applications builder? And how long do you think it will take to be that brute force in AI?
I believe he said, be a brute force in AI. I hope I got that right. Right. So how long is the question? Will it take us?
Brute force in terms of cyber security, I would love to have answered. But see, we definitely have the talent to go from 0 to 100 in less than what Elon Musk runs his cars. Okay? It's a mindset thing. Now, if you ask me how long will it take, as a collective, if we say tomorrow is the day when I'm going to make great products, great services made in India, built for the world, we can do it. Right? It's a mindset thing.
Sure? Fair? Okay, good. No? Not happy? Manish sir, you want to weigh in on that? Because I believe the gentleman there is looking at a timeline.
No, I think, what he said, that it's just mindset, perspective, right? When it comes brute force that, hey, we need to get it done tomorrow, we'll have to get it done tomorrow, right? That's a situation comes up. When there is a, time bomb, we have to act accordingly, right? So it's just mindset can take us.
Fair enough. Well, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, sir. Yes.
Hello, I have a question. We talk about Atmanirbhar, but my question is, even if we develop the LLM, number one, the tech giants are spending like 400 billion this year. Every year they're spending on AI infrastructure, as we talked about for the computation. Now I don't know how we can match that. The second point is, even if we develop, we are dependent on NVIDIA chips. We are dependent on Cisco routers. We are dependent on Microsoft servers. We're dependent on some other, something else, For how, I don't know whether we can really, let's take even mobile operating system, Android. We all, we are dependent on everything now. I agree we have to be, but is LLM the only way to get out of dependence? I don't know. First, we should probably start on developing our own mobile.
At least as far as Apple is concerned, we are the #1 today.
No, the Apple, the ecosystem, yes. we are dependent on that.
Yes.
We are dependent on everything, just because we developed an LLM and to compete with OpenAI, who is pouring money like crazy, Gemini and Meta and Grok and Anthropic, how are we going to? I'm being very because we don't have the resources. I can see, I know it's easy to say, but I think yesterday in the first session, the next gen CEO was telling that they are spending like 400 billion just this year alone. My question is that's my SLM, I agree. The small language model, yes, we can do that. That's my opinion, and I like your opinion.
No, sir, you are completely right. I think I was reading some article from Gartner that they talk about in 2025, globally we would be spending around $650 or $640 billion on the AI stack, right? Across all the value chain. So it's a lot of money, for sure. And we won't be able to, or none of the country would be able to completely independent. It just depends on how much technology advancement we can do so that we can get into the table for negotiation. That's how it happens in the global trade stuff, right? If you have something, you have to give. You have to take it from something from the others, right? So how much you can be. If you're completely relying on somebody, I think then you would be in the mercy of them. So we have to get that advancement. Can US develop anything without being Indian people out there? Maybe not. There are a lot of great minds working on the infrastructure, working on those ideas, or developing the LLM or SLM or models. But they can be independent, maybe not. We can't be as well. We are in the global world, we'll continue to rely. It just depends on how much power we want to keep it.
I'd like to add a couple of points to that. We come up with a few missions: the national AI mission, the supercomputing mission, quantum mission, semiconductor incentives, PLIs, etc. There is very positive intent from the government. And essentially, point is well taken, what were the points that you have brought across, but we have to start somewhere, right? So that's where all of these things are happening. And if you take it again, I'll make this point, it doesn't take much for us to go from 0 to 100. Other nations have a long gestation curve. Take the fintech ecosystem. How many years did we take to build one of the best fintech ecosystems in the world? We can do that.
So my thought would be, sir, as you had mentioned, that it's about getting a seat at the table. That's most important. having a sense of value as far as that is concerned. Sir, your last question, and I would request the panelists to please, if you could just step a little ahead and answer that. This would be the last question. Thank you so much. If you could just be standing right here. Ashwini ma'am as well. They'd like to take a photograph as well while you are answering the question. So that's why I requested. Sir.
Good afternoon. So my question is, why every time US and China? So we are, adding, according to Niti Aayog, we are adding $500 to $600 billion in economy. 20% of the data is produced by India itself. And then too, we are thinking, no, it's not right the time, not right now, maybe 5 years or 10 years later. So again, this situation will arrive 20 years later, another prime minister will come, tell Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we'll start from scratch. So why not now?
Do you believe we'll have another? Sorry.
Maybe somebody else from the same party.
See, governments change, things change. We are still there. I mean, it's easy to say that, okay, somebody should do everything for us. What are we doing as a collective? What are we doing on our own? I mean, if you look at India Inc., there was, after the a lot of things happened after the liberalization. Why is that? I mean, at this point, is because it happened when there was independence from government control, government oversight to a large extent, free market economy essentially. Okay, so it essentially gives power, it democratizes a lot of power in the hands of the common people. It is up to us to innovate. It is up to us to do. I mean, policies keep changing, etc., etc. But there are continuity elements in the government ecosystem which ensures that there is, continuity in terms of policies, in terms of intent, etc. And I would hazard a guess that given the times that we are in, whether the governments change, don't change, local governments change, don't change, the overall collective intent as a nation remains unchanged. We'll have to build on that.
Wonderfully put. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has been definitely a very, very invigorating discussion. Some very, very insightful thoughts. Thank you so much for your questions because they have been very, very thought-provoking. This is my humble takeaway, and I would like to conclude it with this. In the realm of artificial intelligence, the question is not just about building models, as Sir had mentioned, but about building a future that aligns with our values and aspirations. Thank you so much.
Just a quick picture with all of y'all, if you don't mind, while they're clicking that picture. Just a quick reminder to those of y'all gathered here. We're going to be jumping into the next session and advancing it by a few minutes. So stick around for that. And we also have the treasure hunt that was supposed to happen at 4 o'clock. All those slots are filled, so it will not be happening at 4 o'clock. It will be happening in the morning tomorrow at 10:45. Make sure you head over to the AIM stall for more information. That is at the entrance.
After you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Once again, a big round of applause to all of the people on stage. Put your hands together for them. While that is happening, thanks, Sudhi. Clap for our moderator as well. Put your hands together for Sudhi in the house. Also, a quick reminder, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, we have Priyank M. Karge, who's going to be coming into the house. So that is a conversation you do not want to miss. This is a new addition. I'm going to request the people at the console to take the lights down, not up. Take the lights down. And I request your kind attention to the screen very quickly. Conversation from the government of Karnataka, a couple of interesting announcements. That's what you can expect tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the morning. If y'all come in a little earlier, I shall do a little performance for y'all. So just in case you want to come in at like 9:30, I will do a little performance. Would you like that? Yes? No? Yeah? Okay. Woo, indeed. All right, super. Fantastic. So I'll start off at like a 9:30, so I shall see you all tomorrow. And then we shall jump into that conversation around 10 o'clock. Also, if you're into Gen AI or data science, stall number 11 is the place you need to be at, the EXL stall. That's where you need to be at. A lot of interesting conversations happening there as well. A couple of giveaways, a couple of conversations you all need to have just in case you are into Gen AI or data sciences. Alrighty, it is time for us to jump into the next introduction of the evening. It is almost the evening. AI is transforming hospitality, enabling hotels to scale, streamline operations, and deliver hyper-personalized guest experiences through autonomous onboarding, dynamic pricing, and optional automation. Joining us is Karamanjeet, co-founder and CEO of Olive Hospitality by Embassy Group. With over 2 decades in global real estate and hospitality, he's driving AI-powered systems that are redefining how hotels operate and scale. People of the afternoon here at Cypher 2025, please give a warm round of applause and welcome the man himself, Karamanjeet, to the stage.
Very excited to be here. My name is Karamanjeet. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Olive Hospitality. And unlike most of you here in the room today, I'm not a tech startup founder. I'm actually a traditional bricks and mortar real estate guy who became a hotelier by accident in the pandemic. But I could say, my relationship with technology is I'm a geek, a user, maybe a nerd of tech, let's say. I think that would be probably the best way to put it. So today, I'd like to tell you about what we're doing at Olive and how has technology and AI helped us on our journey and, what's also cooking. So, you might wonder, why do I have a rolling luggage on the screen over here? So I actually want to talk about disruption. So the rolling luggage actually was invented in 1970. So a gentleman decided to put some wheels on this traditional suitcase where it made it obviously easier to carry. And, as society, we all like to preserve status quo and we always resist change. And that resistance not only comes from single location, but usually does end up coming from multiple areas. So actually, when this luggage was first introduced, the resistance came from the man saying that, carrying luggage is a masculine thing. So we're not going to let go of that. We'll still carry our own luggage. So it took some time for this to get adapted. It was only in the 90s when airline crew start using this, then it went viral. And, that resistance is always there, especially with AI, automation, taking jobs. I think, this is from last year. So now container terminal and ports are pretty much automated to an extent where a handful of people and using agentic tools are able to operate large-scale port operations. And I think, the most sophisticated operation in the civil world is actually airport operations. And we are seeing that air traffic control towers are gone now. I mean, you look at London City Airport, that's become a pole with cameras on it, and they have a remote air traffic control tower where they're managing the whole airport operations from a remote location. So, as I said, I'm a hotelier by accident, and it was a pandemic-induced innovation, switch. And what happened is, in the pandemic, so we operate about 100 hotels across 13 cities, 7 states. And most of our properties are small properties, about 45 rooms each. And we operate at the budget segment, so please evaluate things in that context. So what we saw in the pandemic was that occupancies are low, customers are hard to come by, and we having to man the receptions 24/7. And especially at night shift, we saw that you might have 1 or 2 guests who might check in or who might be no-shows, but we're having to man those receptions. And I think I was introduced to video conferencing on second day of lockdown when I downloaded Zoom and I opened up and I saw my colleagues on the screen, and that was quite cool. And I was like, wow, this is really something. And I think it was a university in New York who was trying to bring back the Chinese students who were actually the only paying students at the school. But because of the lockdowns, they couldn't travel. And what they did was they set up a remote campus at a co-working facility, and they said students to go over there. So at that point, we kind of scratched our heads. And we said, if you're able to educate people with this tool, with this technology, I think we can definitely check in people, because we had so much inefficiency in what we were doing. So it was in 2021 when we put a 27-screen device at our receptions, and we centralized our receptions to a central location at our HQ and here in Bangalore. And basically now from a single station, we are managing 25 receptions. And it was only last year when one of our guests took a picture and posted online saying that peak Bengaluru moment, virtual receptionists are here. And that's when we got a big reaction. So, I mean, half of the people said amazing innovation, as you can see, and half of the people said, what is this? This is not hospitality. But, when we look back at hospitality, so the first hotel was opened in Japan in 8th century, and that didn't have a reception. I mean, reception desk is fairly a new addition into hotel design, and it's actually doing clerical work. So, I mean, I'd like to ask the audience, when you went to a hotel, and those of you who've traveled from outside of Bangalore, you've checked into your hotel room, how long did it take you to check in? I mean, minimum, it's 5 minutes to 10 minutes, and if you have a queue, good luck. If you have an airline crew in front of you, then that's half an hour. Now, in India, we do have to collect ID. We have to do ID verification. In the US, you don't have that burden, and many hotels have adapted the mobile digital key. But with that said, we do believe, hospitality is about the human touch. I mean, we do have the tech stack to eliminate the reception in total, and we could have a kiosk or a check you on your mobile. And we call those hotels high-tech, low-touch. But we felt that, one thing that we never want to let go, no matter how much we automate, we would like to retain that human element. So we call ourselves high-tech, but high-touch. And even at a budget level, at 2,500 rupees a night, we are able to do this. And what happened is we didn't actually, we actually squeezed out the inefficiency out of the system, because you had a receptionist who was sitting over there waiting for a guest who might or who might not come. They're not delivering you hospitality 90% of the time. So this allowed us to rethink the whole hotel experience. So the moment you remove the reception desk, this is a picture from our Brookfield property, which is really close by, actually. Suddenly that lobby area frees up, and we converted that lobby area into a coffee shop, so it's a revenue-generating real estate. So that was one layer. And okay, we're here. So, and obviously, now what happened is every conversation goes recorded at every interaction we have at the reception. And we have a AI layer on top of that where we're analyzing every word spoken while that interaction is happening. So this is basically the typical setup. In most of our hotels, we still retain the reception desk. The day shift, we will have people there, at least one person. But the night shift, pretty much 25 hotels are now being managed with about 3 remote receptionists, as we call it. And over here, as well as the video conferencing tool and having the AI analytics layer on top of that video, the scripting tool, we have another AI audio video analytics tool that we use. So you see a high-quality microphone over there. And that microphone basically captures every word spoken. And if the guest says, I like water bottles, I need my sheets changed, my AC is broken. Whatever grievance is there, before you would tell that to a hotel staff. Now, you can tell it to our staff, but without that staff having to make a call, the system registers it, and it creates a ticket. And then, we are able to act on it. So, and that's the audio analytics. And in the back, we have the AI-enabled camera system, where we're able to do intrusion detection, crowd analysis, fire detection, weapon detection, falling person, pointing person. It allowed us to really have the highest situational awareness with the lowest manpower ratio. And the moment you bring in the digital door locks, then you have a fully remotely managed hotel system. So this is at our HQ. And over here, our team members, a couple of things changed. Obviously, the hotel reception design changed, but the job descriptions changed as well. So instead of hiring receptionists, now we start looking for remote receptionists. It took us some time to first invent the job, write the description, and sell it to people. But what we realized is we were able to dramatically increase the job satisfaction over here, because suddenly that person who was sitting, waiting there for a guest who might or who might not come, suddenly they're able to check in a guest in Bangalore. Next moment, they're checking a guest in Goa. Next moment, they're checking a guest in Vijayawada. So we say that we're able to deploy our staff globally at 67% speed of light. That's how fast data travels across fiber optic networks. So there's nothing stopping us to export top Indian hospitality talent globally. And we don't need a plane ticket or a visa to do this. So with that said, we feel, no matter how much we automate, no matter which segment that we operate in, I think, that human element is something that we don't want to let go of. And actually, just like in Andrew Carnegie's times, machines replace physical labor. And I think, we're very fortunate enough that we are in the midst of a technological revolution where artificial intelligence tools are actually replacing mundane, repetitive tasks. So in our case, in hotels, you go to the reception. The receptionist is doing clerical work. They're doing data entry into a property management system. They're not even looking at you. So I think, we'd like to change that. And this is already happening in multiple ways. And, centralizing these receptions at a customer level, obviously the experience, they don't feel the tech so much. This is mostly on the back end, but at the HQ level, at a portfolio level, the efficiency gains have been huge. At a unit level, at the property, we've been able to bring down our manpower ratio from 0.7 to 0.3. It's almost a 60% efficiency gain. And on top of that, we were able to drastically elevate the guest experience. So, no grievance goes unresolved. So I'll give you one example. We have our mission control HQ is 24/7 setup. We have our auditing team over there as well as the front office team. And, we have a common WhatsApp group. And one morning I woke up, I'm going through my messages. And then I was looking at, what complaints came last night. And then also did the same thing on my LinkedIn. And I saw one angry guest who's written me a long mail on LinkedIn saying that we didn't have toothbrush and a toothpaste. And it was just like exponential reaction. I didn't expect it that much. But then when I went to Mission Control to took a screenshot and shared this, over there, Voice AI had already caught this, alerted our team. Our team ordered Blinkit. They got the toothbrush and the toothpaste. And then it was like 6:50 or something in the morning, and the guest has written, I want it by 7 a.m., I'm going to leave. So, and he left his number. I called him. He was sleeping. I woke him up, and I said, we got your toothbrush. He was very happy to hear that. And the reason I'm telling you this is at hotels, at hospitality, usually if we have a sour experience, we'll go and leave a Google review or a Booking.com, Make My Trip, whichever platform we might have come in at. And hotel brands usually react to that. That's damage control. We are reacting to it. But this tech stack is enabling us to intercept the guest journey the moment that service is being delivered. And we are able to turn a sour experience into a positive experience. With that said, I think the future is really exciting, and what we are really looking at is now, at this moment, whether it's the audio scripting tool, there is the analysis tool on that, there is the audio analytics, video analytics, at guest experience management, auditing, reputation management. I mean, today we use about 30 different tools to deliver one service, and this is really fragmented. And we're looking, obviously, none of these tech tools we don't own. We work with many companies like the ones who are exhibiting here or you're from. We work with partners, both hardware on the software side, and we try to deliver a unified service. But I think, going forward, and this is happening day by day, we are going to see consolidation over here. But I think, the end result is that we're going to be able to deliver a much better service and, remove all that clerical work, remove all the admin stuff. And I think, that mid-level management's responsibilities are going to be taken care by the AI tools that we use, whether it's one tool or 10 different tools. But at the end of the day, the outcome is the same. And it's going to free us up, where we can really focus on the guest and the guest experience. So, I mean, what you see over here, this is, again, AI generated, but you have the Meta glasses, we have the hardware there today. You bring in the audio, video analytics tool on top of it. Today, the ones who flew in, you might have used Digiata when you're coming in. All you need is a DigiLocker API integration, and I can greet Mr. Akshay when he's walking up to me. I know when he stayed last time with us, we'll know what he ordered, whether he likes his coffee with milk or not. So, I mean, I think the personalization angle of it, the guest-facing angle of it, is just going to really elevate us to, deliver hospitality in much better ways that we've never done before. So, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be with you today. And so I think we have a couple of minutes to take any questions.
Yes, so we have 5 minutes. Please put your hand up in the air. We shall have someone come up to you with a microphone. You can go ahead and point them out just in case you see someone. There's someone at the back as well.
How do you take care of the emotional aspect? Say here, the specific case was receptionist. Say I walk in and say I'm really super tired, right? And the receptionist actually looks at me, and that's the first moment of truth.
Correct.
With the hotel, right? So that's one. Second is you touched upon the long queues and all. How are you taking care of reducing those time to check in? I don't know if you covered that.
Sure. So I mean, I think sentiment analysis is improving as we speak. It's still not 100%. I mean, today, let me say what is working. So 3 years ago, staff attendance with facial recognition wasn't that accurate. I mean, we whitelist our own staff, and we take staff attendance with the camera system. So that accuracy has now got to 99.odd%. So I think on sentiment analysis, we still have some road to go. I mean, we are like a lab. We both test software and hardware every single day, and we're very fortunate enough to be in Bangalore, home to 7,000 startups. So we're looking forward to these technologies catching up. I mean, at one point, door batteries were, the door lock batteries was a problem. The battery technology had to catch up for it to become feasible for us to deploy them at the hotels. I mean, on the guest waiting times, on the check-in today, I think WhatsApp check-in, and then remote ID verification, that's very doable. We have those tools. So, and we don't operate 200-room hotels. I mean, our hotels are smaller, so we don't have that issue per se. But I think at larger scale hospitality, definitely online check-in, remote check-in, and this remote ID verification will eliminate that time where you can come into the hotel and actually someone can greet you, and they're basically your host instead of doing the clerical work, typing your name into a computer. So.
Good evening. I just had a question regarding disruptors in AI in the hotel space. what, besides the reception check-in front, do you see being the major disruptors in this space?
I think, today, when we say hotel technology, if you ask any hotelier, they'll say property management system. PMS was always regarded as the main tech backbone. But I think the most sophisticated nut to crack in hospitality is the guest experience. Because you might have over 100 languages spoken, thousands of emotions to read, analyze. So I think the major disruption is coming out of that. That's what we are seeing. That's where we can make the biggest impact. Majority of the stuff we've done, I would say, is on the operational side, on the back of the house, where it's not really visible. But I think, a personalized guest experience where the guest can't even differentiate whether it was AI or the hotel brand. So I think that's where we are seeing potential for major disruption.
Hi. I have one question. So I think the idea of DG Yatra integrating to hotels is a very good idea, which I really like from your presentation. So if we don't need to take the ID at airport, why do we need to take the ID at hotels? So as far as I understand, it is a government initiative, which is a DG Yatra. So is there any work that is happening in hotel space where
DG Yatra Suresh is a friend, and I've been after him to get approval from the airport, the aviation authority, because it's a government initiative. But if you look at the app, you'll have a hotel button there. So it's being planned. And let me give you one example on what you could do. Today we have real people behind the screen. We didn't want to let go of that human element, but today we could have an AI avatar. Let's say Deepika Padukone is your favorite Bollywood actress, or Virat Kohli is your favorite cricket player. We could have them check you in with their avatar. You do a licensing agreement, and then they could check you in. So I think that's on the back end where that integration is bound to happen. But that technology integration is going to enable us to really take that personalization to a next level and really deliver a unique experience.
We have time for one last question, so fastest.
Hello.
Finger first.
Hi. Hi. This is Ravi.
I think he started off, so we'll give this to him.
I was waiting from beginning.
I'm very sorry, sir. He's already started, so we'll hand this over to him, if you don't mind. Please go ahead.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My question is around contextual accuracy. So how do you account for the contextual accuracy from the AI voice-enabled receptionist? For example, if a person or a guest is having a hallway conversation with his or her partner, and then it picks up as a service request. So how do you distinguish between the two?
So we still have the human layer. So the voice AI or the audio or the video analytics tool creates a ticket. And we still have our mission control team who looks at that ticket and are we going to take action on this? So we still have that human element. But I think by the way, we only have the audio analytics at the reception desk. So it's not in the rest of the hotel. So with that said, corridor, all that, yes, we do have cameras for security, but we are not monitoring it for that matter. So, sure.
Yeah, it's quick, but seems to be valid. So my name is Ravi. I'm from 9stars. So my question is, since you're having a virtual receptionist, how do you handle the arrogant customers, guests, and fake emotions?
Okay.
Since you mentioned sentiment analysis.
Sure. So, that's our job, right? Hospitality, I have 50 broken ACs a day I have to fix. I have many unhappy customers. It's inevitable, right? So that's where the human element comes in. And I think, we still have a long way until machines can do that. They definitely help us ease it because we are able to act on it. We can act on it quicker than the guest expects. And I think, those, we call it disaster ratio and delight ratio. So it allows us, these tools allows us to push more of those into delighting the customer rather than having to deal with a disaster. So.
Thank you very much. Can we hear a round of applause for our speaker on stage?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yeet. We appreciate you being here. In case, Mr. Yeet, in case there are a few more questions, can you take them offline? Yes? If you all would like, you can meet Mr. Yeet over there, the gentleman who was giving me all the gang signs and all of that. You can go have a conversation with him if you don't mind. Yeah? Anyone else, feel free to have a conversation. He's going to be around for a little while longer. We are going to go into the next session, and this is one that I'm definitely looking forward to. Do you know who's coming up next? How many of y'all watched this man on TV and were mind blown as young people? I'll put my hand up in the air as well. Yeah? It's very interesting because I was side stage and a couple of the guys that I was working with, one guy bent in and said, "Yada, who's this fellow? Like, he's famous, sir." And I looked at him and I said, "Yeah, I mean, maybe for people our age and above, he is." And it's very interesting how this keeps changing. And the other day I was having a conversation with another person that said he was sitting in an event where there was Sachin Tendulkar, and none of the kids walked up to Sachin Tendulkar to get an autograph. Instead, they went to Virat Kohli, and the younger ones after Virat Kohli. Some of them even missed Virat Kohli. So, yeah, a lot of us are getting quite old. But this man seems to be super strong and keeping fit and active even after all of this time. We're going to take a couple of minutes to take the lights down, and I'm going to ask you all if you need to get a drink of water, get the best seats in the house, call people, ask them to make their way inside, because we have the man himself, Leander Paes, who's going to be taking stage. Yeah, y'all can clap for him. He's not yet here, but yeah, y'all can clap for yourselves as excitement, you know. So we're going to It is time for me to get into the introduction of the evening that we've all been waiting for. It is slowly creeping towards the end of what has been a fantastic day too here at Cypher 2025. This Cypher has been the biggest so far. It's just going to get bigger. And now at the end of the day, what a fitting way to wrap things up. People of the audience, we have with us a legend. The stage tonight belongs to a champion whose journey spans across 7 Olympics, 18 Grand Slams, and a legacy that transcends tennis. The man himself, Leander Paes, has not just played the game, he's redefined it through resilience, reinvention, and relentless pursuit of excellence. From an Olympic baby, born to athlete parents, to forging epoch-defining partnerships, surviving a life-threatening brain infection, and becoming the first Asian man inducted into the Tennis's Hall of Fame. This man's life story has been a masterclass in turning challenges into absolute superpowers. At this point in time, I request us to take the lights down, and I request your kind attention to the screen, please. People of Day 2, this is Cypher 2025. Please put your voices and your hands together and make some noise for the legend himself, Leander Adrian Paes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can't still go ahead and hear that loud cheer and claps. I can't hear it. Where's the energy? Where's the energy? There it is. Please welcome a man who's got the heart of a lion and, of course, hands of magic. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Leander Paes. Not too bad, yeah? please. Thanks so much, Vineet. Should we do that again? Leander Paes! How you doing?
Embarrassed. It's just wonderful to be in front of all of you all, and Bangalore is one of my favorite cities in the entire country. The weather here is just stunning. I've just come in from Kolkata, and it's hot and humid and it's still raining. The weather here is fantastic. People are pretty cool here too, huh?
Yeah, they are. The weather helps. Lee, to start at the start is always a good start. What do you feel?
Yes. This is my first gig that I've done since my father passed away 1 month ago. And my dad was battling Parkinson's 20 years. I was looking after him for 20. And I can't tell you how happy I am to come and celebrate life with all of you. How happy I am to come and share my dad's knowledge, my knowledge. I was his guinea pig. He was a sports science doctor. He was also an Olympic champion. And to come and share with you guys, it's as much as we are sitting on the stage, I feed off your energy. So thanks for having me tonight.
Thank you for that privilege, Lee. And God rest his soul. He was definitely a wonderful, wonderful man, as much as I remember all his brilliance. Well, I can't still sum it up, but he's, of course, done something brilliant.
Not too bad, huh?
As far as... So yeah, the Olympic baby situation, I think we need to go ahead and unveil that bit, because it's a fascinating little chestnut. And a lot of the people out here would love to hear how this legend actually was born.
So, telling you a little bit about my parents, my mom captained India in basketball. She's of Bengali background. She was 5'0". And 5'0", captain of the basketball team. She had, like what most women have, intuition. And mom had quick twitch fibers. She was lightning fast, both with her hands and with her legs. And mom knew every one of her teammates' children's birthdays, their anniversaries, and she invested her human equity into the team. My dad, on the other side, was 6'3", of Portuguese Goan descent. So he was the center half of the 1972 Munich Olympic hockey team. And all of you all seem too young, but Munich back in 72, Israeli athletes got taken hostage. The games were shut down for 4 days. The German army was inside the village. And inside an Olympic village, guys, you got 10,000 athletes who are housed alphabetically by country, which means India was bang opposite Israel. The German army had come in. They had boarded down the windows. They took all the TVs out. They removed all the newspapers. No civilians were allowed inside the village, and no athletes were allowed out. My parents were together inside the village, and I guess I had nothing else better to do. I was conceived in those 4 days. Needless to say, I was born on the 17th of June, 1973, if any of you all want to do the math. But in that, I was born with these crazy genetics of both of them being in peak performance, mom basketballer, dad hockey player. I was born with these tree trunk legs. And part Bengali, Hindu, part Christian, Portuguese, Goa. Football was my first love. Go figure, right? So I used to juggle the football in class, always get punished by the teachers because I was more juggling the football than juggling my school books. And a bit of a freak athlete. And my parents decided to encourage me through sport. So at the age of 11, I was selected for the Barcelona Football Academy.
See, not too many people knew that.
You always seem to bring out all these tidbits. And I went over to Nou Camp, to Barcelona, and I lived there for a year. I played on the junior program. I was 11 years old at the time, playing with European kids and talented soccer players from all over the world who were 15 years old, 17 years old, because the juniors is 17 and under. But after 7 months of being there, they selected me for the Barcelona playing 11 under 17 football team. But they did that with one condition. The condition was I had to give up my Indian passport. Yes. And I bleed blue. Yes. I mean, my mom's jersey number was number 5 playing for India. She had light blue on her chest and dark blue sleeves, dark blue collars, with Paes on the back with number 5. Dad's number was number 10. And he had dark blue on the chest, light blue sleeves and light blue collar with Paes on the back and number 10. I couldn't play for any other country. I had to play for home, and home was India.
See, that always happens.
So, like a good Indian boy, I told the coach at Barcelona, I said, I got to go home and ask my mummy daddy. So the next morning at 5:30 when he got to my room was spotless. I had packed even my toothbrush because I wasn't coming back. And he picked up on that. He said to me, he said, I know you're not coming back, but if you leave today, give up football as your dream because we are the #1 football club on the planet. Yeah. So I said, what makes you think I'm not coming back? He said, no 11-year-old packs his room so clean. So I said, we're good Indian boys. We go home and do it. So I came home, I gave up my dream as a footballer, and I had no clue what I was going to do. Because I would eat, breathe, and sleep football my entire day. And when I got back home to Calcutta, where my parents lived, I was sitting on the dining table the first night at dinner, and Dad said straight to me, he says, what you going to do now? And I said, I have no idea, why didn't you guide me? And he said, you've given up your dream of football. You would have played for any European club. You would have played in the World Cup. With a bit of luck, you would have won a World Cup, which is what your dream was. But in our house, we have a democracy, so you figure it out. And by sheer luck, in my parents' dining room when I was a kid, when I looked to the right, so I would sit on my dad's left at the dining table because my mom always sat on his right. And when I looked past my dad and I looked into the living room, my Uncle Basil's picture was up on the wall, and he was wearing a Fred Perry sweater with 3 tennis rackets there. You know I'm being recorded today, but tennis when I was a kid was not the coolest sport. You had to wear white, you had to wear collars, you had to do your buttons, your shirt was tucked in. You couldn't
Especially if you played football.
Exactly. We wanted to get a bit dirty and a bit rough. We wanted to really, get into a dogfight on the field and really play tough. But in tennis, it was love all. So,
Deuce.
Yeah. And then when I saw Uncle Basil's picture, I said tennis. My dad laughed at me for 6 minutes. For a few of y'all who have followed my career, you'll know I'm a rebel. I'm a rebel with a cause. When you're 11 years old and your father laughs at you for 6 minutes, it seems like an eternity. So I said to him, why are you laughing? He said, you are short. You don't know how to play tennis? Do you play single hand or double hand? I said, I don't know. I don't have a tennis racket. So I said, find me. We'll make a deal. You find me the best tennis academy. Give me 52 weeks, and I'll let you know if I can do it. So then he found me the Britannia Amritraj Tennis Academy in Madras back then. So on the 12th of May, 1986, I packed up my bags, and I moved to Madras, and my dad came to drop me. But for about 6 weeks before I left for Madras, my dad, every evening after dinner, would go into his office, into his study at home, and he used to write a lot. And that was normally my time with my dad. But for 6 weeks, he was not giving me that time. And when I'd come into the office, I'd be like, Dad, let's go, let's go play some sport. Let's do something fun. Let's chat. He'd be like, no, leave me alone. And on the 12th of May, 1986, when I got to Madras, Dad dropped me there, stayed with me for 3 days, but he gave me a 100-page letter. And that 100-page letter, the first paragraph and the last paragraph were the same. But what the gist of that letter was that my parents were separating and going their own ways. I have 2 elder sisters, Jackie and Maria, who I love to bits. They had already gone to Loretta House in Darjeeling. Both were great athletes. They were up in Darjeeling in boarding school. And my parents were waiting for me to find my feet because I was the youngest kid. And the first and the last paragraph of that 100-page letter was, tennis is your vehicle to become a man.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Some of us in life don't have options. Some of us in life are not the tallest. The average height of a tennis player in the 80s was 6'1", 90s 6'2", 2000 6'3". Today, Sinner and all these guys are 6'4". Wow. The average height is 6'4".
That's just aspirational for me. Sorry.
You are not a tennis player, I am. I'm 5'10"
I just
on
thought,
a good day.
I mean, you know, since that was a heightest joke you were making. But,
I mean, if I was as good looking as you, I wouldn't have to play tennis.
Arey wah! Backhand slap.
But can you imagine playing against guys like Ivan Izovic, 6'10", John Isner, 6'10", Karlovic, 6'11". I'm 5'10" on a good day. So definitely not God-given talent for tennis. But today's message is, we Indians have a wonderful word. It's my favorite word in Hindi. Jugaad.
Jugaad.
हम लोग इतना बड़ा जुगाड़ू है ना, हर चीज में जुगाड़ करते हैं. जुगाड़ कर करके 6 विंबलडन्स जीत चुके हैं.
Okay. Lee, very important. I remember last time you and I were having a conversation, and a very, very long conversation in this. You mentioned 11, 12 is when you actually started the game. And I remember I had asked you, I said, Lee, the basic point was, I mean, you're a legend, right? That's clear. But a Sachin, a Messi, you remember that conversation? Yeah. And you talked about the fact that they started really young, maybe at 3 or 4 or somewhere there. And I would love for you to go ahead and talk about that, because that is true resilience. Because you were actually always playing catch up.
You know, talent is picked very young in other countries in the world. In India, unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. That's something I want to change. And at the end of this conversation, Sudhi and me are going to talk about how. But when I was playing football at the age of 11, 1985-ish, there was no training systems. Today, you've got great gymnasiums. Everybody's on either a keto diet or on a intermittent fasting, or we guys are trying to catch up to the girls because the women have moved so far ahead in India that we guys are playing catch up. We're still trying to make sure we wear colored socks with our suits because women have gone so far ahead. But in the 80s and 90s, we had to just find a way. Jugaad karna hi hai. So then I realized that let me study how the great athletes have done it. So at that point, there were 2 other contemporaries in India. One was Vishy Anand, who has become a very dear friend of mine. I think he's a complete legend, not just in chess, but he's a great son of the soil. And the other was the little man, Sachin. Sachin and me live 50 yards away from each other in Bandra and Bombay, and another great natural-born talent. So I started studying these guys. Vishy Anand was already playing against computers in the 90s. He had a contract, I believe, with IBM.
Yes.
And he was playing against computers then. Sachin had switched from a left-hander to a right-hander because he was left-eye dominant. So if he was playing left-handed, his dominant eye, left eye, would be behind, so he'll pick up the ball a fraction of a second late. So they switched him to right hand, so his dominant eye would be in the front, and that's why when you see Sachin bat, it seems like he has all the time in the world. But you know, the magic of legends is there's science behind it. And I'll take a minute to talk about science and then get into how AI and tech get involved into human life. But the science of success is first studying yourself. It's studying your genetics, studying your blood work, studying your bone density, your muscle density, and also studying your brain mapping. So when you get to know yourself, be very, very honest with yourself where your weaknesses are and where your strengths are. The one great thing about athletes, right, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, that's true.
Jahan pe bhi jao, all of y'all are watching us. It's like you live in a fishbowl environment. So by the time you're 10 years of age, you get comfortable in your own skin. You get comfortable that you're not as good looking as Sudhi. You get comfortable that you have to learn from others. You get comfortable in reinventing yourself. And today's conversation is about how, as humans, we can constantly reinvent ourselves to achieve success. Because the minute you stop learning, there are a million, well, in India we have 1 billion. There are tens of millions of people who are going by you every day. So constantly learn. So I studied Sachin. I studied Pete Sampras then. I studied Federer. I studied Pele and Maradona and those guys. And I realized that oxygen levels in the blood and in the organs made a big difference. And coming from India, all I had to learn was Ujjayi breath. It's a yoga methodology that we have in India. And I realized that in India, we are so rich in knowledge, but it's not marketed as well as the Western countries. So I delved into India and I started doing yoga every day. It's another thing that we were doing yoga at 4:30 in the morning, and some mornings I fell asleep. On a Thursday morning, I was so tired from the whole week's work that some mornings I used to fall asleep. But yoga practice, meditation, visualization, breath, these are things that can align the body, the mind, and the soul together. We athletes call it the zone. Yep. Now, when you have physical fitness, when you have mental aptitude, you still have to put it together. When you have emotions playing, we Indians are very high quotient on emotions because we're constantly hit with data all the time. Even if we don't have a smart gadget in our head, in our hands rather, our heads are constantly thinking about things. We overthink things. Yep. But I think that by breathing well, by calming the heartbeat, regulating the heartbeat, every one of us have a heartbeat. And if we can study what our optimum heartbeat is, and I'll explain that in a second. One is you have a resting heart rate. When you wake up in the morning, take your pulse for 60 seconds. That's your resting heart rate. Take it as you wake up, before your mind starts thinking. That's your resting heart rate. Second is when you're working out, when you're at office or when you're in the gym or when you're doing your training, whatever walk of life you're in, when you're in that regular daily routine, test your heart rate out then. 1 minute, test your heart rate. It'll be higher than your resting heart rate. But the part that we don't do in India is to check your maximum heart rate. So my resting heart rate in my entire career was 29 beats a minute.
Wow. Really?
Bjorn Borg's was 27 beats a minute. Wow. Bjorn Borg, one of the great champions in the 80s, he could also run for Sweden in the 100 and 200 meter track and field in the Olympics. That's how fast he was. Wow. Bjorn Borg also started playing tennis when he was 12 years old. Guess which Indian kid studied him? I suddenly realized, yaar, ye mera jaisa hi hai. If he won Wimbledon starting at the age of 12, he doesn't know how to volley that great. He's playing with wooden rackets. I'm playing with graphite. Maybe kuch ban sakta hu. So then I realized that if I don't have the double-handed backhand or if I don't have the Pete Sampras serve, I can prepare my lungs so big that every hour that I take the match longer, the better chance for me to win. Every rally that I take the match longer, the better chance for me to win. Then I inherited my mom's genetics, quick twitch fiber. Who's going to sit on the baseline and play 25 shots? Come play me at my strength, speed. Like how Vishy Anand used to play speed chess. I used to ask him, what are you thinking? He said, Lee, I was 3 steps ahead in every move. We went to college together at Loyola College in Madras. And Vishy Anand, this is a great story about him. While I was studying him, I said, Vish, you got to teach me this speed chess. So we had 9 boys in the tennis academy. He said, Lee, buy 9 boards, place 1 board in front of each of you. I'm in the center. Make the boards like a circle. Give me board 1, 2, 3, 4, up till 9. Blindfold me and I'll play you guys. So Vishy Anand blindfolded beat every single one of us 9 guys in maximum of three moves.
How embarrassed were you?
Tremendously. But look at the mental aptitude we Indians have. That's not jugaad. That's intelligence. I believe, and I truly believe this in the core of my heart, because I've proved it, that we Indians are more intelligent than any other community on the planet.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Lee.
And we're so resilient. You go to any country in the world, desi milenge or aloo milenge. We adapt to anything. Let's bring it to this modern times that we're living in. We're living in such a vulnerable geopolitical world today, right? Who's doing the best in the world at the moment? Most countries want to get rid of which community? Why? We're doing all the jobs they won't do. Why? Because some of the best bankers are Indian. Some of the best doctors are Indian.
Some of the best developers are Indian.
I haven't even got to IT yet. We run IT of this world. They've taken IT and set it up in India. And this is where I think the magic, if I can switch over to a little tech.
Yes.
This is where the magic of India is, I believe, the opportunity for us to go from a third world and second world country to a first world country. And I'm taking a risk even though I'm being recorded here, is to get other countries and other businesses from other countries to invest their money in our brains. Their money, our intelligence, we design in India. We don't design outside India. Make in India, make in Bharat. Make it here. Yes, we were having a great conversation earlier about sovereignty and protecting.
Yeah, but that was the debate that we had today. I was telling you about it, and I thought it was very interesting in terms of some of the points that were raised, Lee. And what finally actually came out of it is one thing which I would like for everyone to know. I want to share this with you. So there is this moment where Lee was playing the Wimbledon, and it was a moment of grease lightning, call it magic, call it whatever. He'll give you the backstory, but it was the flying man shot. I don't know if you guys know about that. Have you seen that visual of Lee actually just flying? And he was in the air for what, 2 seconds, 3
That's
seconds?
only because I don't know how to hit a backhand, so I just dive.
But that was pure, honestly, that was pure, let's not go into you losing to Vishy because of blind. Yeah. But no, but the point that I'm trying to make is, wasn't that pure adaptability? Wasn't that just something that just came from spur of the moment? And probably is that where you're trying to tech, no pun intended, this conversation in terms of the fact that adaptability is where we need to start heading. We are talking about aspects of sovereignty, we're talking about Make in India, we're talking about all of that. But Lee, let's face it, at the end of the day, one of the most brilliant points that was made today during the discussion was adaptability.
100%. I think that instinct is very important. I think that for every woman out there in the world, trust your instincts. You're like 99% right. And you know what? Even that 1% where you're wrong, you're intelligent enough to adapt. Keep trusting your instinct. What's the worst that can happen? You fail, right? I have lost 74.3% of every tennis match I've played in my entire career. Let's rephrase that. 74.3%. If I go to a bank for an investment loan, I'm not getting it.
That's not too bad. Let me just go ahead and tell you something. 18 Grand Slam titles, 7 consecutive Olympics, Olympic medal. Oh, and by the way, the first Asian man ever to be inducted in the Tennis Hall of Fame.
So I brought this because this just doesn't belong to me. This belongs to every Indian on the planet, which is all of you too. I definitely would not be who I am without your encouragement, your inspiration. And you know those lonely nights when you're playing an individual sport outside India and you don't have money to live in a hotel and you're 19 years old, you're living in a locker room in Wolfsburg, Germany, and you're vegetarian at the time, so there's not much food. It's the height of winter. There are about 15, 20 feet of snow outside. It's the third week of November, 1991. Those nights define who you are. Winter of 1991 again was a tough winter for me. I was back in New York, and I got mugged at Grand Central Station. I got a scar on my chest, 23 stitches. Why? Because the guy just wanted my fancy tennis shoes. As simple as that. But hardships in life define who you are, not just your triumphs. Your triumphs gets you reverence. Your triumphs get you trophies. But to get to the trophies and to become the person you have become, it's your values and your ethics when life challenges you.
You have been working with AI. I would like for you to share that aspect as far as adaptability is concerned. Lee has just done something which I think will make all of us really, really proud. He was sharing that little story with me before we came on stage. I would please request you to elaborately tell everyone he's going to change the face of sport as far as youth is concerned in the country. And he's doing this with his father's blessings because he's going to utilize the system, the legacy that his father has left him, which is the PACE system. I should not talk more. I would like for you to go ahead and tell them because it's aspirational.
My case study when it comes to tech is a little interesting because through the 80s and 90s, we didn't have much access to tech. Through the 2000s, I just knew how to plug in my smart gadgets to get them to charge. But then I had to adapt to keep up to the younger talent that was coming up through the Olympic movement or through tennis. Because the younger talent was scouting my matches using videography, and their coaches were looking at under pressure, where was my backhand going on a passing shot? Under pressure, where was my second serve going? So they weren't just studying the percentages of where I played my shots, they were studying the percentages of where I played my shot under pressure, which means they were brain reading me. Every one of us have brain maps. What would we do under pressure? What would we do in different situations? And this is where I think the meeting of the human mind and emotions comes to technology. Now, today the big word is artificial intelligence. Let's break that up. It's still artificial and it's intelligence. But where human intelligence comes in is where we need to keep evolving. Tech is pushing us as humans to keep adapting. What I had to do was in the 2000s, I had to study where my own brain mapping was, where under pressure, maybe I would hit a second serve on the ad court wide to the backhand. And I knew my opponent knew that. So under pressure, when the pressure was on a different grade, it was only at about 20% to 50%, I would not hit that serve. I'd hit it into the body backhand. I'd hit it slice down the tee. I would give it a different speed, only to try and beat the technology data that my opponents were getting to save the human magic that I have, where when I really needed it at 6-all in the match tie break, in the 5th set, 5.5 hours into the match, then I'd play my favorite shot. Now, this is the magic of human intelligence, right? I find most humans around the world complaining that AI is coming in, we're losing jobs, and it's taking away jobs. And I was in Dubai just now at the Economic Forum just after Davos, and we were speaking there about how AI and artificial intelligence and tech is adapting the athlete. But I flipped it on how you can use technology and artificial intelligence to better your human life. Now, I'm not just talking about blood work and bone density, muscle density, and things. We've already spoken a little about that. But I'm talking about how artificial intelligence is pushing us as human beings to keep raising our emotional quotient. Because technology does not have emotions. Technology will only feed off the data you feed it. Now, who's feeding that data? We are. So depending on how we are feeding that data, it will differ. But I still think there's a huge opportunity, especially in India, where we get foreign investment, foreign sovereign investment, foreign countries to invest their dollars and their currency in our Indian intelligence. Because the last time I checked, in India, we still do mathematics in our brains, not on a calculator. Last time I checked, we Indians have an emotional quotient that we can read a human being when they're sitting in front of us and how they behave with us, not just for their words they're using. I think the Indian human quotient is very, very high. And I think we got to retain that and keep getting it better. Because, yes, 100% I bleed blue. I got the Tiranga in my veins. We should make things in India. Why? Not because we can, but because we'll create jobs for every Indian on the planet. We got 1.4 billion of us. If 55% is under the age of 26...
Very amorous race. Sorry.
Yeah, 55% is under the age of 26, and 80% of that is under the age of 18, that's 745 million on an average who are still under the age of 18. So that's my target audience. And the fun thing is that those 18-year-olds have not seen me play, which means I'm using data and tech to better their lives, because they will know me as Leander, the guy who gave me an education, Leander, the guy who gave me a job, Leander, the guy who taught me a skill set to put food on the table and a roof over my head. And what Sudhi was trying to talk about was, Sudhi is very close to my dad. Dad used to love pineapples, and this young man used to bring him pineapples every evening.
God rest his soul. He loved pineapples.
Human Indian equity. Pineapples. And while Sudhi would bring Dad pineapples, and he made sure they were peeled so Dad didn't have to peel them, he was very clever, this boy, Dad would sit and discuss with him about how Dad's sports science knowledge, this young man was playing out in his daily life. I'll explain that in a second. I have just signed on my first Olympic Academy in Odisha. 250 acres, 80,000 children, 40,000 tribal children, 40,000 Indian children, 20,000 international children from 22 countries, and 20,000 staff. I've got a catchment area of 120,000 human beings.
That requires a big round of applause. That's huge. Because the vision is something I would like for you to share with everyone.
And the vision of what my dad and I have is that we've got a sports science and human science knowledge in our family where Dad and Mom were champions in their field. Dad's an Olympic champion from 72. I was his guinea pig, his bakra. I won my medal in 96 in a completely different sport than my parents. Mom was basketball, Dad was hockey, I did tennis. I've never been married, but in 2003, after winning Wimbledon with Navratilova, I contracted a tumor in my brain. Later on, we realized it was not a cancerous tumor. It was neurocystic sarcosis. It was a kida. But when I came out of the hospital, the doctor said you couldn't have children. Guess what? I had a kid. They said you couldn't play tennis again. I won more Grand Slams and played more Olympics after the hospital. But this young daughter that I have who's 19 years old, she lives in Barcelona. She's made life easy for me because she's taken up tennis. And I'm using Dad's sports science and AI to develop her career to make India's third generation Olympian from our family alone. So this knowledge that we have, I've used a tech company to design a portal, and a very, very respected gentleman who owns this tech company Said, do you have a name for it? And I said, no. He said, come back tomorrow, I'll have a name for you. He said, your last name is Paes, right? P-A-E-S? So I said, yeah. So now we call the portal Physical Athletic Education System. And what my focus on is very different than most other entrepreneurs in sport. Most other entrepreneurs in sport, because of sheer commerce, they're looking at the top of the pyramid. For every 10 crores they invest, for every 100 crores they invest, for every 500 crores they invest, they want to see what return they're getting, how fast they're getting it. I'm in the Make India Great movement. I'm looking at the bottom line. I'm looking at the grassroots, because I sincerely believe that the talent of India is in tier 2, tier 3, rural India, gaons and towns. And I feel those kids don't have an opportunity to come to the cities to showcase their talent. Those kids don't have an opportunity to really earn food on their table and a roof over their head. And I think education is going so high in India, you get 99% in your board exams and you're worried about the last 1%. Because that determines whether you get into medical school, or that determines whether you get into sciences or not. Because the quota system is getting you into the medical school. Which means none of us here, on an average, will get into that medical school because we're not part of the quota. I don't know about you guys, but I never got 99% in class. So coming back to that.
I did. Sorry, doesn't matter.
See, now you're bragging, you're good looking and you're intelligent. Next you say you'll win Wimbledon. Now what to do? So I want to move India at the grassroots level, where if through sports and sports education, not just build champions for the 3 steps on a podium, but to do sports management, sports medicine, sports physiotherapy, sports architecture, sports organization, sports equipment, sports shoes, sports clothes, sports equipment as in the apparatuses that we play with. Most of the hockey equipment in the world comes from India, Jalandhar. Most of the best cricket bats come from India. Do we market it? No. The one Sardarji in the room is clapping. Thank you, sir. In that, if you look at how great we are in India with intelligence, I think it's a responsibility for people like myself who are achievers in the world, on the global stage, to take that knowledge that we have in India and take it to the world. So I would like to empower, through my sports education, 250 million children over the next 20 years through sports education.
Bus?
The beautiful part is, my Baba started about 50 years ago, and we already have hit 21 million.
Wonderful.
So in this, the data that we have is now just spinning on itself. Because if you get into the technical stuff, blood work data, bone density data, muscle density data, Baba designed what we call age verification. In sport, you know, when you play under 14 and under 17, if you win those age groups, you get scholarships to colleges, you get scholarships to academy. So around the world, we have 25-year-olds playing under 17. I can't tell you how many coaches ask me to cheat my age. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I can't tell you how many kids, without knowing, are drinking any water, any juice that the coaches are giving. Next thing you know, they're getting beards at the age of 12. Next thing you know, our young women, their hormonal cycles are going haywire. Who's really caring for the human being? Who's really caring for that one young child, regardless of whether you win Olympic medals or not, about their future? So we got to use tech, we got to use artificial intelligence, we got to use sports science to develop the quality of life of the human being. Because I can guarantee you, like I said earlier, in a sport where the average height is 6'4" today, on a good day I'm 5'10".
We started with the height jokes.
If you have, sorry, what?
We started with the height jokes again.
Yeah, because if you have a good quality of life, every single 24 hours, every human being gets the same 24 hours. Every human being gets the same 365 days in the year. But if you have a great quality of life, you can achieve success in anything. And that's the conversation, is better quality of sleep, better quality of food, better quality of fitness, better quality of movement. Today, all of us are on smart gadgets. I'm sure everyone in this room is sending on an average about 75 to 100 emails every day. One email is, hey, ... But you have to reply. Then you have to reply within half an hour, because that's the company mandate. Then you reply within half an hour, the next message is, what's up? Now you spent the first 1 hour just saying, hey, what's up? Where's the quality of time spent? We're not just punching in for monthly salaries, right? Even all our bosses would want to see qualitative work, not quantity of work. The quality of your human being is much more important than the quantity of your human being. The harder you work and the more productive you are, the faster you're going to move up in your organization, the faster you're going to achieve in life. And that is where tech and AI can allow me, for example, not just to be in one state or in one town and deal with only 120,000 children, but allows me to aim at a figure of 250 million children. When I say that to my American counterparts or my German counterparts, they don't know what I'm talking about, because they don't have 1 billion people in their country. So for me, it's the Tiranga. For me, it's every single one of you. Because if I can be a champion, no, at 5'10", no backhand, I had to move from the ad court, where it's backhand side, to the deuce court, because where my default backhand, where I meet it late, goes perfectly inside out. In doubles, that worked for me.
And that's adaptability.
That's jugaad.
Yeah, fair enough. But Lee, I think what you also just mentioned, you talked about the fact that you're constantly learning, you're constantly growing. Those are the things which I've been able to understand. And I've, of course, seen that as far as a lot of the evolution that you're going through. But one very important fact that I want to go ahead and ask you and talk to you about, you've played with more than 164 partners.
168.
Yeah, I knew it. See, everyone went ahead and dinged on that as well.
That reminds me of the rickshaw walas in Calcutta. Ding, ding.
168.
Time's up?
168. Whose time? No, we're doing this. We're carrying on. 168 partners. Something like this, in terms of Cypher 2025, right, where we are at, we're gracing this stage. It's in its 9th edition. It's a lot of blood, sweat, hard work which has gone in over the last 10 years. It's been a wonderful journey. It started off with really nothing, and it's very, very inspirational. And I'll tell you where am I going with this. The fact that everyone here, sitting in this room, has been a wonderful partner in terms of their growth, their journey. We talked about a spiritual understanding. We talked about knowing yourself. We talked about all of that. We are moving into a direction in terms of tech and AI where you need a partnership, where you need human plus AI, for example, or you need a partnership. What was that one thing that always made sure that that partnership for you was aces? Was it gratitude? Was it humility? Because that couldn't be jugaad, not with 168 people.
It was all of that, but it was the essence of investing in your partner. Now, if your partner is a machine, if your partner is data, if your partner is tech, if your partner is a human being, a man or a woman or any partner, invest time in your partner. Don't be scared of it. Nafrat mat karo. Don't be fearful that someone else understands this better than I. Trust me, if I can understand AI today from the background that I've come from in the 70s and 80s, anyone can do. I spend 4 hours every week learning new tech. Today I'm designing Olympic designs of how the human science can be bettered using my dad's knowledge, which is from 1945 and World War II, because Dad studied Eastern German sports science, and I'm not going to get there now. We can do that on another day. But from 1945, that knowledge till today, 2025, we have taken the human intelligence and used AI to model the perfect athlete. but yet design it and customize it for each person. So someone's a lefty compared to someone's a righty, it's different. If someone is right brain, left brain dominant, it's different. If someone's right eye dominant, left eye dominant, different. If someone comes from a different geographical, genetic location, I'll just break that down quickly. A Punjabi would react differently to the same situation than a Bengali would. A Bengali would react differently than a Gujarati would. A Gujarati would react differently than a Tamilian would. And I'm not even getting into the other states of India because every human being would react differently to the same situation. You've got to customize for your clients. So to answer this question, the success of a human being lies in the obstacles that are in front of you. Accept the obstacle, celebrate it, and be a student of life.
Beautifully put. Beautifully put. And how important is it to understand the fact that 7 consecutive Olympics, and I mean, it still befuddles me. The fact that you took playing long and made it into an art form, to be honest. First, what were you eating? Well, that's a different story. And the fact that longevity is something which comes at a price, which comes at a lot of maybe discipline or a lot of other those aspects. We all feel excited, right? We all feel there's such wonderful people out here who are founders, who have just started up companies, who have done that. We've all been through our journeys. A lot of them are maybe just starting out right now. But to play that long game, what's that one magical thing that you need to keep doing, keep telling yourself? And, well, those days that inner voice of doubt comes in for surely. How did you overcome that? I mean, to be honest, it is very inspirational to understand that.
There are 2 things. One is have tremendous belief in yourself by knowing your strengths and your weaknesses. Once you know your strengths and weaknesses, partner with people whose strengths are your weakness and your strengths are their weakness. So the sum of 2 individuals are greater than 2. And then once you start raising the bar, once you win your first Wimbledon title and people say, "Arey, ye to lucky ho gaya."
Not too bad for a boy from the streets of Calcutta, though.
Then you do it the 2nd time. Then you do it the 4th time. Then you do it the 6th time. Then stay humble. Because by staying humble and remaining a student of your craft, remaining a student of life, remaining a student of understanding people, you keep growing, you keep raising the bar. So for every one of you out there, I believe that my forte is sports, health, and wellness. And for any one of you out there that is looking to make India great through technology, artificial intelligence, health, wellness, I would love to chat with you to see how we can all become inclusive to make India great. I also feel that we are one community. We are one species as human beings. It doesn't matter what religion, caste, color we have. It doesn't matter what dialect we speak. We are Bharat. We are India. We are the Taranga.
Can I coach you on that by saying this? And this is something which Lee had said, which I thought was very interesting. It speaks volumes about the human he is. And I'm quoting you now. I've always believed that you can't control the outcome, only your preparation, effort, and mindset. So when you said that we are Bharat, that's forever been your mindset.
Yes, it's amazing how when you do every single thing within your power, every moment of the day, how that becomes your classroom, you know? And every day you try and better yourself. So right now I'm with you, chatting with you. In about 10, 15, 20 minutes, we're going to be moving on to something else. The next speaker will come in. None of you all are going to remember every single thing I said.
Is that true though? We didn't
Y'all
hear
are-
you.
Y'all are all Pinocchios. Y'all are definitely not going to remember everything.
Some of
I
them
said.
have maybe slept off. I don't
But if I'm able to inspire you with even one thought of how you can be your own champion, one thought of whether it's yoga, meditation, breath, using that to bring your brain mapping and your physicality together, get up and move, exercise. One of the things that I look at health in India, diabetes, we're #1 in the world. Obesity, we're #1 in the world. A lot of us are scared to do our medical checkups because of what we're going to find out. I'm saying let's do our blood work and our test where preventive medicine is better than allopathic medicine. Kyun? Because look at our Vedas, look at our Hindu scriptures, look at yoga. We come from a country which is one of the oldest civilizations that has all the health and wellness in a natural way. I hope there's no one from Big Pharma here, but in a natural way, we can live a great qualitative life because we come from a country that has that. So let's celebrate Indian intelligence with Western technology and put that together. I have. That's why I'm here still today. At 52, I have more energy today than I did when I was 23.
Wonderful.
Because at 23, I didn't have the benefits of artificial intelligence or tech or data. Today, I do.
Lee, before we go to the audience, I have to obviously ask you this. You have, of course, spoken about this in the past. 11 years old, start up a game, pick it up, play it beautifully. It's poetry in motion. Play it long. Do all of that. Titles, awards, everything. What's that one thing that always you wanted to leave when you retired, or when you actually took up the next chapter of your life? What was that one thing that always made you smile when you said the word legacy? What did it mean to you?
It meant making my parents proud. Today, that's hard because I only have one parent left. I lost my dad a month ago. But every morning I wake up with opportunity to make my parents proud.
You know what? You've not just made your parents proud, you've made the entire country proud. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Leander Paes. All right, Lee, we're going to throw it to the audience. But before I do, I wrote something finally for you. This doesn't mean it's going to be the close of our conversation, but here is what I wrote. The future of performance in sport or life belongs to those who adapt, innovate, and never stop learning. Ladies and gentlemen, that's inspired by Leander Paes, the first Asian man to be in the Hall of Fame. Lee. And that shouldn't stop. That's yours, Lee. That's yours.
This actually belongs to all of India, so this is yours too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very quick round of questions for Lee. So I would request everyone who's helping me with the mics in the crowd.
You know there's a young lady just up here on the right. She's got both hands up.
Yes, I know. I know. I was going right there. Do you have a question? Yes. Oh, wonderful.
Huge fan. I come from a very small town. I mean, I'm a Bangalorean now, but I was brought up in a very small town. And I know about tennis only from you. So that's something that I think if I have to name any tennis player, you're the first one. So my question is, you've played with so many people, right? Other legends. Who was your most favorite?
What's your name?
My name is Snigdha.
Nita?
Snigdha.
Snidha. That's a nice name.
Thank you.
Snidha, you're going to get me into big trouble because this is going on to YouTube later and both Navratilova and Hingis are both going to watch this. But I was very blessed to have some great partners in life, and I feel that the one talent that I developed was to choose my partners smartly. I gave you a hint that I'm very well aware that my serve is not the fastest. My backhand is not the best. So hence, I chose a Navratilova who was left-handed. So where on the left side of my body I had to play a backhand, her left side of her body was a forehand. So I'm giving you a little tricks about how to adapt your own personal life to get the best out of life. Then when Navratilova won Wimbledon with me when she was 50 years old, she retired. We created the world record of the oldest team to win a Grand Slam. Then came a young Martina Hingis, whose double-fisted backhand was the best in the world. That's why she's such a great Grand Slam champion. So I won 4 Grand Slams with her in 16 months, which is still today the world record for the fastest career Grand Slam ever won.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Both those two are some of my favorite partners because Navratilova also taught me about longevity and Hingis taught me about technique. Both those two were things I wanted to study at the time. So Navratilova again was a born leader. I'm a born leader, but both of us couldn't lead. So being the gentleman, like we most Indian men are, I took the back seat. I let her lead. So she chose where we ate dinner every night. She chose which lentils that she wanted to eat because she knew 64 different types of Indian lentils, which I didn't know. She chose what time we would practice. When we'd win the toss in a match, she chose whether we served or received. And it didn't matter where we ate, what dal we ate, whether we returned or served. It just mattered to keep her happy. Because if she was happy, men, please take a cue. If she was happy, I was happy.
Thank you, Snigdha. Yeah, I'll need some time for that. The next question. Ma'am.
Hey.
Hi, sir. This is Namrata. I would like to ask a question, like how do you do time management? Because it's very difficult these days. And if whatever you plan or prioritize, and if you are not able to meet those, it will be stress. Like time management plus stress management, I would like to hear from you.
That's a fantastic question, Namrata.
Thank you.
Time management is based on health first, then family, personal time, work time. And I have a chart every day that I give myself 2 hours to myself every day, which means I have to wake up at 5 in the morning. Because between 5 and 7, I do 1 hour of fitness and 1 hour of martial arts. Because that's going to give myself the breathing, the yoga, the meditation, 1 hour, 20 minutes. It gives me 1 hour of martial arts. I do Aikido, I do contact martial arts. That just keeps my adrenaline going. At 52, most of us men need to keep our testosterone high. So that's what it gives me, because I don't have tennis anymore. So I do martial arts, I play football, I play golf, I play other sports that keep me going. Those 2 hours in the morning are very important to me, because then after that, I do all my reading. Now that reading takes another hour and a half. So before anyone comes to work at generally 10 o'clock, even though they say they're coming at 9, I've already got my own personal time in. So that means when they come to work at 10, from 10 to 2, I'm very productive. 11, 12, 1, 2. That's 4 hours of the most productive work, and I'll get to that 4 hours in a second. But at 2 o'clock, I stop. I have my lunch, I take a nap, and then is family time. So then with my family, either I will play sport with them, or either we'll go hiking or do some sort of activity together, which is a family activity. And then dinner time is family dinner. Every single night, our family gets together for dinner and we discuss what each one has done in the day. We help each other out in terms of if any one of us has done something in the day that is another person's expertise, we have those discussions. When dinner is served at 7 o'clock, mobile phones go off, smart gadgets go off. They go into another room where they're all charged. So that the body cycle, your circadian cycle, starts slowing down so that you can go to sleep by 10:30, so you wake up at 5 o'clock the next morning. Now those 4 hours I was talking about between 10 and 2, that's business. No other family call, no other friend calling and saying, hey, what's up, how are you doing? All those emails that come. Work. So the night before, I've scheduled what tomorrow's work goals are. And no matter what comes, if something new comes, it goes to my EA. If something bigger than that comes, goes to my CEO. If something bigger than that comes, it goes to God tomorrow. But today, I have to tick off every single thing in my schedule today. And even though you might miss out on something, because that's the catch, never miss out on your own personal time to keep yourself healthy. Never miss out on family time, because at the end of the day, you're working hard to better your quality of life with your family. Do not take your spouse for granted, and make sure your spouse doesn't take you for granted. Go out on date night. Give your spouse a surprise. Show up and take him for lunch. Go and pick your children up from school or from sport or from dance or from music. One day, maybe if your child is already driving, take your child's car keys and go fill the car with petrol to a full tank and leave it there without saying a word. See the response you get. One day, just randomly walk into your kid's room, give them the tightest hug and say, you know what, man? I really, really love you. You make me proud. And just walk away. Don't even wait for a response. You be the difference in the world. Because, thank you. I am so proud of Indian women. Because you lead from the forefront. You're causing us guys to pull up our socks and make sure they're not white, that they're colored. To make sure that we guys are showing up well-groomed and well-spoken, well-turned out. I think the next decade belongs to India, and I really think the next decade belongs to Indian women.
Obviously, the next question has to go to a woman. Ma'am. Yeah, you, ma'am. We would all love to know your name and anything else that you would like to share with us.
I don't have much to share. But I have a questions. I'm Yuthi, and I'm from Kolkata. So I knew you were there yesterday. I was about to meet you, but as I was here, I couldn't meet you. So Cypher God gave me this opportunity to meet you. We have met several times at the tennis academy, but I knew that you are a legend through your work, and I have seen since my childhood there. But today here, I came to know that in your thought, you are a legend too. So I think you must be a motivator. You motivate me today, and I think I can do a lot of things when I will go to Kolkata. So not only your tennis and all this, your thinking is beyond something that also India needs this kind of thing. And one more thing I'd like to ask, it's the questions of benefit for my also. See, you said you have a daughter and she is doing well in the tennis, right? So I have a small daughter. And I want to ask you as a father, how did you inspire her to be in this field? Because now these children in this era, they are on to them. Okay, everything they want, okay, I want to decide for my thing. Sometimes I think that, how to motivate them to the field that I want to become, because there is some potential, I have seen all this. And how did you decide how to train them? You have, obviously you have done for your child, and the academy or maybe the infrastructure the India have, because I don't have that much of idea. So if you can help me through this platform, it'll be it's very nice.
Sure, thank you for your kind words. That was really sweet of you to start with. See, I did surrogacy, right? So I have never been married. So I was mother, father, best friend, everything to Ayana.
Oh my.
And with my daughter, just as with most young women, you play reverse psychology.
Okay.
You don't tell them what to do as a parent. You do, and they will follow. Children don't do today, modern children don't do what you ask them to do. You don't even have 1 hour in the day with your child, accumulatively. In a 24-hour day, you'll get maybe 16 minutes, 17 minutes if you're lucky.
Okay.
Because they are so bombarded with so many things. Schoolwork, exams, chat GPT, Snapchat, Instagram, peer pressure. You know, someone's having a party somewhere, someone's getting together somewhere. Hey, mama, I want to have a sleepover. You know?
Yes, yes.
These things scare me like crazy because my young daughter going for a sleepover, kahan ja rahe ho bhai? But the best thing that you can do as a parent is, one, unconditional love, and two, in the bottom of your heart, tarpa rahe aap, magar shant raho. Be patient and play reverse psychology. Let her come to you, not you to her. Because if you keep telling them what to do, अरे mama तंग कर रही है यार, पापा तंग कर रहे हैं मेरे को, telling me what to eat, telling me how to dress, telling me where to go, telling me what to do, अरे क्या हो रहा है? Instead, let them choose. What's the worst that can happen? They'll make one mistake. They'll make 2 mistakes. But that unconditional love that you give them, that safety net, you've created a bond with them. Now they will come and tell you their secrets. They will come and tell you their passwords to all their tech, so you can protect them. You can share with them your own password. So with my daughter, I played this wonderful thing, and I really hope she doesn't see this recording, but I gave her all my passwords. To my emails, to my mobile phone, to my Instagram, to whatever it was. Because I had nothing to hide. But more importantly, I created a precedence to build a bond with her. So her first boyfriend that she she came to me and says, Papa, I like this Australian boy. I was like, wow, that's amazing. I didn't tell her, hey, Desit ko dekh. Dil soch raha tha na. I could have gone that route, I would have lost her. I said, Australian, oh yo, tab.
Good day, mate.
And then I made him a friend. I followed him on Instagram. He's a tennis player. Started chatting to him, slowly showing him the tough side. Also showing him what my daughter likes. So, you know, she likes flowers, she likes chocolates. She likes something gentle. So my daughter's very much like me. We learn through love. We don't like the danda. We've had enough of it. Life has given enough danda. So through love, it lasts longer. So by taking this young boy under my wing and guiding him on how best he could treat my daughter, I've done the best service as a father to my daughter.
Yes, sir, you. Right, yeah, he's...
Sir, I'm a huge fan of yours, and yesterday I was watching your match with Federer. In 2010, you defeated him. So how was your experience when you were playing against him? Can you just highlight?
I've played Roger Federer 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. I've played him once in singles in 2001 in Indian Wells. India won. And I played him 3 times in doubles, I believe. And India's up 2-1. So I've played Federer 4 times. India's up 3-1. I got to play Pete Sampras 4 times. India's up 4-0.
Nice. And one more question, sir. Like AI is growing much. So what do you think? Is AI going to replace human empires in tennis?
Is AI going to replace?
Going to replace human empires.
AI is already there. It's called Hawkeye.
Yeah.
So in some of the tournaments, they're experimenting with this electromagnetic lines, and there are no human beings on the court except for one umpire. But there's still one umpire.
Yeah.
In that, I believe that technology and artificial intelligence makes for much more efficiency, but it still needs human emotion quotient.
Yeah.
It needs that human emotions. Technology can't feel emotions. It can only learn through data. But to answer your question, technology is the present and the future. Artificial intelligence is the present and the future. But the human beings that are going to succeed the most are the ones that are going to adapt with it and get out of our comfort zone to accept it, celebrate it, and learn how we can better ourselves. So instead of me saying, I want to empower 250,000 children, I'm saying I want to empower 250 million children. It gives you this broad reach. Through tech, you don't have one Leander in one place only here today. Through tech, right now today, I've got 1 lakh plus children and millions of children probably watching me do different things through videography, through voice, through technology, and through artificial intelligence that I'm hopefully bettering their lives. And even if I'm teaching them what not to do, it's a good thing.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry, but because of the paucity of time and the fact that, Lee, you have to obviously go ahead and give out the very prestigious Minsky Awards. So we're going to be leading up into that. But, of course, it's been enriching. It's been inspirational. It's been brilliant. And it's been filled with love. And thank you for elevating this evening.
Thank you, guys.
For everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Leander Paes.
Thank you very much for that. Give a round of applause to your moderator in the house as well, please. Sudhir, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Leander, people, before you all leave, can we get a picture with Leander and all of you all? Yes? Leander, if you could just take a couple of steps right there, and we just have you face towards me, if you don't worry. No, you all stay. Excuse me, sir. You have to take a few steps back, if you don't mind, please. Take a few steps back. You're just going to hold on to that. We're going to clear this out very quickly.
Guys, shall we do something fun? Because this just came to me. This is going to go out on all of your social media. And today, for you, I'll put it out on mine. So, let us all raise our hands and give this a thumbs up, okay?
We'll do this on the count of 3. In 1, 2, 3, put your hands up and make some noise. We have Leander Paes in the house. This is Cypher 2025. The man himself, the legend, is in the house, people. Thank you very much. All right, Leander, you have the honor of giving out the awards that are coming up. I'm going to ask you to please take a few steps back, if you don't mind. Not into the audience. Say again. Yeah, sure. I'm guessing, yeah. Until we begin. This is the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI 2025, and we're going to kick things off. A few people in the front. We'll just give you a few moments while we get Leander back on stage, just signing a few autographs. getting quite literally mobbed at this point in time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, esteemed guests in the house, and distinguished members of the AI community, it's now time for the 7th edition of the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI, presented at Cypher 2025. And tonight, we celebrate the pioneers, the visionaries, and the disruptors who are reshaping the world through artificial intelligence, machine learning, and analytics. The Minsky Awards at Cypher are the most prestigious AI awards in the country, given out exclusively at the company or organization level. These awards recognize excellence in AI, showcasing the very best in innovation and practical application of artificial intelligence. This year, 23 distinguished categories and 25 awards that have been crafted for the Minsky Awards, with one esteemed award per category, celebrating diverse and pioneering achievements in AI across multiple sectors, including AI in service providers, consulting firms, AI in GCC captives, AI startups, AI in domestic Indian firms, special categories, and individual awards. Tonight, we honor these trailblazers whose vision and execution are shaping the future of AI in India and beyond. And now, people of the audience, it is that time we have all been waiting for. This is the presentation of the Minsky Awards. To the 3 people that clapped for me, thank you very much. Also, a very quick announcement. There is a change in schedule. I announced earlier that at music cues, very nice, I like it. I announced before that at 10 o'clock, Priyank Kharge was going to take stage. That has been modified. He'll be taking stage at 2:15 to 2:45. Once again, he's not taking stage at 10 o'clock in the morning. He's taking stage between 2:15 to 2:45. Leander, we good? Yes? All good. Fantastic. May I request CEO and MD at Next Gen Cloud Technologies, AS Raj Gopal, to please come up to the stage. People of the audience, give him a massive round of applause. Leander and Raj Gopal, the two of you have the honor of giving out the awards this evening. It's time for us to jump into the first category of the evening. This is for Best Firms Certification, which recognizes organizations with exceptional company culture and voted by their data scientists and analytics employees. Our first winner is a 100-year-old company that set up its first digital hub in Hyderabad, beginning a bold digital transformation journey. The hub has expanded into connected hubs model with Mexico, China, Bengaluru, and Hyderabad all working in sync. Today, the India Hub is the largest digital transformation center for the company, contributing nearly 40% of its global digital talent. As a strategic partner to business units worldwide, it drives innovation, impact, and is now spearheading advancements in AI and data sciences. People of the audience, the first winner in this category, please give it up for Carrier. Requesting the audience to kindly take your seats and requesting Carrier to please make your way to the stage. May I request all of you all in the front to kindly take your seats? Please take your seats. Requesting you all to kindly take your seats. Gentlemen, if we can give them a little space. Carrier in the house, the first winner. Please make some noise for them. The gentleman in the front, sir, may I request you to please take your seat? Thank you very much. Congratulations to Carrier, quickly getting a couple of pictures, a couple of videos. Also, may I request you all to not do individual pictures because we are having a lot of people who are waiting for their awards and we do not have time for individual pictures, but they don't get, it's okay. Never mind. Moving on. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I did my job. I told them. Yeah, moving on. Our second winner is a company that uses analytics, AI, and data to empower millions and drive a mission of prosperity. With innovations like Intuit Assist and advanced agentic AI systems, they're building AI native experiences at massive scale. Their commitment to responsible AI through initiatives such as Generative AI Operating System and academic partnerships ensures ethics and upskilling remains absolutely central. Your second winner in this category, please give it up for Intuit. Intuit, you walk away as winners in this category. The second winners, to be accurate, please come up to the stage and pick up your award. Congratulations, Intuit, the second winner in this category. Moving on to the next, our last winner is a global deep tech company harnessing Earth observation, AI, and cloud-native platforms to deliver decision intelligence across agriculture, banking, insurance, aviation, infrastructure, and climate. Headquartered in Bengaluru, with operations in India, Switzerland, and the UK, this firm blends cutting-edge data science with Earth observation to drive business value and social impact. Your winner in this category, please give it up for Satshur. Congratulations, Satshur. A much-deserved award. Keep your chins up high, big smiles on your faces. Audience, please give it up for them. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next set. And our next category is for leading AI service provider. This award recognizes organizations that have excelled in delivering innovation through AI solutions and services, driving significant value for their clients and advancing the industry. This award goes to an organization that has recognized a core challenge faced by life sciences companies. What began as a vision to provide enterprise-grade analytics and integrated software has now grown into a global force, delivering efficient, resilient, and AI-led solutions across the commercial, clinical spectrum. Your winner in this category, audience, please make some noise for Axtria. Congratulations, Axtria. Quickly getting a couple of videos and pictures with y'all. Once again, making a kind request to all of y'all coming up on stage to not take individual pictures. We have a lot of people who need to catch flights and we need to get this done as quickly as we can. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations, Axtria, for walking away as winners in the leading AI service provider space. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next winner in this category. They are a global enterprise AI and analytics company trusted by some of the world's largest organizations for data-driven decision-making. Founded in 2016, it builds custom data products through an innovative hybrid model while transferring IP ownership to its clients. The winner in this category is Mathco, the math company. Congratulations, Mathco, the math company on stage. The second winner in this category. People of the audience, please give it up for them. Thank you very much. And congratulations to you once again. Our next category is a biggie. This is AI Startup of the Year. an award that celebrates emerging startups driving innovation in AI. With bold ideas and strong potential to shape the future of this industry, our winner for this category is a company fighting the privatization of AI by developing a fully open, community-built alternative. Backed by leading investors, it is creating an ecosystem for loyal AI technology that is accessible to all and that aligns with community values and fairly rewards its builders. Your winner in this category, please give it up for Sentient. Sentient, please make your way to the stage. Congratulations, Sentient. People of the audience, show him some love. Come on. Much deserved. Our next category is AI-driven retail and supply chain excellence by a GCC. The winner is a global leader in the digital transformation of energy management and automation. With operations in more than 100 countries and a workforce of over 150,000 employees, they live by the philosophy of life is on, empowering everyone to make the most of energy and resources while driving progress and sustainability. Your winner in this category of AI-driven retail and supply chain excellence by a GCC is Schneider Electric. Congratulations, Schneider Electric. Make some noise for them. Come on. There we go. Our next category is AI-enhanced data analytics excellence, and our winner for this category is a company leveraging artificial intelligence to transform revenue management. Built with a vision to lead in technology and transforming itself into an AI-first airline, this company has launched multiple AI-driven digital touchpoints and innovative solutions in setting new benchmarks in digital transformation by leveraging artificial intelligence throughout its operations and passenger journey. We have a winner in this category, and this is none other than Air India. Please welcome them to the stage with a massive round of applause, audience. Congratulations, Air India. Quickly getting those pictures and those videos in while we move on to the next category. This is for Best AI Implementation by a Service Provider. The winner in this category is a global leader in advanced technology services and solutions trusted by leading enterprises worldwide. With a deep business knowledge, operational excellence, and cutting-edge AI-driven solutions, this company helps organizations across industries get ahead and stay ahead. Your winner in this category is Genpact. Genpact, make your way to the stage and collect your award, a much-deserved one. Audience, you have one job, which is to make a lot of noise for them. Let's hear you make some noise. Come on! Congratulations, Genpact. Big smiles on your faces. I'm super happy for you. Moving on to the next category, this is Best AI Implementation in a GCC Captive Environment. This award began as a technology center. This award goes to a company that began as a technology center, and has now evolved into a world-class engineering organization. By bringing people and technology together, it drives digital transformation that enables customers to live more and bank less. Please help me in welcoming the winner in this category, DBS Tech India. That was DBS Tech India. Congratulations to you. Our next category is Best AI-enabled business strategy in an Indian firm. The winner is one of India's largest financial institutions, empowering millions through innovation, financial inclusion, and customer-first solutions. With a network of 9,499 branches across 4,153 cities, they continue to unlock opportunities and help dreams take flight. Your winner in this category is HDFC Bank. Please make your way to the front and up onto the stage. HDFC Bank walking away as winners for the best AI-enabled business strategy in an Indian firm. Thank you very much. Okay, a massive army is coming onto the stage. We approve of this behavior. As long as you all don't take out your phones and click pictures. Madam, you're carrying a phone. I'm looking at your left hand. Sir, you also. I'm looking at you. No pictures? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Make some noise for HDFC Bank, please. Our next category is Breakthrough AI Technology. The winner is a global data science and AI solutions provider dedicated to solving the last mile problem in AI, bridging the gap between insight creation and value realization with a team of over 3,500 employees and offices spanning the UK, US, Canada and India. It continues to push the boundaries of AI adoption. Your winner, you have seen them on the stage before. Please make some noise for Tridents. Tridents, we'd like to see the entire team on stage. We're super proud of the amazing work you do. And you are the winner in this category of Breakthrough AI Technology. Massive congratulations to the team. Big smiles on their faces. We're happy to see that. We're going to quickly jump into the next category while they click those pictures and take those videos. The next category is Cypher Cool AI Company Award. And your winner in this category is a Fortune 500 technology solutions integrator that has been helping citizens and clients modernize infrastructure, unify data, and put AI to work for more than 35 years. Recognized as a great place to work and a Forbes World's Best Employer. Its rapid growth in India reflects its commitment to people and progress. Your winner is Insight Enterprises. Already on stage, a quick one, that 1B. He already knew from his introduction, which was very cool. Congratulations to you, Insight Enterprises. We're moving on to the next category. The next category is Excellence in AI Research by an Indian firm. The winner is one of India's largest healthcare providers with a strong presence across India and the Caribbean. Backed by centers of excellence, nearly 4,000 doctors, and a team of over 18,000 professionals. It continues to set benchmarks in patient care, clinical excellence, and innovation. This award goes to Narayana Health. Narayana Health, please make your way up to the stage and collect your award. I'm sure the team is massive. Please do convey our best to all of them and our congratulations to all of them. And congratulations to the two of y'all as well. The next category is moving on to excellence in AI strategy consulting. The winner in this category is a global leader in product and platform engineering, with a workforce of nearly 62,000 worldwide and over 11,000 in India. By combining strategy, AI-driven engineering, modern data capabilities, and a culture of excellence, this organization is making the future real for clients and communities across the globe. Your winner is EPAM Systems India. Congratulations, EPAM. Well deserved. Thank you very much. Do take your seats in the audience. And congratulations on your award once again. Moving on to the next category. This is excellence in AI talent development by an Indian firm. The winner is a global leader in AI and analytics, helping future 1,000 companies tackle the most complex business challenges with 5,000 experts worldwide, delivering full-stack solutions that drive measurable outcomes across industries and earning recognition from Forrester, Gartner, and HFS. Please join me in congratulating none other than Tiger Analytics. Once again, a massive team making their way to the stage. It's lovely to see all of you all on stage here with us. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm also wondering if they just randomly, as they're walking by, say, hey, do you want to come up on stage with us? And they just take a whole bunch of random people. That would be awesome if they did that, right? It would be awesome. Okay, I'm going to ask Tiger Analytics, can you all make some noise for yourselves, please? Just shout for yourselves, come on. There you go. It's nice to see that happen. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again to Tiger Analytics. You walk away as the excellence in the AI talent development by an Indian firm. And on that note, we move on to the next. This is an award category titled Excellence in AI Talent Development within GCC's Captives. Our winner has transformed its India hubs into a center of AI expertise, fostering innovation, collaboration, and advanced skills across Hyderabad and Bengaluru. You saw them on stage before. We're going to call them up once again. Please give it up for Carrier. Carrier. Second call for Carrier. If you're not in the audience, we're going to move on to the next. Last call, Carrier. Congratulations, Carrier, but it seems like you're not in the audience. We're going to move on to the next award category, which is for the fastest growing AI startup. The winner is an innovative edtech startup transforming English learning for children worldwide. With its AI-powered personal tutor and a 24/7 AI coaching, learners get constant guidance and feedback to build confidence anytime, anywhere. Your winner in this category, please give it up for SpeakX. Make some noise for SpeakX, please. Ladies, please convey our best to the rest of the team as well. We're moving on to the next category while they quickly have a couple of conversations on stage. This category is GCC AI Visionary Award, and your winner in this category is someone that drives AI and data analytics initiatives that integrate advanced solutions into clients' workflows, boosting their efficiency, user experience, and business impact. Operating across 9 countries and multiple industries, they're recognized as a leader in generative AI and agentic AI solutions. Your winner, none other than Strive. Please make your way to the stage, Strive. Congratulations once again, Strive. Our next category is for leading domestic Indian firm in AI innovation. This firm was launched in 2023, very recently. Convozen analyzes millions of calls and messages daily to transform customer interactions into actionable insights, enhancing communication quality and satisfaction. The winner in this category is No Broker. No Broker, can you please make your way up to the stage? You walk away with an award for leading domestic Indian firm in AI innovation. Recognized as one of India's top 30 AI startups by the India AI Mission, Convozen is already powering engagement for leading enterprises across sectors like healthcare, edtech, real estate, banking, and insurance. Congratulations, No Broker. Moving on to the next category. This is for leading GCC captive for AI innovation. The winner is a global capability center with over 5,600 experts specializing in digital platforms, performance marketing, product engineering, data science, automation, and AI. By integrating people and technology, they deliver scalable AI-first solutions while fostering a collaborative, future-focused workplace that drives impact for clients and employees. Your winner is none other than Dentsu Global Services. Eyes to the front for those pictures, and congratulations once again, Dentsu Global Services, a much deserved award right there. The next category is Most Innovative Use of AI in Service Delivery. We have multiple winners in this category, and the first winner is a leading global pure play AI and analytics provider that blends human perspective with AI to deliver trustworthy intelligence to some of the world's largest enterprises, including many in the Fortune 500. Your winner in this category is C5I. This organization is driving business impact at speed and scale through AI-assisted decision-making. Congratulations once again, C5I. We're super proud of the amazing work y'all are doing. A quick picture to seal the deal while we move on to the second winner in this category. The second winner for the same category is a global AI-driven analytics, data engineering and consulting firm that provides a 360-degree view of the digital consumer. By helping enterprises unlock new revenue streams, it has earned the trust of 50 Fortune 500 companies across industries, setting benchmarks in AI and analytics worldwide. Please join me in congratulating the winner. Second winner in this category, to be precise, Latent View Analytics. Please come up to the stage. This big team has been waiting on the site for a long time. Please give it up for them and make some noise for them, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience. Thank you very much. Massive team on stage there. Congratulations to all of y'all. Please give our best to the rest of the team as well. They're doing some moving around and switching around to balance colors apparently. Well done, well done. Congratulations to you and the team. We're going to jump into the next category, and this is for Outstanding AI Solution by a domestic Indian firm. The winner is a global technology services and consulting firm focused entirely on healthcare and life sciences, leveraging AI, cloud, data, and intelligent automation. It helps with over 140 enterprises build human-first ecosystems, accelerate transformation, and achieve impactful business outcomes. Your winner in this category, Cypher Tech. Please make your way to the stage. From a massive team to one man standing, congratulations, Cypher Tech. The next category is for Outstanding AI-Powered Business Transformation in GCC Captive. Our winner for this category is the world's first convenience store, whose Global Services Center drives digital transformation, strengthens IT capabilities, and delivers innovative, efficient services across operations worldwide. A massive congratulations while we bring on the winner. This is 7-Eleven Global Solution Center, India. Congratulations, 7-Eleven Global Solutions Center, India. Very proud of the amazing work you all do. He's pulling something out. If it's a phone, oh, he's giving him something. Can I quickly go see what that is? Oh no, he's taking it and he's leaving. Oh, you got an autograph. Smart man, smart man. And it's on camera, so you can sell it for a lot of money. Yeah? Okay. Moving on. This is for the 23rd set of awards. This is the final award of the night. I have been speaking here for a very, very, very long time. Y'all can clap for me as well, by the way. Thank you very much. This is the last and final category, people of the audience. This is AI for social impact. And the winner is someone driving digital transformation through technology that improves access, equity, and outcomes for its citizens. Please put your hands together for Center for E-Governance. Please make your way to the stage and collect your award. The last but never the least, this is for AI for Social Impact, Center for E-Governance. Give me here a massive congratulations to the team on stage, please. Thank you very much. All right, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask the last award winners to stay back on stage, if y'all can still hear me and not in the middle of your conversations. Can I request all of the award winners to please bring your awards and come up on stage? We'd like to get a group picture. Stay back on stage if you don't mind, please. Thank you very much. The remaining award winners, can I request you all to please bring your awards and come up to the stage in case you all have left. You all are missing this photo opportunity. Carrier Technologies, one last check in the audience. Carrier Technologies, if you are here. Carrier Technologies, y'all have left, unfortunately. You have left your award. And okay, any of the other award winners, if you're still here, please make your way to the stage. A quick picture. There were lots of them, unfortunately not too many more standing. All right, quick picture, a quick video. May I request only the volunteers to please come up on stage, and may I request the award winners to make your way and take your seats in the audience, please. Requesting only the volunteers. Only the volunteers, please come up to the stage. Only the volunteers. Repeating myself once again. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lots of enthusiastic faces in the crowd. These are the faces and the names and the personalities of the people that made this event what it is today. This is day 2 of Cypher 2025. This is the biggest it has ever been. And it's just going to get bigger and better as we move forward. Volunteers, just the volunteers, make some noise for yourselves, please. Y'all have done a fantastic job. One more day to go. Kudos to the volunteers. Getting those pictures, getting those videos in. All right, we're going to request the volunteers and everyone else to please get off stage and take your seats in the audience. Just Leander, if you can stay back on stage. Mr. Raj Gopal, may I also request you to also take your seat in the audience, if you don't mind, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mr. A.S. Raj Gopal, CEO and MD at Next Gen Cloud Technologies. Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Leander, if you can please stay back on stage. Thank you very much. Requesting the team from AIM to come up onto the stage. You all have put together one of the most phenomenal expos I have ever seen. One of the most phenomenal summits I have ever seen. Kudos to you and the team for working tirelessly and endlessly to make this event happen. This is just day 2. We have another day to go. And this is all of y'all with a quick picture with Leander. Can I ask you all to please space yourselves out? Stand on the stairs behind you. Stand on the stairs behind you. Those of y'all who are on the slightly inclined side of life, you know, it's a nice way of saying short, by the way, because apparently maybe that might offend people. Can I request you all not to click pictures as individuals? Gents at the back, can you please make your way towards the side? Make your way towards the side. Take the seats on the stairs. Yes, please, on the stairs. Thank you. Giving me the Indian head shake and the thumbs up. Big smiles on your faces, Team AIM. Those of you standing at the back, can you make your way to the front, please? We can't see you guys at the back. I don't know why you're standing at the back. Sit down, take your seats down. Some 5'3" people are going and standing all the way at the back. What is this behavior? Yay. Okay, you all have to scream AIM. 1, 2, 3, say AIM! Congratulations to you and the team. This is day 2 of AIM's Cypher 2025. You all have done a phenomenal job. Leander Paes on stage. Once again, thank you very much for being here with us. It's been a phenomenal day 2. This has been a wrap-up of the Minsky Awards. What a way to wrap things up. Can we have a little bit of music in the background? Keenan, can you send some music from the background, please? Thank you very much. I'm getting a little lonely on stage, standing all by myself. And that, ladies and gentlemen, people of the audience, brings us to a wrap-up of the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI 2025. A big kudos to the team. Thank you all very much. Phenomenal job to all of y'all. Yeah. Thank you very much. We shall see you all bright and early tomorrow. I'll be playing some music for y'all, so show up a little early. This is the Minsky Awards for Excellence in AI 2025 with the man himself, Leander Paes, on stage. Thank you very much for joining us. It is my absolute pleasure to call day 2 a wrap. My name is Vincent. Have yourselves a good evening. Have yourselves a good night. I shall see you all on day 3. Mr. Keenan, can you switch on my settings, please? One last beat before I go. I promise the people I'll give them a little bit of a beatbox. Here we go. No? Yeah. Okay. For those of you all who still care, one last beat before we leave. Here we go. Checking the mic. Check 1. Check 2. No. Beatbox, 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 and then you add a scratch. You go. There we go. Thank you all very much. Someone seems to have lost a wallet, and I seem to have found one. That's a horrible throw, dude. Which school you went to? Worst, Andre, worst too. Okay, we have the PAN card of one Suhas. Father's name, Narayana Bhatt. Suhas, ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೀವು? ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. Oh, Nammeria hudugru. Hey man, what sort of award do I get for